Chapter 2775. On this day, Lu Yin passed through the passage and arrived at the Three Sovereigns spacetime continuum. As soon as he appeared, the spacetime cultivators of the Three Monarchs went on high alert. Who are you? The Three Monarchs universe does not welcome visitors from the origin space. Someone shouted. He slowly looked towards the south where the rainbow wall was. He could sense the auras of Qin Lu Taishu by Xing and Xiaozhen. The four cardinal scales were supposed to help defend against the six-direction gang, but most of them were actually in the Three Monarchs spacetimes. Intruders, retreat immediately. Someone else shouted as he stared at Lu Yin. His many years of battle experience had given him an extraordinary sense of threat, or else he would have attacked long ago. A group of spacetime cultivators from the Three Sovereigns slowly approached, ready to strike at any moment. Lu Yin's figure suddenly vanished without any warning, leaving the crowd dumbfounded. Following that, they immediately contacted Qin Lu and Tai Xian. A top expert from the primordial space had arrived and sent Lu Yin's image to them. Qin Li's expression changed. Lu Yin? What was he doing here? Tai Xian stood atop the rainbow wall, watching the battle between the Eternals and the Monarchs. For some reason he felt as though the spacetime of the Three Monarchs was growing weaker and weaker. In the past, the Three Sovereigns had been able to fend off the Eternals when they joined forces. Now, even though their numbers had increased, they were becoming increasingly weak. Lu Yin? What was he doing here? Qin Lu, go take a look. Qin Lu would have gone to take a look even without the Star-Lord's instructions. He did not know why Lu Yin had suddenly come to the Three Sovereigns spacetime. Could it be that he wanted to take advantage of Lord Luo's absence to attack the Three Monarchs' time and space? It was too unwise. Luo Jun had gone to the endless battlefield because of the Great Empyrean. If he attacked the Three Monarchs spacetime now, wouldn't it be the same as slapping the Great Empyrean's face? His expression was ugly as he hurried to the north. He quickly arrived at the lower Monarch astral domain, and then the upper Monarch astral domain. He did not hide his tracks, and his terrifying aura swept through the heavens, causing space to ripple. Granny Mu looked up in shock and saw Lu Yin. His aura made her want to kneel down. Without the support of the Three Sovereigns, it was as if Lu Yin had entered an uninhabited region of spacetime. He took a step forward and entered the Emperor domain. Many half-martial monarchs walked out from Moh courtyard and looked at him warily. The one leading them was the old green-skinned man. Qin Lu broke through to the extreme powerhouse level, and Old Green Pie became the master of Moh courtyard. However, at this moment Moh courtyard's master's palms were sweating. The pressure that Lu Yin brought was just too great. With a single glance, he knew that there was no way he could stop Lu Yin, and there was no need for him to do so. A mere Moh courtyard was nothing in Lu Yin's eyes. How was a half-martial ancestor any different from an ant to him? As far as the eye could see, the imperial domain was still very vast. Lu Yin unleashed his strength without restraint as he stomped through the heavens, shattering the void and forming an oppressive storm that swept through the imperial domain, upper monarch domain and lower monarch domain. Everyone trembled. Even if they couldn't see it, they could still feel the godlike aura. Luo Shan hasn't returned yet? His gaze swept across the people from Mo Hyun. Since he didn't speak, they didn't speak either. Old Green Leather said in a low voice. No. Too slow, Lu Yin said disdainfully. No one dared to refute him. They all quietly listened to him speak. Lu Yin put his hands behind his back and looked around again. This is the Three Monarchs universe? It can't even compare to my primordial space's outerverse. It's too small. No wonder Luo Shan wants to seize my primordial space. Unfortunately, he doesn't have that ability. Apart from you, there is no decent master in the Three Monarchs universe. You have no hope of breaking through to the progenitor realm in your lifetime. You are not qualified to talk to me. Old Green Leather and the others clenched their fists. May I ask why Pathmaster Lu is here? Lu Yin proudly said, do I need a reason to come here? Every word choked the people from Mo Hyun. If they weren't afraid of Lu Yin's strength, they would have slapped him. Lu Yin came here to demonstrate his suppression of the Three Monarchs universe. Luo Shan hadn't returned yet, and when Luo Shan returned in the future, he would still do the same. At this time, Qin Lu arrived. Pathmaster Lu, what do you want to do in the Three Monarchs universe? Qin Li's arrival made the people from Mo Hyun breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, they didn't need to deal with him. Lu Yin turned around and looked at Qin Lu. Who are you? I heard that the three monarchs are one man and two women. Qin Li's body was filled with a fierce aura that swept out and dispelled Lu Yin's power. Everyone was relieved. The three monarchs' universe has nothing to do with you. Retreat immediately. You're not welcome here. Lu Yin sneered. Luo Shan didn't even greet me when she went to the origin space. That's between you and Lord Luo. Retreat immediately or don't blame me for being rude. Qin Li took out a bow and arrow and pointed it at Lu Yin, ready to attack at any time. He was not weak. Although he had just broken through to the progenitor realm, he was good at killing and had great destructive power. He was also a trump card against the eternal race on the battlefield. The people from Mohyun stared at Lu Yin coldly, eager for Qin Li to attack and kill this boy. Although this boy was very strong, he was not at the level of an extreme powerhouse. He should not be a match for Lord Qin Li. The reason why he could fight against Lord Luoshan was because of the extreme powerhouses in the sky above, not himself. Lu Yin was disdainful. Do you dare to attack? Qin Li was stunned. What did you say? Lu Yin raised his head. You want to start a war between the origin space and the three monarchs universe? You want to go to the endless battlefield too? Qin Li frowned. You came to provoke the three monarchs universe first. Lu Yin sneered. I just came to take a look, but you want to attack me. Qin Li's eyes narrowed, not understanding what Lu Yin wanted to do. Lu Yin took a step forward and walked towards Qin Li, closing the distance between them to 100 meters. Hold it tight, don't let go of the arrow easily. Otherwise, you may not be able to last until the punishment of the great heavenly venerate. Qin Li's pupils shrank. You are threatening me. At this moment, Lu Yin gave him a strange feeling. Was this the person he was cooperating with? Why did this person seem to not know him at all and was really going to attack him? Try. Once you let go of your hand, I will completely cripple that arm. Lu Yin's tone was cold with insolence, arrogance, and dominance. Qin Li gritted his teeth. This person actually threatened him in front of so many people, putting him in a difficult position. But he was clearly cooperating with him. The starry sky was silent as everyone watched. Lu Yin was too arrogant, so arrogant that he completely ignored the extreme powerhouse. Where did his confidence come from? He was directly exposed to Qin Li's arrow. Old Green Pie and the others were nervous. Qin Li was clearly in front of them and was an extreme powerhouse. Lu Yin was clearly not an extreme powerhouse, but he gave them the feeling that they were facing a giant. Even the current Qin Li could not make them feel at ease. Lu Yin did not make a move and his aura was completely restrained, but even so he suppressed the three sovereigns until they could not breathe. Qin Li did not say a word as he stared at Lu Yin. There was confusion and coldness in the depths of his eyes, as well as an imperceptible killing intent. At that moment, a figure walked out of the void and stopped not far from Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked over and saw that it was Star Sovereign. Everyone in the Mohe courtyard was overjoyed. Greetings, Lord Star Sovereign. Greetings, Lord Star Sovereign. Qin Li heaved a sigh of relief. Senior Star Sovereign. Star Sovereign calmly walked out of the void and faced Lu Yin. What are you doing here? Lu Yin saw Star Sovereign again. This was not the first time he had seen her. The first time was as Xianxia and now he was using his own identity. Star Sovereign still gave him the same feeling. The galaxy was like a mirror and her bare face was better than red makeup. This woman gave him the feeling of quenching his thirst. She was calm, too calm, as if there were no emotional fluctuations. For a stroll. Lu Yin was not polite. Star Sovereign looked at Qin Li. Protect the rainbow wall. Qin Li nodded, stared at Lu Yin and left. Star Sovereign looked at the people of Mohe courtyard. Leave. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They did not want to be here either. This Lu Yin was too strange. He was clearly not an extreme powerhouse, but he was even more domineering than one. Where did his confidence come from? The more this kind of person was, the more they could not provoke him. Everyone left and only Lu Yin and Star Sovereign were left in the starry sky. Star Sovereign was still so calm. Lu Yin's domineering and arrogant attitude was useless in front of her. It was like punching cotton. Why are you here? Lu Yin put his hands behind his back. I said to take a look. I'll show you around, Star Sovereign said indifferently. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. Okay. Speaking of a tour, it was really a tour. Star Sovereign was not hostile, and Lu Yin could not show any hostility in the three sovereign spacetime. If there were no enemies, where would the hostility come from? Even if Lu Yin tried to provoke Star Sovereign, say bad things about Luo Jun, or even arrogantly say that he wanted to kill Luo Jun, Star Sovereign did not care at all, which made Lu Yin feel powerless. This woman was really, as Qin Lu said, she only cared about her star-reflecting universe. However, he could not say anything about this star-reflecting universe. If he did, his identity would be exposed. Under Star Sovereign's lead, Lu Yin visited many places in the Three Sovereigns spacetime, even some places that were not open to the public. I heard that you are Luo Xian's wife. He has 2 wives. As an ancestor powerhouse, why are you willing to share Luo Xian with others? Lu Yin asked. Star Sovereign said calmly, I'm used to it. You don't have children? No need. What if they die? There are no descendants. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Don't you have any worries? Luo Xian is in the endless battlefield. It's too dangerous. I almost died there. It's all fate. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Did this woman really have no emotions? What is that place? Lu Yin pointed at Thousand Face and asked. Stone Tower. Library. You can say that. Let's take a look. The Stone Tower was very important in the imperial domain. It was specially guarded by an old woman at the level of a demigod. The list of people who entered the Stone Tower had to be confirmed by the 3 sovereigns. Back then it was quite troublesome for Lu Yin to enter the Stone Tower as Xianxia. Qin had to step in. Now he needed to enter the Stone Tower and obtain information from the Stone Tower to avenge Gu Yu. Although he already knew that Gu Yu's revenge came from the Sentinel and that Elder, Lu Yin's identity should not have known. He still needed a way. The old woman stood outside the Stone Tower. When she saw Star Sovereign bringing Lu Yin in, she hurriedly knelt down and saluted, Greetings, Lord Star Sovereign. Lu Yin did not even look at the old woman and entered directly. The old woman did not dare to move. Star Sovereign accompanied Lu Yin into the Stone Tower. There was really no place in the 3 sovereigns spacetime that could stop Lu Yin. Chapter 2776. Not long after, Lu Yin successfully found Gu Yu's information, and he walked out with a gloomy expression. His domain swept through the imperial domain and he found Elder Bo. Back then, Elder Bo was suspected of being a spy under his identity as Xianxia, but he didn't have the time to deal with him. Now it was time to deal with him. Since Xianxia left the 3 Monarchs universe, the old man relaxed. He knew that as long as Xianxia did not determine that he was a spy, he would be released. First, he was familiar with Gu Yu, which was useful to Lord Luo. Second, there were people behind him. As long as he was sure that it wasn't a spy, he would be fine. Thus, the old man had been doing quite well during this period of time, until he was dragged out by Lu Yin's domain and smashed into the ground. Taibai jinxing did not stop him. As long as Lu Yin did not go overboard, she would not stop him. This was to prevent him from causing a fight that would upset the Grand Empyrean. Luo Xian had already been punished to go to the endless battlefield. Neither she nor Qin Lu could go again. Otherwise, the 3 monarchs' spacetime would be finished. However, Lu Yin appeared to be indifferent. He had been able to emerge from the endless battlefield so quickly, which made everyone apprehensive. The old man crawled out from the ground. All the bones in his body had been shattered. He lifted his head with great difficulty and blankly looked around. Who had attacked him? This place wasn't too far from Mohe's courtyard, and Old Greenskin and the rest had heard the commotion and hurried over. When they saw Lu Yin, they cursed their bad luck. When the elder saw Taibai jinxing, he endured the pain and knelt on the ground. Greetings, Lord Taibai jinxing. Taibai jinxing was calm. Lu Yin walked in front of the old man, who looked at the person who had suddenly appeared in front of him and asked uneasily, Who is this lord? Lu Yin looked down at the old man. You're familiar with her, right? The old man was at a loss. It was reasonable to say that in this 3 monarchs universe, there should be no problem mentioning Gu Yu, but he was just pulled out and slammed to the ground. Obviously there was something wrong. No, I'm not unfamiliar with him, the old man replied subconsciously. Lu Yin looked at him. I'm from Gu Yu's time and space. Old Bo's expression changed drastically as he looked at Taibai jinxing. Sir, he didn't understand. Since they were from Gu Yu's time and space, why weren't they captured? The people from that time and space should be demi-humans, just like Gu Yu's descendants who were enslaved by him. Behind Old Greenskin there was a man with a pale face. He was called Half-Red and was the guardian of the exploration realm. He was also the person behind Elder Bo. Back then he was also involved in the Guyu incident. He was the one who had allowed Elder Bo to do so that he could claim credit for Luo Jun. He had also supported the exploration of the realm for so many years. At this moment he had a feeling that disaster was about to befall him. Guyu was a senior I respected, but you harmed him and enslaved his descendant. Tell me, how should I deal with you? Lu Yin spoke slowly, and when his voice reached Old Bo's ears, the old man almost stopped breathing. This was the reason why this person attacked him. Why did this happen? Clearly that spacetime should have been enslaved. Clearly the people in that spacetime should have been demi-humans. Why? The old man suddenly looked at Half-Red. Sir, save me. About Guyu. Shut up. Half-Red trembled and hurriedly interrupted the elder. Lu Yin looked at Half-Red. Back then he had known that the exploration realm was supported by a demi-monarch. However, he had not had the time to deal with it because the three monarchs had wanted to open a passage. Furthermore, it would not have been easy to deal with it with Xianxi's status. Now he could deal with it all at once. Half-Red and Lu Yin looked at each other, and it was as if they were looking at a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His expression changed drastically and he subconsciously rushed towards Star Monarch. As a demi-monarch, this was his reaction after many years of killing. Only Star Monarch could protect him. Unfortunately, it was too late. The void trembled as Half-Red took a step forward, but the space around him was distorted. He appeared in front of Lu Yin and his body collapsed due to the distorted space. He knelt on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood, unable to move. Star Monarch looked up. You've gone too far. Lu Yin placed a hand on Half-Red's shoulder. Guyu's death must be avenged. The exploration realm is an existence that the three monarchs specially excavate from other parallel universes and enslave them. I don't think Senior Star Monarch is that kind of person. Why do you tolerate such a disgusting place? Star Monarch's eyes flashed. Of course she hated the exploration realm. For the sake of the star-reflecting universe, she was willing to become Luo Shan's wife on the surface and guard the three monarchs for countless years. All of this was for the sake of the star-reflecting universe. She wanted to protect her hometown. However, the exploration realm was allowed to exist by Luo Shan. She had no choice and did not want to intervene. Senior Star Monarch, whether you allow it or not, I will take these two people away. I will also take the descendant of Guyu. If you don't agree, you can use the three monarchs to stop me. If you agree, I will owe you a favor. Everyone in Moh Courtyard looked at Half-Red's miserable state and fell silent. If Star Monarch agreed at this time, she would lose the hearts of the people. However, did Star Monarch need the hearts of the people? All she wanted was to protect the star-reflecting universe. As for the three monarchs, that was the responsibility of Luo Shan and Mu Jun. She looked at Lu Yin's back to her, so confident. Although this person was not an extremely strong person, he was unfathomable. A favor was priceless. Star Monarch did not speak. Lu Yin understood and took Elder Bo, Half-Red, and the descendant of Guyu towards the passage. This day was depressing for Moh Courtyard. Although Half-Red was bad and disliked by others, he was still a member of Moh Courtyard. He was a member of the three monarchs, but he was taken away by Lu Yin just like that. It should have been the three monarchs that invaded the origin space. How did it become like this? Lu Yin alone suppressed the entire three monarchs. Was this still one of the six direction associations? What was the meaning of establishing Moh Courtyard? The descendant of Guyu, the servant who served in the exploration realm and hid his child, never thought that he would be rescued one day. Back then, Lu Yin had only captured Elder Bo with Xianxi's identity, which was not of much help to this servant. Now he was finally free. Do you hate Guyu? Lu Yin suddenly asked. In addition to the servant, there were dozens of people who were brought by Lu Yin. They were all descendants of Guyu and they were all servants. No, the servant replied. Lu Yin glanced at him. How could this person not hate? How could these people not hate? Even if Guyu was their ancestor, this ancestor had made them slaves for their entire lives. How could they not hate him? However, Lu Yin would leave these people to Gu Yen as well as Elder Bo and Half-Red. When they arrived outside the passage, the cultivators from the three monarchs that were guarding the passage saw Lu Yin. They all held their breaths and did not dare to act rashly, allowing him to leave. Just as Lu Yin was about to leave, he suddenly stopped and tossed the group towards the Shenwu continent. He then gave some instructions and walked towards the Rainbow Wall, where an acquaintance greeted him. Outside the Rainbow Wall, A progenitor realm corpse king shaking the heavens, he punched out, smashing Qin Li's arrow into pieces. Bai Sheng held the sky-vanquishing staff and smashed it down. The progenitor realm corpse king raised its head and roared before punching out again. This time Bai Sheng was forced to retreat and almost lost his grip on the staff. Bai Sheng looked up and saw the red-eyed corpse king. This corpse king gave him an unshakable feeling. It was a monster. A corpse king is indeed powerful. Bai Sheng's expression turned solemn. A progenitor realm corpse king was not easy to deal with. Qin Li's archery and Bai Sheng's sky-vanquishing staff had not been able to cause any damage. A delicate laugh came from afar. "Little girl, you are not my opponent. Go home." The voice came from the Forgotten Ruins god, and her opponents were Xia Zhen and Ancestor Gui Yuan. The two of them were on the verge of collapse under 9 wolves swallow the world. Death pass. Ancestor Gui Yuan raised his arms, and his deathly aura formed a guillotine. The sky was the guillotine and the deathly aura was the blade. The Forgotten Ruins god sneered, opened her mouth and swallowed the death pass. Ancestor Gui Yuan was shocked and retreated step by step. Each of the 7 sky gods was abnormally powerful. "Wang Fan, this clone of yours is not my opponent." The Forgotten Ruins god laughed as she looked past Ancestor Gui Yuan and Xia Zhen to see Lu Yin on the rainbow wall. Her eyes lit up. "Ah, look who's here. Little Lu Yin, how have you been?" Lu Yin stood on the rainbow wall and looked at the Forgotten Ruins god in the distance with a solemn expression. The one who had greeted him was the Forgotten Ruins god. Once he knew that the 7 sky gods were powerful and difficult to deal with, but the slipper almost killed the undying god, which made him feel relieved at that moment. The 7 sky gods were not invincible. It was not until the battle with Old Monster Emo in the Endless Battlefield that he understood how powerful those who touched the sequence particles were. He also figured out why each of the 7 sky gods was feared by the 6 Directions Association and the 4 Directions Libra. As for the undying god, he had been unable to take action back then because he had been trapped by the ancestral Mang. His power to touch the sequence particles must have been restrained by something. Otherwise, it would have been useless even if he had 10 slippers, much less smack him with them. This was the 7 sky gods. In the universe, how many people truly understood the terror of the 7 sky gods? "Oh, what's with that look?" The Forgotten Ruins god smiled and looked at Lu Yin, revealing her beautiful face. The demonic flower on her face made Ancestor Gui Yuan's breathing quicken. There was an irresistible charm and her beautiful eyes were unparalleled. "Little Lu Yin, are you afraid of me?" The astral war came to a standstill. As the Forgotten Ruins god spoke, a strange, cold, unfathomable and horrifying aura spread. No one knew where this aura came from nor how it appeared. The moment the last 2 words appeared, it was suddenly noticed by everyone. Whether it was ordinary cultivators, Ancestor Gui Yuan, Ancestor Qin Lu, Bai Sheng or other Ancestor Realm Masters, all of them unconsciously looked towards the Forgotten Ruins god. She was clearly speaking with a smile, but at this moment the Forgotten Ruins god gave them a strange feeling. Strange? He must be joking. Bai Sheng's expression was unprecedentedly serious. It was not that he had not fought with the Forgotten Ruins god in the Dominator realm. Among the 7 sky gods, other than the most mysterious Bai Wuxian, who had not appeared in the Dominator realm, the Forgotten Ruins god should not be a stranger. But why? At this moment the Forgotten Ruins god seemed to have appeared for the first time, revealing an aura that Bai Sheng had never felt before. Xia Zhen and Ancestor Gui Yuan also had the same feeling. They suddenly felt that this was the first time they had seen the Forgotten Ruins god. Lu Yin and the Forgotten Ruins god looked at each other. Under her gaze, the pressure was so great that ordinary people could not imagine it. It was not just the Forgotten Ruins god's gaze. "Thank you, Muzu a Desert Lone Smoke Heartless Little Enemy Brothers. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support, brothers, thank you." Chapter 2777. Under the heaven's eye, there was nowhere to hide. He saw the sequence particles. 9 wolves devouring the sky, and each of the 9 wolf heads had sequence particles like marionettes. It was as if an invisible hand was controlling the 9 wolf heads in the invisible void. He had no idea what kind of laws these sequence particles represented, or what kind of method the universe operated. If Old Monster Mo did not use the power of darkness, the heaven's eye would not have been able to tell that he had touched the sequence particles of darkness. What did the Forgotten Ruins deity control? The strange feeling. She had never used the power of sequence particles before. Looking at you now is no different from looking at you on the battlefield at the back, Lu Yin said. His voice was calm and emotionless. The Forgotten Ruins deity's lips curled into a charming smile. Are you praising me for being as beautiful as before? All right, I accept your praise. The terrifying feeling suddenly disappeared, and everyone realized that they had unknowingly broken out in cold sweat. They looked at the Forgotten Ruins deity with a completely different gaze. This was the sky of the seven gods. The Star Lords arrived, and when they saw the Forgotten Ruins deity, they were extremely vigilant. This monster. Little Lu Yin, you've finally come to this stage. The Forgotten Ruins deity's eyes moved, and she was extremely charming, but no one dared to look at her directly. Lu Yin nodded. This is your stage. The Forgotten Ruins deity smiled. That's right. This is our stage. Only by walking on this stage will you have a chance to dance with me. I wonder how far you can go with my dance steps. You can try as long as you're not afraid of being stepped on. Lu Yin was confident. The Forgotten Ruins deity smiled. I'm a weak woman and it hurts to be stepped on. I don't want to. In that case. Her gaze suddenly turned cold. You can leave now. The void exploded as a pair of scarlet vertical eyes suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yin. At the same time, an earth-shattering punch arrived. This punch shattered the void, breaking through everything with brute force. When one's strength reached a certain level, everything else could be instantly destroyed. Jinlu was shocked. This was the Corpse King that he had just clashed with. The Corpse King's red eyes were accompanied by a powerful physical strength, and it had faced his arrows and Bai Sheng's staff directly. This Corpse King was a monster. The wind from the punch lifted the void like a curtain. The Corpse King took a step forward, and the soles of his feet shattered, producing a deafening sound that caused countless people to bleed from their orifices. Ordinary Ancestor Realm experts would find it difficult to withstand the might of this punch. Be careful, Taishan cried out. Lu Yin's eyes went wide as the purplish-black substance spread to his arm. At the same time, his arm began to wither. When things reached an extreme, they would go in the opposite direction. He raised his head and took a step forward as well, the Akalanatha King's elephant appearing behind him. It roared at the sky and punched out. The two fists collided, and a sound that was several times louder than before exploded in the void. In an instant, part of the rainbow wall was torn apart, and the terrifying force of the collision spread out without restraint, sweeping through the starry sky. The power formed visible ripples that spread out. Along with the torn void, it turned black and spread out. This was a pure collision of flesh and blood. Lu Yin and the Corpse King were so close that their fists collided. He stared at the Corpse King at the same time, and the Corpse King's red eyes stared back at him. Even though this Corpse King was not as powerful as the monstrous Corpse King that had ambushed him from the Sixth Mainland, it was still at a freakish level. Its terrifying strength increased layer by layer, and it spread along his arm, causing his withered arm to recover. The Akala Heavenly King elephant grew increasingly blurry, and Lu Yin was almost forced back. He had broken through to the peak of the Star Emissary realm, and his strength was relatively strong. His strength had increased slightly, and his physical strength had also increased, but he was still unable to suppress the Corpse King. The Corpse King's red eyes shrank to the size of needles, and an even more terrifying strength pressed down on Lu Yin. Its red eyes were transforming into ghostly eyes, and its strength increased like a tidal wave. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and his veins bulged. In terms of strength, his Lu family had never lost to anyone. He was a disciple of the Lu family, and he was the future of the Lu family. He was Zhou Xian and he was Lu Yin. He would not lose and he could not lose. This was especially true in the space-time of the three sovereigns, where the four sovereigns were watching him. He could not lose. The withering time tree that had taken root in his heart swayed, and a gray color circulated. When things reached an extreme, they would react against time. The fates and spread from his heart to his entire body. At this moment, Lu Yin had a strange feeling. Had time stopped? Oh, it hadn't. The Corpse King's strength was still surging forth like a tidal wave, and it had not stopped at all. But what was going on with the strength that Lu Yin was displaying? The strength of his fist seemed to be trapped in the wind of his fist. This feeling was similar to using time to seal his strength, but due to inertia, Lu Yin was still continuously releasing his strength. This strength fused with the power that had been sealed by time, layer after layer and layer after layer. This feeling was similar to Chu Yuan's time secret technique, Time Realm. Time Realm could stop the time around Chu Yuan, and Lu Yin was constantly striking out with his blade. Every strike landed a little bit and countless strikes finally erupted in an instant. This was enough to instantly erupt with a destructive power that far exceeded what he could have displayed. In theory, there was no upper limit to this technique's power. He could strike once, twice, thrice, or even 100 times or even 1,000 times as long as Time Realm could withstand it. Lu Yin had almost lost to this technique in the past, and according to him, this secret technique had come from the primogenitor. At this moment, Lu Yin felt that all of his strength was concentrated in the wind of his fist, but he did not release it. It was similar to Time Realm, and this was a technique that the Withering Time Tree had given him. The destructive power of one punch was limited, but if the power of 10, 100 or even 1,000 punches erupted at the same time, how powerful would it be? The Corpse King's strength was still pressing down, and it seemed like it had not stopped. However, to Lu Yin it was only an instant. In this instant he had sealed his own time and blasted out a force equivalent to 30 punches. When the Withering Time Tree's imprisonment ended, the Corpse King's eyes turned ghostly. The ghostly eyes transformed and his physical strength increased tenfold. His destructive power increased to the limit, and the pressure it brought was enough to instantly obliterate a progenitor like Chen Lu. As for Lu Yin, he also released the power of 30 punches in an instant. Boom. There was no sound, only darkness descending and devouring a part of the void. Bai Xing, Chen Lu and the others were shocked and they all retreated. This was the first time the Star Lord's expression changed and he hurriedly retreated. That was a world of nothingness. Even a progenitor would find it difficult to unleash a world of nothingness with such a terrifying range. This was a punch that Lu Yin had never unleashed before. He had used the indestructible palm to visualize the Akalanatha King's elephant, and his full strength had been multiplied by 30. This was the strongest punch that he had ever unleashed. The power of this punch was still far inferior to Slipper's, but the shock it brought was far greater than Slipper's. This was the almost inconceivable power of Lu Yin's punch that he could unleash with his peak envoys. Before this, Chen Lu and the others did not believe that Lu Yin could fight in progenitor with his own strength. They all thought that he relied on external objects, including Bai Wang Yuan and the others. The God Sealing Catalog, the General Appointment Platform, the Slippers and so on, these external objects gave Lu Yin the confidence to fight against in progenitor. But this punch completely overturned everything. It exceeded their understanding. The Corpse King and Lu Yin were sent flying at the same time, and neither could do anything to the other. The Ghost Eye Corpse King's physical strength was abnormal. If Lu Yin did not rely on the Withering Time Tree to seal time and unleash the power of 30 punches, he would not have been able to block the Corpse King. The world of nothingness swallowed a portion of the rainbow wall and gradually disappeared. Lu Yin panted heavily as he looked into the distance. In the 6th mainland he had been ambushed by the Monster Corpse King. The other party's vigilant Slippers had left him helpless, and he had been beaten quite sullenly. Now he finally had the power to resist. Although he was still not a match for that monster, as long as he had time to break through and reach the half-progenitor level, he was confident that he could fight that monster with his previous methods, Wu Fei's heavenly eye and the power of his heart. The starry sky was silent. Taixing Jun and the others looked at Lu Yin in shock. This child really fought in Progenitor Corpse King with his peak envoys. Furthermore, it was a Ghost Eye Corpse King. They knew that none of them could do anything to that Corpse King, but Lu Yin had beaten it back. The God of Forgotten Ruins was also surprised. He looked at Lu Yin with a strange light in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a charming smile again. Little Lu Yin, it seems that you don't want to step down from the stage. Lu Yin was excited by the method of sealing 30 punches. With this method, his killing power was no longer limited to external objects like the Slippers. I'm looking forward to dancing with you. All right. I've played enough today. Let's find another chance to play. With that, the 9 wolves devour the heavens disappeared and the God of Forgotten Ruins left. The Eternals retreated like a tide. This battle seemed to be just a greeting to Lu Yin. Only Lu Yin knew how dangerous he was. Just now, that Corpse King really had the ability to kill him. He believed that the Eternals had already figured out his methods. Whether it was the Slippers or other methods, they would all be countered by the God of Forgotten Ruins. Only a direct punch could resolve the crisis. He had been careless. He should not have come. But this day would eventually come and he could not escape it. Fortunately, he had comprehended the 30 punches that sealed time. He now had the ultimate killing method. From now on, the power of these 30 punches combined into one punch. Who could block it? The Ghost Eye Progenitor Corpse King could not block it, and it was even more difficult for humans to do so. The battle temporarily stopped. Inside and outside the rainbow wall, countless cultivators of the 3 sovereigns looked at Lu Yin with shock and silently retreated. Taixing Jun truly felt Lu Yin's strength. No wonder this person was qualified to confront Luo Shan. Ancestor Gui Yuan did not say a word. He looked at Lu Yin with fear. This Zhou Xian was getting stronger and stronger. They had tried everything to restrain him, even joining forces with the Six Paths Association. How could they deal with him? Lu Yin suddenly looked at Ancestor Gui Yuan and frowned, entering the ancestral realm with death energy, but it's only Wang Fan's shadow. The Grim Reaper is the power of the Grim Reaper. Wang Fan, are you qualified to use it? Ancestor Gui Yuan spoke in a deep voice. This is not for you to decide. This old man has cultivated death energy for far longer than you. Lu Yin disdained. One day I will extract your death energy. Ancestor Gui Yuan narrowed his eyes and clenched his pearl halberd. He really wanted to join forces with Bai Xing to deal with this boy. But even if he was willing, Bai Xing and Xiazhen would not be willing. Moreover, Zhou Xian was not so easy to kill. He still had the Divine Seal Catalog and the General Appointment Platform. Zhou Xian, you are getting more and more domineering. Bai Xing sighed. Lu Yin looked at him. Did you have a part in banishing my Lu family? Chapter 2778. All this time Lu Yin had thought that Bai Wangyuan and the others were the only ones who could banish the Lu family, but in reality Bai Xing, Xiazhen, and the others were all progenitor realm powerhouses. As long as they didn't personally tell him that it had nothing to do with them, Lu Yin wouldn't exclude them. Bai Xing's brows rose. Are you confirming the list of people to take revenge on? Lu Yin replied, you can think of it that way. Bai Xing looked deeply into Lu Yin's eyes and then put away his staff. It has nothing to do with me. Lu Yin looked at Xiazhen. Xiazhen was indifferent. I'm only dealing with the Eternals. Xinwu Plain has nothing to do with me, let alone your Lu family. Lu Yin nodded and then looked at Taishu. When Luo Shan returns, send him my regards. We'll settle our debts. With that he left. Taishu and the others didn't say anything else. Just as Bai Xing had said, Lu Yin's sudden aggressiveness and the punch he had just unleashed had frightened them. No one knew what trump cards he had. However, one thing was certain, they couldn't keep him here. From now on, legends about Lu Yin would spread throughout the 3 sovereign spacetimes, which was exactly what Lu Yin wanted. The one with the most complicated feelings was Chen Lu. He wanted to find an opportunity to speak with Lu Yin alone. What was this person thinking? Soon, Lu Yin arrived at Xinwu continent and saw Gu Yan and a group of Gu Yu's descendants. Elder Bo and Half-Red were already corpses. Gu Yan bowed when he saw Lu Yin return. Heavenly Master Gu Yan bowed deeply and said, many thanks. Lu Yin raised a hand and helped Gu Yan up. Senior Gu Yu's legacy helped me in the past, and it was for the sake of the 5th mainland's peace that he set up the array. It was only right for him to sacrifice himself. Gu Yan sighed. He was stranded in this part of the universe and had no one to rely on, but he was willing to die for it. That child Gu Yu was so kind. Now that I've gotten my revenge, I can focus on comprehending the source box array. I hope that I can help you one day. Lu Yin smiled. Senior, there's no need to feel pressured. It's what I should do. Don't forget we're friends. Gu Yan was delighted. Yes, we're friends despite our age difference. I ate many of your delicacies back in the food paradise, huh? Lu Yin was happy to see Gu Yan let go of the burden in his heart. By the way, Mu Shang has been missing for a long time. I don't know where he went. You have to be careful. I suspect that the 4-way scales took him to the 6-way society. It's not good for you, Heavenly Master Gu Yan said. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Wu Shang? He was already dead, but this matter could not be related to him. I got it. I'll look into it. Not long after that, Lu Yin left Xinwu continent and returned to the Heaven Above Earth sect. It was about time for his identity as Xianxia to move about. As soon as he returned to the sect above the heavens, Elder Chan came looking for him with a solemn expression. Someone wants to take Wendy Yushan as a disciple. Lu Yin was surprised. Take Wendy Yushan as a disciple? Who is it? A man who calls himself Bodhi Saint, one of the 3 saints of reincarnation time and space, Elder Chan replied. They were subconsciously wary of Six Paths Guild. Bodhi Sage wanted to take Wendy Yushan as a disciple, but then he understood. Bodhi Sage must have found out about Wendy Yushan's innate gift. Wendy Yushan had been thrown into the endless battlefield by divinity Xiaoyin, but she had managed to escape with her own strength. This did not make sense, and divinity Xiaoyin was not stupid. How could he have let her escape so easily? Even so, she had still managed to escape. With Bodhi Sage's intelligence, he must have investigated this matter. Furthermore, Wendy Yushan's innate gift had not been concealed, so it was not strange that Bodhi Sage had found out about her. What did Wendy say? She's currently in the middle of a meeting. She's conversing with Bodhi Sage's disciple. Lu Yin looked in a certain direction, which was Wendy Yushan's residence in the Heaven Above Earth sect. It was a solitary mountain peak, and at this moment she was conversing with a woman in a black trench coat. She had a valiant bearing, and although her appearance was cold, her gaze was gentle and filled with admiration when she looked at Wendy Yushan. This woman was a half-progenitor. Lu Yin's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared he was already outside Wendy Yushan's courtyard. Wendy Yushan immediately saw him. The woman sitting across from her also turned around, and when she saw Lu Yin she hurriedly stood up and bowed. Greetings, Pathmaster Lu. Lu Yin entered the courtyard and sized up the woman. You're one of Bodhi Sage's people? Xiao's expression was cold, but her attitude was respectful. Bodhi Sage is my master. Lu Yin nodded. Have a seat. He walked to the stone table and sat down. Xiao followed suit and sat down. Although she was respectful, she was not overcautious. As Bodhi Sage's disciple, she came from Bodhi Sage and was used to seeing slaughter on the endless battlefield. Even when facing a progenitor, she was neither servile nor overbearing. The reason why she was so respectful to Lu Yin was not because of his identity or strength, but because of his achievements in the endless battlefield. Only Bodhi Sage and the Lost Race's Grand Elder knew how tragic the battle in the dark spacetime was. Lu Yin had been able to leave behind traces of himself in that great battle, and he was not even an immortal. This was enough to prove that even Bodhi Sage respected him. Not everyone in the Six Directions sect hated the Genesis space. Bodhi Sage only hated the everlasting race. Bodhi Sage wants to take Wendy as his disciple? Lu Yin asked. Xiao nodded. Wendy has outstanding talent and Master admires her. Therefore he sent me here to take her as his disciple. Bodhi Sage cannot do without Master. Lu Yin looked at Wendy Yushan. What do you think? Wendy Yushan met his gaze. I want to go to Bodhi Sage. Lu Yin said, that's where the Six Directions sect is located. Wendy Yushan retracted her gaze and said gently, I've been to the Six Directions training hall before and I'm not unfamiliar with it. I'm saying, I know what you want to say, but cultivators fight against the heavens. You can protect me for a while, but you can't protect me forever. You should understand my temper. Although I was thrown into the endless battlefield, I did escape from it. Wherever I escaped from, I will return to that place. I want to go to the limitless state. Wendy Yushan's attitude was firm and Lu Yin could not object. He nodded. Since you've decided, then go. It's not a bad idea to take Bodhi Sage as your master. He then took out a needle and a medicinal skin from his cosmic ring and handed them to Wendy Yushan. You can go, but the endless battlefield is dangerous. Keep these 2 items. Xiao looked at the items that Lu Yin had given to Wendy Yushan in surprise. Needle? What kind of skin was that? It was a skin, right? What was it used for? Wendy Yushan did not refuse, as she knew the effects of these 2 items. A needle could pierce through a half-progenitor's inner world, and even a progenitor would be wary of it. As for the medicinal skin, it could withstand an attack from a 7th Tribulation origin cultivator. It was indeed an excellent defensive item. There was no need for the 2 to thank each other. They did not stay for long, as Bodhi Sage needed more people. Soon Xiao left with Wendy Yushan. Everyone has their own path and she's the same. There's no need to think too much about it, Elder Chan said with some emotion. The universe had changed. Their generation had thought that the 5th mainland was the largest, and that the outside world only had the technocracy, the astral beast domain, and the astral wilderness that was difficult to explore. Later on, the 6th mainland had invaded and the astral tree domain had been connected. They had thought that this was the limit. Now that they had been connected to the Six Directions training hall, their horizons had been completely broadened. This allowed them to clearly understand just how boundless the universe was. If he had not broken through and remained a half-progenitor, then he would not have been that important to the entire universe, as any random person would have been a half-progenitor. Elder Chan thought of Spirit Fat Mavis and Xiaji. They had died without even seeing the outside world. What a pity. He suddenly thought of something and looked at Lu Yin. Are you worried or are you reluctant? Lu Yin was stunned. What? Elder Chan sighed. You're not young anymore. It's time for you to leave behind a descendant. Lu Yin was speechless. Senior, as a progenitor, you can also leave behind a descendant. Elder Chan coughed and pretended not to hear anything. Lu Yin watched Elder Chan leave in amusement. Not long after, he announced that he would enter seclusion to prepare for his breakthrough. Void God Spacetime Red Domain on top of a clock tower. Yu Pai, Gui San, Ning Ran and Guan Laoda all came up to discuss the matter of capturing a spy. Suddenly they saw someone and were shocked to see that it was Lu Yin. Acting Academy Master, you've come out of seclusion? Gui San was delighted. They hurriedly greeted him. The housekeeper also arrived. Greetings, Acting Academy Master. Greetings, Acting Academy Master. Lu Yin grunted. I've been in seclusion for a few months. It's a short period of time, but the Lost Clans card is broad and profound. My cultivation is not enough, so I can only do this for now. Gui San quickly flattered him. Acting Academy Master's talent is extraordinary and unparalleled. Although you've only been in seclusion for a few months, I believe that with your talent, you'll be able to completely master that card. The other three glared at him. Shameless. How could he say something like that? That was the Lost Clan's highest level card, and it was said that only the Lost Clan's great elder possessed a comparable card. Completely mastering it meant that one had the strength of an extreme powerhouse. No matter how they looked at it, it was impossible for the Acting Academy Master to have such strength. Lu Yin was amused, but he did not say anything. He listened to them discuss how to capture a spy and then left. He had grasped some of eternal darkness, but he was still far from fully mastering it. Old Monster Mo's dark energy had given him some inspiration, and if not for that he would not have been able to grasp eternal darkness's power. Over the next few days, news of Lu Yin coming out of seclusion spread. Various factions sent people to contact him again, hoping to establish a good relationship with him. After all, once Lu Yin became an extreme powerhouse, he would be a powerhouse among extreme powerhouses. Yu Pai also told Lu Yin a funny piece of gossip over the past few days. It was about how Su Wuji had been covered in dirt one day. For some reason they had coincidentally seen him and the atmosphere had been rather awkward. Lu Yin recalled the box that Fang Yi had given him. It was probably because of that box. Oh right, I accidentally saw the place where the Acting Academy Master was in seclusion, Yu Pai suddenly said. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. You chased him away? Yu Pai shook his head. Not us. It was the Academy Master. Lu Yin's heart sank. Did the Academy Master help me chase him away? Yu Pai nodded and leaned over, whispering, the guy who was chased away, do you know who he is, Acting Manor Master? It's the Void Transformation Realm powerhouse that the Academy Master personally invited to protect the Red Domain. He was actually bribed by someone to harm you, Acting Academy Master. Fortunately, the Academy Master appeared and chased him away. Otherwise, you would have been in danger. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. It was even more dangerous now. It was hard to say if a half-ancestor would realize that Lu Yin was not there, but Su Wuji would definitely know that Lu Yin was not there. Chapter 2779. With Xianxi's abilities, how could he hide from someone like Su Wuji? Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. When did this happen? It's been a while. Lu Yin sighed. He had been too careless, not expecting someone to approach him while he was in seclusion. Su Wuji must have known that he was not in seclusion. Actually, it did not matter whether he had been careless or not. Xianxia was just Xianxia, a cultivator who had not even reached the Void Transformation Realm. He was not like Lu Yin, who did not have the means to hide from someone like Xianxia. Any powerhouse could find out something by approaching him. Acting Academy Master, do you want to make a trip? Capture a few spies and bring them back? They're just small fries, Yu Pai asked. Lu Yin said, no need, I have something to discuss with you. You can go by yourselves. Soon Yu Pai Guan Lauda and the others left the Red Domain to capture the spies while Lu Yin contacted Su Wuji. Su Wuji was not far from the Red Domain, floating leisurely in space with sunglasses on. Lu Yin did not know if he was asleep or something. Lu Yin approached him. Academy Master. Su Wuji adjusted his sunglasses. Xianxia, you're done with your seclusion? How was it? Eternal darkness is not easy to control, right? Lu Yin nodded. It was not easy. How long have you been in seclusion? Forget about eternal darkness, even a primordial card is not something you can control in such a short time. Su Wuji laughed. Lu Yin looked at Su Wuji and asked, Academy Master, I heard that someone wanted to harm me? Su Wuji took a sip of his drink. I don't know their motive, so they chased them away. Thank you, Academy Master. Don't mention it. You're one of my people, so if I don't take care of you, who will? If you want to continue your seclusion, then continue. Heaven's reflection manor is fine for now, at least here in the Void God dimension. Lu Yin could not tell if Su Wuji knew that he was not in seclusion, but logically speaking he should have known. However, it was not appropriate for Lu Yin to say this out loud. Speaking of which, you've captured and scared away a few of the spies hidden in the Void God dimension. Xianxia, your ability to capture spies is unparalleled in the Six Directions Society. Continue to work hard, Su Wuji said as he put his sunglasses back on. Lu Yin looked at him. Continue working hard. Was it because of the spy that they didn't care about him? Manor Lord, you said that you only became the Manor Lord of the Heaven Mirror Manor because you lost the lottery. If you were given another chance to choose, would you still be here? Ultimate Void didn't answer. Lu Yin waited for a moment before replying, If I knew someone like you would appear, of course I would. Lu Yin smiled as he understood. Oh right, let's go to the new inn. It's time to give them an explanation. Do you want me to help you get rid of a Void Transformation Realm Corpse King? Su Wuji asked. Lu Yin stood up. There's no need. With perpetual darkness, it's just a Void Change Realm Cultivator. Then let's go. Lu Yin left as it was indeed time for him to visit the new inn. He had agreed to exchange 4 Void Transformation Realm Corpse Kings for the old man's life, and many things had happened since then. However, he had never taken the initiative to contact the new inn. He needed to show them his stance. The new inn was located at the front lines of the Void God's spacetime battlefield. Last time, Lu Yin had been led there by Su Wuji, but this time he was going alone. Half a month later, the front lines were in sight. Lu Yin stepped onto the battlefield and saw the Void God's power swirling around the spacetime border like a vortex. The new inn was here. Previously, with Ultimate Void leading the way, they had quickly found the new inn. Now that he was alone, it wasn't that easy to find the inn. Since Lu Yin had started cultivating, he had experienced too many battlefields. The border battlefield was nothing. As long as there were no progenitors, he could sweep through them. As soon as he entered the battlefield, the slaughter began. Lu Yin swept through with his Void God's power, and his bone spear shuttled through the battlefield. He was invincible. Along the way, he asked many cultivators about the location of the new inn, and they gradually got closer. Soon, Lu Yin saw a half-ancestor corpse king on the battlefield. Due to the Void God's power, it was disadvantageous to the corpse king, but extremely advantageous to the cultivators. A cultivator at the peak of the Void Bright Realm fought against a half-ancestor corpse king with his Void God's power, and he even had the upper hand. That cultivator's Void God's power was a pink ball that constantly bounced up and smashed into the corpse king. On the battlefield, the cultivator's Void God's power was constantly drawn, and there was no consumption at all. If it were in other regions, he might not be able to stop the corpse king. After all, there was a limit to the Void God's power. Lu Yin's figure flashed and appeared beside that cultivator, startling him. Brother, why are you so fast? Don't scare me, I almost threw a ball at you. Lu Yin raised his hand and his bone spear flickered and disappeared. When it reappeared, the corpse king's head fell to the ground. The cultivator was stunned and the pink ball stopped bouncing as he stared at Lu Yin in a daze. He had done his best to entangle the corpse king, and it was already a great achievement. But this guy actually killed it in an instant? How could this be? In an instant? What the hell? Lu Yin took a step forward, grabbed the corpse king's head and disappeared. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. If not for the corpse king's body falling, that cultivator would have thought that he was dreaming. When did such a ruthless person appear on the battlefield? Lu Yin felt that there was no need to hide in the Void God's spacetime. Even the Void Master knew about him, so there was no point in hiding. A day later, Lu Yin arrived at the new inn. He pushed the door open and entered without attracting much attention. There were many people inside, and most of them were cultivators from the battlefield. Only the waiters in the new inn recognized Lu Yin. Isn't this acting principal Xianxia? What a rare guest. The woman with heavy makeup came over and happily received Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled. Sister, you're not married to boss Zhou Xian yet? Oh, how could I ask that? Acting principal, please don't joke around. It's only a matter of time. Old man, serve the acting principal some tea. By the way, Principal Su Wuji isn't here, is he? He's not welcome here. The woman casually sat across from Lu Yin and lowered her body. The scenery in front of her was very pleasing to the eye. Despite the woman's appearance, the people in the new inn were not simple. In Su Wuji's words, there were no good people in the new inn. The principal has something to do, so I came alone. Lu Yin smiled. That's good. Since he's here, I'll pour the tea on him. The old man carrying the tea walked over and smiled at Lu Yin, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth. Lu Yin knew that the old man had a grudge against Su Wuji, but the fact that the old man had spoken to Su Wuji in such a manner meant that he was indifferent to life and death. The people in the new inn were all indifferent to life and death. Although they had survived, they could not leave the battlefield for the rest of their lives. They were destined to die here. Lu Yin took a sip of tea and looked around. Many people were looking at him as well. Not everyone was qualified to be welcomed by the woman. Where's the boss? I brought a gift, Lu Yin said. The woman's eyes lit up. The one that the acting principal promised? Just one, not many. I'll bring more when I have the time, Lu Yin said. The woman smiled. The acting principal is really capable. I heard that you obtained the Lost Clan's strongest card. Is that true? Can you broaden my horizons? Lu Yin smiled. Of course. Really? The woman asked casually. She had not expected Lu Yin to agree. Lu Yin said, help me call Qiu Fu's boss over. The woman smiled and left. Not long after, Qiu Fu walked out. The people in the new inn all looked at him respectfully, not daring to look him in the eye. Lu Yin looked at him and stood up. Senior, there's only one. I'll deal with the remaining 3 as soon as possible. He then took out the half-ancestor corpse king's head from his cosmic ring. The people around him were shocked. Although the half-ancestor level was nothing to Lu Yin, it was an unattainable level for most people. Many people dreamed of cultivating to this level for their entire lives, and they did not even dare to think about becoming an ultimate powerhouse. They all looked at Lu Yin. How could he kill such a powerful corpse king at such a young age? Xianxia. I remember now. Xianxia. That Xianxia, the acting principal of Heaven's Reflection Hall and also the principal of the 3 Sovereigns Universe and Ultra Universe Heaven's Reflection Hall? Yes, that's him. I heard that this kid's talent is extraordinary and can rival a perfect young master. He also obtained the Lost Clan's strongest card. No wonder he could kill such a powerful corpse king. Qiu Fu glanced at the half-ancestor corpse king's head and then looked at Lu Yin. Yes, there are still 3 more. Take a rest. Lu Yin asked, where's the crazy old man? Qiu Fu pointed to a corner. Lu Yin did not scan the new inn with his domain out of respect for Qiu Fu. He looked in the direction Qiu Fu pointed and saw the crazy old man cooking in the corner while staring at Lu Yin. He was excited when he saw Lu Yin looking at him. Can we talk? This is just an inn. Of course. Lu Yin sighed. Thank you. Qiu Fu was right. This was an inn, so Lu Yin ordered. Of course, he had to order when he came to an inn. The crazy old man was the one who served him. How is it, Principal? The crazy old man was nervous and expectant. Lu Yin said in a low voice. It was Qin Lu who killed the Bai clan. The crazy old man was puzzled, but then he remembered. Qin Lu, the master of Mo He Courtyard from the 3 Sovereigns Universe? He's now an extreme powerhouse and can't be dealt with for the time being. Lu Yin said. The crazy old man despaired. Extreme powerhouse, it's actually an extreme powerhouse. He didn't blame Lu Yin. How could Lu Yin deal with such a powerhouse? Not to mention Xianxia. Even Lu Yin himself couldn't deal with a progenitor so easily. There were many things to consider, and Qin Lu was now cooperating with him. He couldn't act for the crazy old man. He had promised the crazy old man to protect him, but the 4 half-ancestor corpse kings protecting him was already good enough. He couldn't avenge the Bai clan since they had nothing to do with Lu Yin. Qinlu was right about one thing: the Bai clan's landscape painting stones weren't passed down from their ancestors. They got it from someone else. This was the cruelty of cultivators. The essence of cultivation was fighting, snatching, and risking one's life. Fighting for resources, stealing treasures, fighting for realms, this was cultivation. The crazy old man said bitterly, "Thank you for finding out it was Qinlu, principal." Lu Yin didn't say anything. He took a sip of his tea and ate quietly. Eating on the battlefield was a feeling that was rarely experienced. Thank you. Book friend 57651350 Brothers support. Thank you brothers for your support. Thank you. Chapter 2780. He could feel the old man's anger and helplessness, but what else could he do? The old man couldn't force Lu Yin to fight against an extreme powerhouse. In his opinion, Lu Yin couldn't deal with an extreme powerhouse. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have gone to that place. Master, why did you have to risk your life for the extermination of the 100 clans? The old madman said bitterly. His aura was unstable, as if he was about to go crazy. Lu Yin pressed down on the old man's arm, suppressing his aura. The old man trembled and stared at Lu Yin in shock. Master, you? Lu Yin stared at him. What place? What do you mean? The insane old man had yet to recover from the fact that Lu Yin had suppressed his aura. He was a void transformation realm expert, and even in the void transformation realm he wasn't considered weak. There weren't many people in the void god universe who could defeat him, but that didn't include this person. Although this person was the acting chief of the Heaven's Mirror Manor, his cultivation was limited. Even if he relied on Senior Suwui's Taishan realm to release the kind of void spirit that could threaten the void transformation realm, it was only an external object. At this moment he was using his own strength to suppress the void transformation realm's aura. The old man seemed to be meeting Lu Yin for the first time. He stared at him as if trying to see through him. Lu Yin met his gaze. Where? The old man reacted and looked at his arm. He suppressed his confusion and said, Mirage Domain. Lu Yin had never heard of it. Mirage Domain? The old man gulped. It's a place that's not even recorded in legends. No one knows where it is or how to get there. Whether or not you can get there depends on your luck. When I was young, I saw a Mirage Domain open in the sky. Master went there and came back to tell me that it was called a Mirage Domain. He didn't even know about it before he went in. I don't know what Master found in there. After Master came back, he frantically searched through the ancient books for records of the Mirage Domain, but he didn't find anything. There wasn't even a trace of it. Master even asked the experts at that time, but there was still no news. All I know is that since then Master has been like a madman. All he wanted to do was to look for the Mirage and nothing else. Lu Yin listened quietly. Mirage Domain? He had fused with some of the people from Six Paths sect, but there was no record of this term at all. The crazy old man had a deep impression of the Mirage realm. Because his master had come out of the Mirage realm, everything had changed. Your master was killed by Qinlu. Is it related to this Mirage Domain? Lu Yin asked. Crazy old man said in a deep voice, other than that, I can't think of a reason why master was killed by Qinlu. We have never seen Qinlu. This person is from the Three Monarchs universe. We have never met him in the virtual god universe, even in the endless battlefield. Master said that if he were to die for no reason one day, it might have something to do with the Mirage. Lu Yin tapped his fingers on the table. Qinlu might not have known about the Mirage Domain, and he had only been forced by Mr. Daheng to search for the landscape painting stone. Lu Yin did not know the reason, but Mr. Daheng definitely knew. What else did your master say about this Mirage? Lu Yin was curious. The deranged old man shook his head bitterly. Master was about to go crazy at that time. His mouth was always full of words. He raised his head with a complicated look in his eyes. Ascending to the primordial realm, overcoming hardship and obtaining eternal life. Master has been saying these words for many years. His madness has also brought me madness. I don't know what these words mean, but I know that every time Master Lin spoke he was filled with excitement. When Master said those words he was very excited. Everything in the outside world had nothing to do with him. The Bai clan didn't have a good time at that time, and it was because of those words. Lu Yin frowned. Ascending to the primordial realm? overcoming hardship, obtaining eternal life. A mere 9 words were enough to drive a half-martial ancestor mad? No matter how he looked at it, these words should have been said by a quack like Xianxia. The door of the new inn opened and cultivators from the battlefield entered one by one. Some were bathed in blood while others were carefree. The inn became lively. The Void Change Realm elder poured tea, not caring about his status at all. The deranged old man's gaze was still on Lu Yin. Estate Lord, if possible, please help me and avenge the Bai family. I'm begging you. Lu Yin looked at him. You don't have to ask. If possible, I will promise you before I complete it. Thank you, thank you. The deranged old man sighed. Right, don't worry about me. My life has no meaning. You don't have to take the risk to kill the Void Transformation Realm Corpse King. You think I'm taking a risk? Lu Yin asked. The deranged old man froze and looked at his arm again. Lu Yin had loosened his grip at some point, but his wrinkled clothes reminded him that Lu Yin had easily suppressed his aura. With such strength, killing a Void Transformation Realm Corpse King might not be a risk. The deranged old man was certain that Lu Yin had secrets, but this was not something he could ask. At that moment, the door opened again and Lu Yin suddenly turned around to see a woman walking in. Their gazes met and both of them were stunned by what they saw. Lu Yin stared blankly. Mistress? Why was she here? Right, she was helping to defend against the Six Paths Society. Was this the Void God Spacetime? At this moment, the Misty Ancestor was just as surprised as Lu Yin. In fact, she might even be more surprised. She had never expected to see Lu Yin in a new inn in the Void God Spacetime border battlefield. Even in her wildest dreams, she had seen through his disguise. She was so shocked that she froze in place. This was unimaginable for a progenitor, especially one from 9 mountains and 8 seas. Mistress Ancestor only walked in when someone urged her, walking towards Lu Yin step by step. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he shook his head. Mistress Ancestor saw this and walked past him to sit at an adjacent table. The deranged old man was still expressing his gratitude, whispering something to Lu Yin. Lu Yin tapped the table. You can cook now. Can't you see that we have guests? As for your life, keep it for yourself. The deranged old man stood up and bowed deeply. Thank you, Manor Head. Mistress Ancestor raised a brow. Manor Head? This title was not simple. This was definitely not the kid's first time here. How long had he been here? He must have come into contact with the Six Paths Society a long time ago. No wonder he was always in seclusion. The old man poured tea. Mistress Ancestor sat calmly watching the steam rise from the tea. Although it was not good tea, drinking it on the battlefield was a different experience. Is this your first time here? Lu Yin looked at the Mist Ancestor with a smile. The old man looked at Lu Yin and then at Mistress Ancestor. This is the Manor Head of the Void God Spacetime's Manor Head. He was reminding Mistress Ancestor. Mistress Ancestor did not reveal any of her aura. Here, as long as she was willing, Chosun could not see through her cultivation. No matter how one looked at her, she seemed weak. Weak women were easily protected. Mistress Ancestor was indifferent as she watched the old man leave. It has nothing to do with you. Lu Yin smiled. Don't be so cold. It's rare for us to meet on the battlefield, so it must be fate. I don't need such fate. Mistress Ancestor sipped her tea. Lu Yin wanted to say something else, but Chosun looked at him. Manor Head Shen 7, this lady doesn't seem to welcome you. That has nothing to do with you, boss, Lu Yin said. Chosun stared at Lu Yin. It's not easy on the battlefield. If you can help her kill her enemies, then stay. If not, please give her some quiet space. Lu Yin was helpless. All right, then I'll be leaving. Boss Cho, I'll be back soon. He then walked towards the door. Thank you. Mistress Ancestor looked at Chosun. This was a progenitor. Chosun nodded. These are the rules of my new inn. He then left. Mistress Ancestor watched him leave, thinking that he was an interesting person. Lu Yin looked at the door and left the new inn. Before he left, he looked back and met Mistress Ancestor's eyes. Mistress Ancestor's departure from the void was related to Ancestor Long's death. He wanted to take revenge for Ancestor Long, but Qing Kong was not so easy to deal with. Lu Yin did not know if Qing Kong was still alive, and even if Mistress Ancestor found him, could she really kill Qing Kong? After his battle with Elder Mo, Lu Yin had a new understanding of true powerhouses. He closed the door and returned to the Red Domain. Half a year had passed since Xian 7 had left seclusion. It had been peaceful, and aside from a few visits, there had not been any major events. Lu Yin had nothing to do, so he would catch some spies, visit Su Heng and Su Leng, or chat with Su Wuji. He was leisurely until he received news that the opportunity he had been waiting for had arrived. Luo Shan had been caught up in the battle between Celestial Victor and the Corpse God in the endless battlefield and had been heavily injured. His status was unknown and he was missing. This news came from Wendy Yushan. Over the past half a year, Lu Yin had been trying to contact her, but he could not reach Limitless directly. Only powerhouses were qualified to do so. Fortunately, Wendy Yushan knew the importance of Luo Shan's information, and she had tried to send it to the Fifth Mainland. Lu Yin had already arranged for people from the Fifth Mainland to return to the Void God spacetime every 2 days to inform him of the news from the Above Heaven sect. This was how he could obtain timely information on Luo Shan. At this moment, Luo Shan's information should have reached the powerhouses of the Six-Way Association. Lu Yin found Su Wuji and requested to meet the Void Master. Su Wuji was shocked. "You want to meet the Void Master?" "Why?" Lu Yin replied, "Back at the Void Gate I had something to tell him." Su Wuji did not pursue the matter. "I might not be able to bring you to meet the Void Master. Let's try." A few days later, Su Wuji brought Lu Yin to the Void Master's location. Another half a month passed. In the hyperspace, Bai Qian represented Master Wei and proposed to the Grand Empyrean to abolish the Three Monarchs spacetime as one of the Six-Way Association. The reason was that Luo Shan's status was unknown, and Mu Jun was missing. The Three Monarchs spacetime could not rely on the Genesis space to hold on. They should find a replacement from the endless battlefield's 62 parallel universes. The Grand Empyrean did not reject this proposal, but he did not agree to it either. However, no one knew that the Grand Empyrean did not agree to this proposal. What was important was that Bai Qian could represent Master Wei and propose this to the Grand Empyrean. Master Wei was in seclusion and Bai Qian could represent the hyperspace. This was what Lu Yin wanted. There was no better time than now. As he thought about this, Lu Yin headed to the Three Monarchs spacetime and found Chen Lu. It was time to change the Six-Way Association's structure. Chapter 2781. At the bottom of the stairs, little Ling clan members were flying happily. Bai Qian looked at them and her mood was quite relaxed. Old's voice sounded. "My lord, the proposal to abolish the Three Monarchs spacetime has not been approved by the Dimensional Master. Will this cause the Dimensional Master to be disgusted?" Bai Qian said lightly. Luo Shan and the Yu clan plotted against the Dimensional Master. At this moment, Luo Shan is missing. Taking the opportunity to eliminate the Three Monarchs spacetime is helping the Dimensional Master. Oldswa felt uneasy. Such a big matter was not discussed with the Dimensional Master. Once the Dimensional Master came out, how could he explain it? But he couldn't influence Bai Qian's decision. Bai Qian's eyes flickered. It was very risky to do so. Although the Dimensional Master definitely wanted to deal with Luo Shan, he had his own plan. If she did this, it would definitely destroy his plan. But now the arrow was on the bow and had to be released. Only by making the origin space one of the 6 direction guilds could she further cooperate with Lu Yin and get out of this cage. This was her only goal. No one knew when the Dimensional Master would come out. Perhaps when he came out, Lu Yin would not only solve the Three Monarchs spacetime, but also help her deal with the Dimensional Master. In the Three Monarchs spacetime, Qin Lu finally waited for Lu Yin. Since Lu Yin swaggered around the Three Monarchs spacetime, he especially wanted to talk to this person. Now the opportunity finally came. "What do you want to do?" Qin Lu stared at Lu Yin and asked in a suppressed voice. Lu Yin laughed. "You seem to like to ask this kind of question." Qin Lu said angrily, "You made me lose face in the Three Monarchs spacetime. If the Star Lord didn't come out, how could I step down?" "Then don't step down." Lu Yin looked at Qin Lu. "Luo Shan is missing, you know." Qin Li's eyes flashed. "I just got the news." Lu Yin and Qin Lu looked at each other. "It's time to kick the Three Monarchs spacetime out." Qin Li's face twitched. "What do you want to do?" Lu Yin's mouth curved. "Are you willing to do it?" Qin Li's eyes flickered. He looked at Lu Yin and didn't speak. Lu Yin didn't urge him and waited quietly. After a while, Qin Lu said, "With the attitude of the origin space, they will not agree." Lu Yin laughed. "So you don't dare?" Qin Li's eyes narrowed. "You lied to me." "What did I lie to? Why didn't you tell me about the feud between the Lu family and the reincarnation universe?" These words had been buried in Chen Li's heart for a very long time. In the beginning he truly hadn't known, but when the passage had opened and the three monarch spacetimes had confronted the above heaven sect, Lu Yin had entered the Six Direction Society's field of vision. As a progenitor, Qin Lu had also understood the above heaven sect, Lu Yin, and the truth behind the Lu family's exile. These things could be investigated if he wanted to, but he had never thought about it. It was also because of these things that he regretted working with Lu Yin. If he had known that Lu Yin was an enemy of the reincarnation spacetime and the Shaoying divinity, he would never have cooperated. He would rather take the risk of being controlled by Mr. Daheng to avoid Lu Yin. Lu Yin watched as Chen Li's calm expression turned into anger and he couldn't help but laugh. Chen Lu, oh Chen Lu, to think that you're such a coward despite being an extreme powerhouse. Chen Lu clenched his fists. Back when you were the head of the Mo courtyard, you were controlled by Mr. Daheng and worked for him. You broke through to the Lamita realm and cooperated with me because you were afraid of Mr. Daheng. You were afraid that he would continue to control you, and you were also worried that Luo Shan would find out about you. You're so afraid of this and that. How can you be an extreme powerhouse? Chen Lu said angrily. Aren't you also afraid of the great heavenly venerables and willing to be punished to go to the endless battlefield? Am I an extreme powerhouse? Lu Yin shouted. Chen Lu was stunned. Lu Yin continued, what age am I? What cultivation level am I at? You know very well what I've experienced. What about the great heavenly venerables? They are of the same generation as the primogenitor of the primordial space. Above the three realms and six paths, even the patriarch of the Lu family may have to address the great heavenly venerables as senior. I, Lu Yin, have not even reached a fraction of the great heavenly venerables cultivation level. If I were of the same generation, there would be no great heavenly venerables today. If I reach the Lamita realm, what can the great heavenly venerables do to me? What I'm worried about is the celestial sect. They are my family, friends, people I care about and people I want to protect. What about you? You only care about yourself. You only care about what will happen to you. Have you ever had a statue built for you? Have you ever been truly revered, cared for and prayed for? Have you ever become the pillar of support in some people's hearts? Chen Lu clenched his fists and seemed to think of something. His breathing quickened. Don't say it. Lu Yin shouted. Have you ever cared about anyone? Don't say it. Chen Lu roared, staring at Lu Yin like a mad lion. Lu Yin also stared at him. Chen Lu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. After a while he calmed down. I don't want to be a tool for your Lu family to take revenge on the reincarnation spacetime. Lu Yin said in a deep voice. Now let the primordial space become one of the six paths. Chen Lu struggled. He was worried about Lu Yin's revenge, worried about the reincarnation spacetime, but also worried about Mr. Daheng and Luo Shan. He was worried about too many things, causing his heart to be in a mess. I might as well tell you, even if the primordial space can't become one of the six paths, the three sovereign spacetime will inevitably leave the six paths, Lu Yin said. Chen Lu was shocked. The three sovereign spacetime will leave the six paths? Luo Shan is missing and you know where Mu Jun is. As for the Star Lord, I already know the location of those people from the Starfall spacetime. Do you think she can escape? The three sovereign spacetime does not live up to its name. If this spacetime is supported by the four-side scale, do you think the Grand Empyrean will still let this spacetime become one of the six paths? Will Master Wei agree? Don't forget, Luo Shan joined forces with the Shaoyin divinity and the Yu family to attack him. Master Wei has long wanted to destroy Luo Shan and solve the three sovereign spacetime, but he has never had the chance. Now the opportunity is just right. I received news that the hyperspace has proposed to the Grand Empyrean to abolish the three sovereign spacetime and let it become one of the endless battlefield. Then find a parallel spacetime to replace the three sovereign spacetime. Even if it is not the primordial space, it will be another parallel spacetime, and this spacetime will forever remain in the endless battlefield. Cultivation is cruel. No one cares about old feelings and will forever retain the three sovereign spacetime. The strong will rise and the weak will be eliminated. This is the rule of survival in the universe. Chen Lu did not believe it, but Lu Yin was right. Master Wei would indeed deal with the three sovereign spacetime. Now that Mu Jun was captured by Lu Yin and Luo Jun was missing, once the Star Lord left, this spacetime would be completely destroyed. Rely on the four-side scale to retain the position of the paths? How was that possible? This spacetime was already riddled with holes. You still don't believe me? You think that the four-side scale's progenitors can help you defend the three sovereign spacetime? Lu Yin looked at Qin Lu and sneered, then what if the above heaven sect starts a war with the four-side scale? Qin Li's body trembled as he looked at Lu Yin in shock. Lu Yin's gaze was deep and cold. You know the enmity between me and the four-side scale. We can start a war at any time. Lung Qing has broken through to the progenitor realm, Mu Jun has submitted, and I have a way to make the Star Lords submit as well. Do you think I will be afraid of a few more progenitors? The Grand Empyrean said that the Six-Side Society is not allowed to enter the primordial space as they wish, but he can't interfere with the internal affairs of the primordial space. Once the war starts, even if it's just the beginning, Bai Sheng and the others can return. Qin Lu retorted. Bai Sheng and the others were ordered by the Grand Empyrean to defend the Six-Side Society. How can they return? So, the condition for stopping the war is that they cannot stay in the three sovereign spacetime and help defend the Six-Side Society, not the three sovereign spacetime. Qin Lu looked at Lu Yin with fear. This person was too vicious, using this condition to force Bai Sheng and the others to give up the three sovereign spacetime. If they succeeded, the three sovereign spacetime would no longer have any powerhouses. How could it still be called the Six-Side Society? Even if the Grand Empyrean wanted to preserve the three sovereign spacetime, where would the three sovereign spacetime find the powerhouses to protect it? Qin Lu didn't know if the remaining forces of the four-side scale could fight against the above heaven sect. He didn't understand Bai Wang Yuan's and Wang Fan's strength at all. He could only calculate from the numbers. The remaining three progenitors of the four-side scale couldn't stop so many progenitors from the above heaven sect. This result was very easy to achieve. Of course, Lu Yin was just scaring Qin Lu. Bai Wang Yuan, Wang Fan and Xia Xinji weren't easy to deal with, and with the unfathomable Bai Xiener and their relationship with the reincarnation spacetime, they would be even more difficult to deal with. Now was not the time to start the war. At the very least, he had to wait until the Genesis space became one of the six-side societies and until he understood Bai Wang Yuan's strength. However, this didn't stop him from scaring Qin Lu. This person was too suspicious, and Lu Yin was certain that every word he said would cause a heavy blow. The Grand Empyrean forbids anyone from casually stepping into the Genesis space. Can I join the above heaven sect? Qin Li's tone softened. Lu Yin smiled. If you step in, you'll be an outsider. If you join the above heaven sect, you'll be one of us. Why can't the Grand Empyrean allow one of us to return? Qin Lu still had some misgivings. If you're really afraid, then go to the Void God spacetime. I'll invite you as Xianxia and no one will say anything. Qin Lu sighed. What about that passage? I've already found 3 origin array heavenly masters who can reseal the passage. Without Luo Shan's obstruction, no one can stop me from sealing the passage. When the time comes, this place will become one of the endless battlefields. Senior Qin Lu, welcome to the above heaven sect. Qin Lu looked at Lu Yin in a daze. The above heaven sect? In the end he was forced to join. Lu Yin also breathed a sigh of relief. This Qin Lu was the biggest obstacle. This person was cooperating on the surface, but in fact he couldn't wait for Lu Yin to die. Before entering the endless battlefields, he and Qin Lu had looked at each other and saw the look in the depths of this person's eyes that couldn't wait for Lu Yin to die. This person was not sincerely seeking refuge but was forced to do so. If possible, it would be best to appoint a general. After dealing with Qin Lu, it would be simple to deal with Star Monarch. Lu Yin confirmed again and again that Qin Lu had guaranteed that Star Monarch cared about the people from the Starshade universe the most. The Starshade universe was one of the endless battlefields, and Star Monarch had transferred the people from her hometown from the Starshade universe and placed them in the Three Sovereigns universe. Qin Lu couldn't come forward to prevent the negotiation from being exposed. Lu Yin also didn't meet Star Monarch with Xianxi's appearance. Instead, he returned to his own appearance, restrained his cultivation, came to the Rainbow Wall, and secretly met Star Monarch. Chapter 2782. Star-Lord stood on the Rainbow Wall and looked into the distance in a daze. She had already received news of Luo Shan's disappearance and felt uneasy. She did not like Luo Shan, but she did not hate him either. After so many years without Luo Shan, she could not protect those people in the Starshine universe. At most, she could guard in dangerous places like the endless battlefield. Although they were husband and wife on the surface, she and Luo Shan did not speak more than 3 sentences a year. They did not even meet each other. This relationship had been maintained for a long time and she wanted to continue it. However, Luo Shan's disappearance was bad news for the Three Sovereigns universe. Once Luo Shan died, what would happen to this universe? What would happen to the people she wanted to protect? Star-Lord, who had always been calm, had complicated emotions at this moment. I said no one is allowed to approach, Star-Lord said faintly. Her sovereign aura swept behind her as she sensed that someone was coming. If it were any other time she would at most throw him down, but at this moment her mood was complicated and she was a little heavy-handed. However, the person behind her did not move. Star-Lord suddenly turned around and saw Lu Yin. It's you. Lu Yin smiled faintly. Senior Star-Lord, we meet again. Star-Lord said coldly, hiding the head and showing the tail shouldn't be done by you, Master Lu. I can't let others know that I'm looking for you today. Otherwise it will be bad for you, Lu Yin said. Star-Lord was puzzled. What do you mean? Lu Yin turned on his gadget and a screen appeared. On it was a scene of a group of people living. Those people were very ordinary and there was nothing special about them, but in Star-Lord's eyes there was a change. For her, who had always been calm, to have such a change was equivalent to losing her color. How do you know about them? Star-Lord's aura was unstable as she looked at Lu Yin with coldness and killing intent. Lu Yin turned off the screen and put away his gadget. Luo Shan is missing and I am about to declare war on the Four Sovereigns universe and force Bai Sheng and the others to go back or help defend against other parallel universes, leaving only you and Chen Lu in the Three Sovereigns universe. Senior, do you think this is okay? Star-Lord stared at Lu Yin for a while before calmly turning her gaze away. You want me to join the sect above heaven? Lu Yin smiled. It's easy to talk to smart people. Yes, but on one condition, Star-Lord replied. Lu Yin raised his brows as he had not expected Tai Bai Jinxing to agree so readily. He swallowed the words that he had been about to say. What condition? Migrate the three monarchs spacetime. The people here are innocent. Your heavenly sect should be able to take them away. Lu Yin agreed as this was part of his plan. He was the one who had single-handedly turned the Three Sovereigns spacetime continuum into one of the endless battlefields, which meant that the people here could not be allowed to remain. Otherwise, if the Eternals invaded, they would all die. Lu Yin's conscience could not bear it as he was not sovereign Shaoyin. The heavenly sect's half-martial ancestors and ancestor realm experts were more than enough to take them away in the shortest time possible. You don't miss this place? The Star Sovereign's back was to Lu Yin as he gazed into the distance. War has been going on for far too long. The universe in my eyes is always like this, filled with slaughter and blood. Pairs of scarlet vertical eyes often appear and it's hard to shake them off. Extreme experts are humans too. There are times when they want to escape. Just treat it as me trying to escape. Once we reach the Sky Sect, I won't help you with anything. Lu Yin nodded, as you wish. What about Luo Shan? Lord Tai Bai Jinxing said bitterly. He has always been helping me. Without him I would not have been able to protect my hometown. If one day he needs my help, Daoist Master Lu, I will not sit by and do nothing. Lu Yin did not refuse as this was the Star-Lord's choice. But in the future he and Luo Shan's life and death were inevitable. One Star-Lord could not change the situation. Many people thought that Luo Shan might have died. Not many people could survive the battle between the corpse god and celestial victor. However, Lu Yin knew that Luo Shan would not die so easily. Mu Jun had already told him about Luo Shan, and Lu Yin was certain that Luo Shan was extremely strong. It seemed that the Three Sovereigns universe was at the bottom of the Six Direction Association, but Luo Shan might not be at the bottom. Lu Yin was in a hurry to attack the Three Sovereigns universe because of this. He wanted to deal with Luo Shan before he returned and try his best to keep Luo Shan in the endless battlefield. What do you plan to do with Chen Lu? Lord Tai Bai Jinxing asked. Lu Yin said, leave the Rainbow Wall. You must stay here. What you need to do is to help me isolate Bai Sheng and the others from probing so that I can migrate the Three Sovereigns universe's people to the Fifth Mainland without any hindrance. Of course, you have to deal with those people from Mohe Courtyard first and get them to cooperate with me. Lord Tai Bai Jinxing looked at Lu Yin. What if Bai Sheng and the others detect it midway? Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Then I will declare war on the four cardinal scales and force them to return temporarily or give up on interfering in this matter. Lord Tai Bai Jinxing turned around. Let's do as you say. Whether it was Chen Lu or Lord Tai Bai Jinxing, They did not understand the four cardinal scales at all. Even Luo Shan did not understand. If not for this, Lu Yin would have found it difficult to declare war on the four cardinal scales. In the following time, Lord Tai Bai Jinxing left the Rainbow Wall. Qin Lu cooperated tacitly and pretended not to know anything as he came to guard the Rainbow Wall. Lord Tai Bai Jinxing also helped Lu Yin gather the half-ancestors from Mo He courtyard and forced them to cooperate with Lu Yin in migrating the three sovereigns universes people to the fifth mainland. No one dared to refuse. Lu Yin found Elder Chan, Leng Qing, Lu Bujing, Fate Maiden, and the other half-ancestors and began to migrate the entire three sovereigns universe. On the Xinwu continent, Divine Master Gu Yan, Heavenly Master Xianxia, and Elder Gong came together. They were going to work together to set up a luck path array to seal the passage again and isolate the three sovereigns universe. The three sovereigns universe joined forces to move the fifth mainland. There were more than 20 half-ancestors and progenitors. It took more than 3 months to move the entire three sovereigns universe's people away. After 3 months, the sovereign domain, Upper Monarch Starfield and Lower Monarch Starfield were completely empty. Lu Yin left the sovereign domain and went to Mo He courtyard. He entered the imperial storehouse and looked at the boundless amount of hui crystals and various other resources. These were all his now. Although Luo Shan had brought the most precious items with her, the amount of resources in the imperial storehouse was enough to make Lu Yin sigh in amazement. When he had first looked at the imperial storehouse, he had estimated that there were no less than 1 trillion hui crystals. Now that he had truly entered the storehouse, Lu Yin realized that there were more than 800 billion hui crystals here. This was a terrifying amount of resources. He immediately took these hui crystals to the Above the Sky sect and contacted Yi Xing's people at the same time. Once the Three Sovereigns Universe's Six Paths Association was abolished, the value of hui crystals would plummet, and this amount of hui crystals would be worthless. Lu Yin had to exchange them before that happened. At the same time on the Xinwu continent, Divine Master Gu Yan and the others began to set up a sourcebox array. At the back mountain of the Above the Sky sect, Lu Yin looked at the unknown object swimming in his teacup and then at Zhao Ran. "You've improved." Zhao Ran was delighted. "Thank you, Your Highness." "Your Highness, will that sister from last time come again?" Lu Yin was puzzled. "Which sister?" Zhao Ran thought for a moment and then gestured. Lu Yin did not understand, so she continued to gesture. "Are you talking about Bailan?" Lu Yin could tell. "Why are you asking about her?" Zhao Ran was excited. "She drank a few cups of my tea, but Zhao Ran is out of stock, so I forgot about it at the time. She even said that she hadn't drunk it before and wanted to apologize." Lu Yin smiled. "He's here. He'll be here soon." "Really? Then I'll help her prepare it." Not long after Bailan arrived. Madame Naylan should have been in charge of the Yi Xing exchange in the Genesis space, but she had just joined the Yi Xing and gone to learn, so Bailan was now in charge. "I didn't think that Path Master Lu would contact me so soon." Bailan sat down across from Lu Yin and smiled. Lu Yin smiled. "There's business. Did you bring enough money?" "Why, people always bring enough money when they travel the universe." "How much does Path Master Lu want to exchange? Which parallel universe do you want the money from?" Bailan asked confidently. Lu Yin pointed behind her. Bailan looked over, but there was nothing there. Then the void distorted and the valley opened up. She saw an endless amount of glittering crystals. Bailan had exchanged for a large number of crystals before, but this was the first time she had seen so many of them. Before this, the largest amount she had ever traded had only been 3 trillion, which was already considered a rare large transaction. Furthermore, it had been done by an extremely strong powerhouse. However, this was not because of how valuable these crystals were, but because there were so many of them. "How much is this?" Bailan was shocked. Lu Yin took a sip of tea. 8 trillion. Bailan was stunned. "Pathmaster Lu, you tore down the Rainbow Wall?" Lu Yin laughed. "That's more than 8 trillion, and it's very difficult to exchange the monarch's aura within the Rainbow Wall for hui crystals." Bailan obviously knew this, but she was just amazed. She looked deeply at Lu Yin. Logically speaking, the Yi Xing should not have asked about the origin of the other party's resources, but she was too curious. If there were 8 trillion star essence below, she would not have been curious, but these were hui crystals, which were resources from the 3 monarch spacetimes. How could she not be curious? She dared to guarantee that even the three monarchs might not be able to take out so many Hui crystals at once. Where had this person gotten them? Suddenly, she thought of a possibility. The Emperor's warehouse in the three monarch spacetimes was specifically used to replenish the rainbow wall. Zhou Ran arrived, and when she saw Bailan, she was delighted. "Sister, you're really here? That's great, the tea is ready." Bailan grunted and took the tea. She raised a brow. This was even stranger than the last time. She looked at Zhou Ran. Zhou Ran apologized. "I'm sorry, sister. I'm out of stock. I forgot that you drank my tea and you even drank a few cups." Bailan hurriedly said, "It's fine, you don't have to apologize." Lu Yin looked at her with a faint smile. He knew that she wanted to inquire about him through Zhou Ran, but she had found the wrong person. After Zhou Ran's interruption, Bailan came back to her senses and looked at Lu Yin again. "Path Master Lu, which parallel spacetime do you want to exchange for resources from?" "The Genesis space." Bailan was helpless. "Don't joke around, Path Master Lu. We've only just come into contact with the Genesis space, so how can we help you exchange for such a large amount of resources?" Lu Yin was not surprised. He would have felt uneasy if he could exchange for resources, as that meant that the I Ching's power was terrifying. "The reincarnation spacetime," Lu Yin said. Bailan looked at Lu Yin. "Path Master Lu, this is your first exchange, so let me remind you of something. Although the reincarnation spacetime is also a star essence resource, it might not be easy for you to use it." Lu Yin smiled. "Thank you for the reminder, but the sovereign aura within the Hui crystals is even more difficult to use. It doesn't matter. At worst, I'll exchange for something else in the future, or I'll wait until your I Ching has resources from the Genesis space to exchange for them." Chapter 2783. Bailan blinked and suggested, "Then why don't we keep the Hui crystals and exchange them for resources in the origin space? This way we can save a lot of commission and the exchange rate will be different." Lu Yin shook his head. "There's no need for that. Let's just do it like this." "All right. Since Tao Lord Lu has decided, 8 trillion luminosity crystals can be exchanged for 16 billion star essence in the reincarnation spacetime," Bailan said. Lu Yin was stunned and thought that he had misheard. "How much did you say?" 16 billion star essence. Bailan smiled. Lu Yin's face darkened. "Are you joking with me?" Bailan shrugged. Originally, in the Six Direction Association, the exchange ratio between Reincarnation Universe and Three Monarch Universe resources is 1 to 100. After all, the people who use Hui Crystal are limited to Three Monarch Universe, and the people who cultivate the power of Reincarnation Universe are far more than the cultivators of Three Monarch Universe, so normally, Three Monarch Universe will not exchange Hui Crystal outside because it is too much of a loss. Now that Luo Shan is missing, the exchange ratio of Hui crystals is naturally lowered to about 1 to 500. This is the ratio that your origin space's 4 cardinal scales helped to defend against the Three Monarch spacetime when Luo Shan went missing. Once Luo Shan's death is confirmed, Hui crystals will be completely worthless. Let alone 16 billion, you won't even be able to exchange for 6 billion. Right, Tao Lord Lu, you'll also be giving me a commission of 160 million star essence. Thank you for your patronage. Seeing Bulan's smiling face, Lu Yin decided to send her off. What a joke. Only an idiot would exchange 8 trillion star essence for 16 billion star essence. Lu Yin could easily obtain 16 billion star essence, and as for the Hui crystals, he could use them for himself. The Fates and continent had tricolored soil around his heart. Even though he did not know what it was used for, Lu Yin did not care too much about it. But now it seemed that he would have to expand his scope. If he could use it and still exchanged it like this, there would be something wrong with his brain. What a loss. Not only did he not succeed in the exchange, but I Ching also knew that he had such a large sum of Hui crystals. He would definitely be able to guess something. But it didn't matter. He was ready to lay his cards on the table. The Three Monarchs universe was over. As long as Bai Sheng and the others did not deliberately enter the Three Monarchs spacetime, they would not be able to sense it. They also did not have the habit of caring about the Three Monarchs spacetime. But the passage was different. It was not only about the Three Monarchs spacetime, but also about their own fate. Once the passage was sealed, they would have no way to return to the starry sky of trees and could only rely on the help of the Six Paths Association. When Divine Master Gu Yen and the others began to set up a source box array to seal off the passage, Ancestor Ghost Abyss was the first to discover the problem. They would not leave their fate in the hands of others. Even if the Three Monarchs universe would not allow the Fifth Mainland to seal the passage again, they would still keep an eye on it. Several old ancestors who helped to defend this starry sky had also discussed it and decided to take turns to monitor it. This was something that the people from the Three Monarchs universe did not know. Ancestor Ghost Abyss looked back at the three sovereigns' time and space, looking in the direction of the passage, and a burst of uneasiness made his heart beat faster. The stronger one's cultivation was, the more intuition one would have. At this moment he was being led by this intuition. His gaze was fixed on the passage, and the more he looked, the more uneasy he felt. He hesitated for a moment. It was better to go and take a look. Thinking of this, he left the rainbow wall. The Star Sovereign's expression changed. He immediately wanted to stop her, but someone was faster than him. It was Qinlu. Qinlu subconsciously went forward to stop him. They could not wait for the Star Venerate at all to prevent the Star Venerate from being unable to stop the Ghost Abyss ancestor. Qinlu appeared not far from the Ghost Abyss ancestor and asked, "Ancestor Ghost Abyss, why aren't you guarding the rainbow wall? What are you doing?" The Ghost Abyss ancestor frowned. "Qinlu, right? Why aren't you guarding the rainbow wall?" "I saw you leave, so I came to ask. The Forgotten Ruin God can attack the rainbow wall at any time, so we can't be careless. Looking at your direction, are you going back to the origin space? That won't do. Lord Luo has ordered that no powerhouse guarding the rainbow wall can leave at will. He told me to keep an eye on you," Qinlu said bluntly. The Ghost Abyss ancestor was dissatisfied. He was Wang Fan. Although he was cooperating with the Luo Shan, what right did the Luo Shan have to order him around? If they were not afraid of the Grand Empyreans, they would not have helped defend the Three Monarchs spacetime. "You want to restrict my freedom?" The Ghost Abyss ancestor's tone turned cold. Bai Xing, Xiaxia and the others saw what was happening and were somewhat puzzled. Qinlu should not have interacted with them. Even if they were fighting with the Eternals, this person would use his archery skills to stay far away. Taixing Jun watched Qinlu block the Ghost Abyss ancestor inside. She had asked Lu Yin how to deal with Qinlu before, and Lu Yin's attitude was vague. She had guessed that Qinlu might have already defected, and now it was confirmed. How long had the passage been connected? This above heaven's path master had actually incited Qinlu and her to defect. If Mu Jun had not disappeared then. Suddenly, Taixing Jun's expression changed. Qinlu, her, Mu Jun and Lord Luo had all met with mishaps. They had either disappeared or defected. Could all of this be related to this person? Although this guess was somewhat absurd, and before the passage was connected, this person had nothing to do with the Three Monarchs spacetime. It was reasonable to say that Mu Jun's disappearance could not be related to him. But for some reason, when she thought of this possibility, countless voices told her that this was the case. Lu Yin had acted against Mu Jun. He had been preparing and had been watching the Three Monarchs spacetime. From the beginning to the end, it was not the Three Monarchs spacetime that had schemed against him, but he had schemed against them. All of this was an illusion that the Three Monarchs spacetime, the Six Direction Society, and even the Grand Empyreans could not see through. All of this was Lu Yin's doing. He made Mu Jun disappear, incited Qinlu to defect, and then used the people of the Starfall spacetime and Luo Shan's encounter in the endless battlefield to instigate her to defect. Step by step his calculations were perfect. Could it be? Taixing Jun looked at the confrontation between Qinlu and the Ghost Abyss ancestor, and this crazy possibility kept occupying her mind. Could it be? Could it be? If not, how could Lu Yin incite Qinlu to defect to her in such a short time? How could he take away the people of the Starfall spacetime? How did he know that her weakness was the people of the Starfall spacetime? The time was too short, so short that he should not have found out all of this, but he did. It was as if he had recorded all the steps and walked step by step as if he was playing chess according to the chess book, and she and the others were his chess pieces. Thinking of this possibility, Taixing Jun's face turned pale. If this is the case, this person is too terrifying. How long has he been watching the Three Monarchs spacetime? In the starry sky, Qinli's expression softened. "Old Ancestor Gui Yuan, please don't blame me. I don't mean to restrict your freedom, but the Rainbow Wall is too important to my Three Monarchs spacetime, so I have to be careful. Once you leave, the Forgotten Ruins God will start a war and break through the Rainbow Wall, and my Three Monarchs spacetime will be finished." Lord Luojun is fighting in the endless battlefield, so we have to help him guard the rainbow wall. Old Ancestor Gui Yuan said coldly, "Don't leave. I'm just looking at the passage." With that said, he was about to walk towards the passage. Qinlu blocked him again. "What's there to see about the passage? Don't worry, the origin space can't move the passage, so I'll keep an eye on it. Compared to me, Old Ancestor Gui Yuan, your strength is more suitable to guard the rainbow wall." Old Ancestor Gui Yuan was not stupid. Qinlu moved 3 times, trying to block his way every time. He felt that something was wrong. "Get out of the way." Qinlu frowned. "What do you want to do?" "I think you're not looking at the passage but going back to the origin space." "I'll say it again, get out of the way." Old Ancestor Gui Yuan's body was boiling with death aura. Then his expression changed drastically. "Not good, the passage is about to be sealed." He directly attacked Qinlu, the pearl halberd sweeping across. Qinli's heart sank. He was discovered. He no longer hid and raised his hand to shoot an arrow. The arrow shot towards Old Ancestor Gui Yuan, but it was deflected by the pearl halberd. "You've joined the Above Heaven sect?" Old Ancestor Gui Yuan stared at Qinlu in disbelief. Xia Zhen and Bai Xing walked out together and headed towards the passage. Star-Lord was helpless. Since that was the case, she raised her hand and endless majestic monarch aura swept out from the rainbow wall, sweeping the 3 monarch space-time cultivators guarding the rainbow wall towards the passage. It was time to leave. This starry sky had become a dead zone. Bai Xing and the others immediately noticed the change in the rainbow wall. "Star-Lord, what are you doing?" Outside the rainbow wall, the Eternal Race's Corpse King appeared. They also noticed the change and began to fight the 3 monarchs space-time. Bai Xing and the others were at a loss. What was going on? The 2 progenitors of the 3 monarchs space-time had given up on guarding the rainbow wall and joined the Above Heaven sect. Because they had to leave with the cultivators guarding the rainbow wall, Star-Lord transferred half of the rainbow wall's monarch aura to bring them away, so the rest of the rainbow wall was useless. Old Ancestor Gui Yuan, Bai Xing and Xia Zhen all attacked Qinlu. Qinli's scalp went numb. He had experienced the power of the progenitors in the primal space, and he didn't dare to face them head-on. He only wanted to retreat from the primal space. As for the Grand Empyrean's order that no one from the 6 monarchs space-time could enter the primal space without permission, he could only believe Lu Yin's words. They were no longer people of the 3 monarchs space-time, but people of the Above Heaven sect in the primal space. If he wanted to leave, he could only go all the way. However, it wasn't so easy for him to retreat. How could he leave so easily when facing Old Ancestor Gui Yuan and the others? Fortunately, Old Zhen and Leng Qing walked out from the passage, causing Old Ancestor Gui Yuan and the others to feel apprehensive. At this moment, Old Ancestor Gui Yuan and the others stared at Qinlu and blocked Star-Lord. Old Zhen and Leng Qing met them head-on. Further south was the Eternal Race's Corpse King. The Eternal Race had broken through the rainbow wall and officially entered the 3 monarchs space-time. "The 3 of you, let's go back to your home." Old Zhen stepped aside and said. Old Ancestor Gui Yuan said in a low voice, "You want the 3 monarchs space-time to be invaded by the Eternal Race, so that you can deprive the 3 monarchs space-time of its identity as a member of the 6 Direction Association?" Old Zhen said indifferently, "Since you already know, why say it again?" Bai Xing stared at Qinlu in surprise. "You can agree to this? Aren't you afraid that Luoshan will come back and kill you?" Xia Zhen looked at Star-Lord. "You are Luoshan's wife, what are you planning to do?" Qinli's voice was cold. "It has nothing to do with you. At this moment, the 3 monarch space-time is already a dead zone. There's not a single person. Either you go back or stay here and fight the Eternal Race, it's up to you." Chapter 2784. Ancestor Gui Yuan and the other 2 looked at each other. Of course, they couldn't stay in the 3 monarchs universe. Everyone in the 3 monarchs universe had run away. What would they do if they stayed? Was he courting death? Moreover, they couldn't be blamed for this. It wasn't that they didn't want to help defend against the 6 Directions sect, but that the 3 monarchs space-time had been destroyed, and they couldn't go to other parallel space-time. "Let's go back." Ancestor Gui Yuan was very straightforward. He restrained his aura, indicating that he would not attack. Then he walked toward the passage. Qinlu felt that it was a pity. According to the plan, they should have left these 3 old things here, but they had been discovered in advance, so they could only do this. Bai Xing has an absurd feeling. A year ago, Luo Shan was high-spirited and joined forces with the Four Sides Balance to threaten the heavenly sect. Zhou Xian was so scared that he wanted to rely on the Three Sovereigns universe, but now it's like this. How long had it been? How did he do it? Ancestor Gui Yuan and Xiazhen also found it hard to believe, but they had no one to answer their questions. It was already good enough that they could return to the starry sky of trees. Soon the Three Sovereigns' time and space completely became a dead zone. The passageway was sealed once again. In the reincarnation spacetime, there was a region called Jutian. The 9 heavens represented the 9 sages. At their peak, the Grand Empyrean ordered the 3 9 sages to stand behind him. The 9 sages stood under the Grand Empyrean and commanded reincarnation. No one dared to disobey. And below the 9 heavens 10 earths, there was a heavenly gate. Anyone who wanted to see the Grand Empyrean had to enter through the heaven gate and report to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. There were only a few exceptions who could traverse the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The Void Lord was one of them. At that moment, the Void Master was standing on top of the clouds, looking into the distance. There was no one around, but his expression was respectful, as if he was facing the vast sky. You're suggesting that the origin space become one of the 6 direction associations? An ethereal voice came from afar. Even Void Master could not tell whether the voice was male or female, or where it came from. It was as if the world itself was responding. Void Master nodded. Senior has already abolished the 3 monarchs and became one of the 6 direction associations. Therefore I suggest that the primordial space, which has a lot of experts, should fill the gap. This way we can pull the experts of the primordial space into the camp to fight against the Eternals, and we can also maintain the order of the endless battlefield. Senior, you know very well that it's not easy to transfer a piece of parallel spacetime from the endless battlefield to complete the hexagon order. The Eternals won't let it go. It will be a war that will involve many extreme powerhouses. Our hexagon order isn't willing to take on such a war. But we can't do without the 6 Directions Guild. I think the primordial space is the most suitable. Clouds drifted across the sky, bringing with them a strange fragrance. A rainbow hung in the air. A woman walked past, her beauty incomparable. When she saw the Void Master, she bowed respectfully. Void Master waited for Grand Empyrean's reply. Void armor. The Void Master bowed. Yes. Did you just come up with this idea, or have you already discussed it with others? The Void Master did not dare to hide anything. I've already discussed it with Shangu. Shangu agreed. The Void Master replied, as long as it doesn't trigger a war, he will agree. The Lost Clan can't afford any losses. Don't underestimate the Lost Clan. They are different from us. The Void Master was puzzled. What did he mean? The Grand Empyrean had said this more than once, but he had never explained it to him. In front of a Grand Empyrean he was a junior. No one knew how long the Grand Empyrean had existed. The 6 Directions Guild seemed to be equal, but aside from Mu Shikong, who could barely talk in front of a Grand Empyrean, the others were all juniors, including Shangu. Of course, in front of outsiders, they all said that they were equal to the Grand Empyrean. As for the Grand Empyrean's strength, no one knew. Luo Shan was punished to go to the endless battlefield. If this happened to him, he did not know if he would refuse, because he had never thought that he would be punished by a Grand Empyrean. The Grand Empyrean should save face for them, but what if he didn't? Although the Void God Guild was much stronger than the 3 Monarch Guilds, they were all the same in the eyes of the Grand Empyrean. He did not know the difference between him and the Grand Empyrean, but he estimated that if the Grand Empyrean wanted to kill him, it would not be difficult. The 3 Monarch Guilds have been destroyed, leaving only 5 6 Directions Guilds. They don't live up to their name, so we do need to add one. But you know that I don't like the primordial space. The Void Master respectfully said, then just treat it as using the primordial space to fight against the eternal race. To be able to serve the Grand Empyrean is the primordial space's blessing. You sure know how to talk. The Void Master was helpless. He would be slapped to death. As usual, let's vote. 5 parallel universes are just right. The Void Master agreed and fulfilled his promise to Lu Yin. Originally, he would not have helped Lu Yin with this matter. After all, everyone knew that the Grand Empyrean did not like the primordial space. What right did Lu Yin have to offend the Grand Empyrean? However, that brat had unexpectedly obtained the martial law Celestial Eye, so he had not noticed it. Coupled with his friendship with Wu Tian, the Void Master had unknowingly agreed to help Lu Yin. Not long after, the Grand Empyrean's voice rang out. The Void God Guild, the Lost Clan, and Hyperspace have all agreed. There is no need to ask the Woodwood Guild. Let's do it this way. Let the Primordial Space become one of the 6 Directions Guilds. The Void Master was overjoyed. Yes. He had not expected Hyperspace to agree. The Void Master's seclusion should have been approved by that woman called Bai Qian. Have the Lu family's son come see me. The Void Master was stunned. Are you talking about the Primordial Space's Dao Master? Dao Master? He is far from qualified. These 2 words will bring him trouble. However, it does not matter. The Lu family's people are dead or alive. Since the Primordial Space is one of the 6 Direction Associations, it must have a ruler. If the Lu family's son wants to be the ruler, then have him come see me. If he does not dare, then whoever can come see me in Jutian City and obtain my approval will be the ruler of the Primordial Space. The Void Master bowed. Understood. Junior will take his leave. The Grand Empyrean's words were meant for the Primordial Space to hear and passed on through the Void Master. However, the Void Master would only pass this message to Lu Yin. The 4 direction scales and the astral tree had nothing to do with him. Information was a weapon. If the 4 direction scales knew about the Grand Empyrean, they would definitely think of ways to come to Jutian City. However, they did not know. The Primordial Space was divided into the 5th continent and the astral tree. Neither side was willing to submit to the other. Whoever could obtain the Grand Empyrean's approval and become the ruler would obtain the resources of the 6 direction associations and even obtain their help in dealing with the other side. This was the meaning of the Grand Empyrean's words. Just as the Void Master left, a piece of news spread to Jutian City. The Lu family's son is quite capable to completely destroy the 3 sovereigns' spacetime and instigated a rebellion. Master, how should we deal with this? Forget it. Let them be. The Primordial Space is already one of the 6 direction associations. That brat Void Jia's timing is quite accurate. Disciple will investigate. No need. It's just for fun. I'm really curious about the Lu family's son. Now that the Lu family has been exiled, what will his attitude be when he meets me? Lu Yin quickly received news from the Void Master and his heart sank. Meeting the Grand Empyrean was not child's play. The Grand Empyrean was of the same generation as the primogenitor and was an old monster who had lived for an extremely long time. Old Monster Mo was already quite troublesome to deal with, but Old Monster Mo should be no different from a child in front of the Grand Empyrean. Most importantly, the Grand Empyrean hated the Primordial Space. It was because of this attitude that the Shaoyin divinity had suggested that the Lu family bear the blame and be exiled. The root of all of this was the Grand Empyrean. It was too early to meet the Grand Empyrean now, but this was a necessary step for the 6 direction associations. Lu Yin had already expected this, but now that it was actually happening he still had to be prepared. No matter what, he was certain that the Grand Empyrean would not act against him. With Mr. Mu's guarantee, Lu Yin actually did not fear the Grand Empyrean. The reason why he had listened to the Grand Empyrean's punishment and gone to the endless battlefield was because he had been afraid of the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages, the Grand Empyrean's influence in the 6 direction associations and Luo Shan. A single word from the Grand Empyrean could end the Above Heaven sect, and with just a little bit of support, Luo Shan could join forces with the 4 direction scales to start a war. This was not something that Lu Yin could handle. Now that he had become one of the 6 direction associations he no longer had any misgivings. If he only had to face the Grand Empyrean, then who cared? Even if the sky collapsed, Mr. Mu would hold it up. The Primordial Space was already one of the 6 direction associations, which gave Lu Yin a sense of security. Even if he offended the Grand Empyrean, he would not be attacked by the 6 direction associations. Even if that did not work out, there was still the Eternals. Lu Yin did not know why the Eternals valued him so much. There was the Witch Spirit God's scheme, the Black Wuxian's 100,000-year opportunity, and the Forgetful Ruins God, but he knew that he would not be destroyed so easily, especially when it came to the reincarnation space-time. Lu Yin was relaxed, but the others were not. As Lu Yin's contact with the 6 direction associations deepened, the people of the Above Heaven sect were very clear about the Grand Empyrean's attitude. If Lu Yin faced the Grand Empyrean alone, who knew what would happen? The Blood Ancestor, Elder Chan, Master Shan, and the others all met with Lu Yin and tried to persuade him not to go. At worst he could just give up on becoming the primordial space's ruler or let someone else go. But this time Lu Yin was determined to go. Senior Wuxia also came and he looked at Lu Yin with a burning gaze. Taking risks is not your style. Is there a reason? Lu Yin smiled. Master guarantees that the Grand Empyrean will not act against me. Wuxia sighed. As expected, it's because of Master. Sometimes I really don't know what kind of existence Master is. When we first met, Master told me to display all of my strength and think of a way to move him so that I could become his disciple. To be honest, I didn't really care about it at that time. I just wanted to show off. With my age, the opportunities one had obtained, and my cultivation talent was enough to surpass those of my generation. I also wanted to show off. How rare was that opportunity? I used all of my strength, but Master's expression did not change at all. I felt a little frustrated, but fortunately he still accepted me as his disciple. At that time I only thought that Master was a half-ancestor, but the more I learned, the more I felt that Master was a progenitor. Only now do I realize that Master is not simply a progenitor. Chapter 2785. Wuxia's words resonated with Lu Yin as Lu Yin felt the same way. Back in the mountain sea space he had climbed up the mountain with great difficulty. When he saw Mr. Mu he had displayed the power that he was so proud of. He had thought that he would be able to shock Mr. Mu, but Mr. Mu had not cared at all. Now that he thought about it, the opportunity at that time was nothing to someone at Mr. Mu's level. What Mr. Mu truly cared about was the power in his heart. This power had merged into one and walked a path that no one had ever walked before. This was the only thing that had shocked Mr. Mu. As disciples, what they wanted to know the most was their master's strength. What they hoped to do the most was to shock their master. The main thing was that the gap between them was too great. With Master's guarantee, I'm relieved that you're going to meet the Grand Empyrean. There's nothing to worry about here in the Above Heavens sect, Wuxia said. Lu Yin frowned. Old Monster Emo needs to be on guard. That old thing can peer into the laws and control the power of sequence particles. He's almost as strong as the 7 sky gods. Wuxia thought about this and his expression turned solemn. No one in the Above Heavens sect could deal with such an old monster. Fortunately, there were many progenitors here, so he might not be able to do anything. Right, who's my senior brother? The one from the 6 Direction Society, Lu Yin asked. Wuxia looked away. You'll know when it's time. Wuxia left and Qinlu arrived. After learning that the Origin Space had become one of the 6 Direction Societies, Qinlu relaxed, as he would not be punished by the Grand Empyrean. However, when he heard that Lu Yin was going to meet the Grand Empyrean, he became anxious again. Something happened to Lu Yin, he did not know what his future would be like. He had already boarded the Above Heaven sect's ship, so he naturally hoped that this ship would go as far as possible. If Lu Yin was killed by the Grand Empyrean, then this ship would fall apart. Are you confident in meeting the Grand Empyrean? Qinlu asked. Lu Yin looked at him. You came at the right time. It's time for you to be useful. Qinlu did not understand. Lu Yin said something that shocked Qinlu. Now, will the Grand Empyrean dislike us? This is a matter of the Origin Space. What does it have to do with the Grand Empyrean? If I don't do it, I won't be able to become the Origin Space's ruler. And the Grand Empyrean will help others kill me, and you won't be able to escape. Qinlu. Luo Shan would think of a way to destroy him. Although he believed that Luo Shan's strength wasn't high and that he had become the space-time ruler of the 3 sovereigns by acting and delivering tea leaves to the Grand Empyreans, he was at least stronger than him. Don't worry, it's not just you. This time everyone will move out. Lu Yin looked into the distance. It was time for the Above Heaven sect to make a move. After sending Qinlu off, Lu Yin went to the cauldron at the bottom of the heaven stairway alone. Ran was still here, and without Lu Yin's instructions she could only act as a mascot. When she saw Lu Yin, she subconsciously put on a haughty expression. Lu Yin ignored her and walked to the side of the cauldron. He placed a hand on its surface and looked back at the progenitor's statue at the top of the staircase. One day he would reach the same level as the progenitor and completely eliminate the threat of the everlasting race for the sake of humanity. On the boundless battlefield in a dark place, water dripped onto the ground. After an unknown amount of time the stones became concave. Luo Shan leaned against the wall and looked outside. The feeling of being stared at disappeared. I didn't expect that. Even someone like me who had fought countless battles in the endless battlefield would be careless and get caught up in the battle between Celestial Victor and the Corpse God. However, they weren't much better off. After this battle, my strength would definitely be exposed. Whatever, so be it. In the past, only the Grand Empyreans knew, but from now on the entire Six Direction Society would know. Did Lu Yin really think that he had gotten his position as one of the three sovereigns, the spacetime ruler, by relying on a woman? Luo Xian's eyes darkened. He would definitely make Lu Yin pay the price. His top priority right now was to leave the endless battlefield. With his reputation, he would be targeted by the everlasting race no matter which parallel universe he went to. On the other hand, Lu Yin had the strength of a ruler's attendant, but he was comparable to an extreme powerhouse. He had the strength and would not attract the attention of the everlasting race. Instead, it would be easier for him to light up the three parallel universes. He already knew that Lu Yin had left the endless battlefield and had even killed a progenitor realm corpse king. At that moment, he suddenly thought of something and took out the cloud connection stone from his cosmic ring. The outside world should have already known that he had gotten caught up in that battle. It wasn't that he didn't want to show himself, but that after that battle he kept feeling like he was being watched by something. It should be the Corpse God. That fellow didn't fight to the death with Celestial Victor and instead kept an eye on him, which made him feel uneasy. He didn't even dare to contact the Cloud Connection Stone for fear that the Corpse God would find out. None of the 7 sky gods were easy to deal with. He didn't want to fight to the death with one of them and end up benefiting others. However, this feeling had disappeared not long ago. The Corpse God should have left and he could leave as well. Senior Luo Xian, Limitless sent news that the Three Monarchs universe has officially left the Six Direction Society and joined the endless battlefield. Senior can return to the Three Monarchs universe at any time. Luo Xian suddenly stood up, his expression changing. What did you say? The Three Monarchs universe has left the Six Direction Society? Joined the endless battlefield? Impossible. Senior, if you don't believe me, you can ask Limitless directly where the information is gathered. Luo Xian walked out without hesitation, his expression gloomy. Limitless wouldn't lie to him. How could this be? The Three Monarchs universe still had Star-Lord and Chunlu. He could return in less than 10 years, and with the four-way balance's help, they shouldn't have left the Six Direction Society. That's right, was he involved in the war and disappeared? No, others might not understand, but the great Heavenly Venerate knew his strength. Even if he was involved in that kind of war, he wouldn't die so easily. Looking at the Six Direction Society and the endless battlefield, only a few people could match him. The others couldn't replace the Three Monarchs universe. Then why did the great Heavenly Venerate kick the Three Monarchs universe out? He had too many questions, but he was still cautious when approaching the information gathering place. Maybe this was the Eternal Race's scheme. They had control of the information gathering place and used this method to trick him out? It wasn't impossible. The Great Stone Saint died at Qing Kong's hands because he leaked his tracks. Luo Xian was more cautious than anyone else. He tried to approach the information gathering place. In the end, he confirmed that there was no danger before he entered and spoke with Limitless. After a while, his expression turned ugly. Master Wei, it was him. The one who proposed to kick the Three Monarchs universe out of the Six Direction Society was super spacetime. On the surface, it was Bai Qian, but he didn't believe that Bai Qian had the courage to do such a thing. It must be Master Wei. Master Wei must have taken action to take revenge on him for colluding with deity Xiao Yin and the Yu family to scheme against him. Luo Xian knew that Master Wei would take revenge sooner or later, but he didn't expect it to be so fast and so ruthless. He used his disappearance to kick the Three Monarchs universe out. Although the Grand Empyrean knew of his strength, he didn't stop him for some reason and allowed the Three Monarchs universe to be crippled. Luo Xian couldn't figure it out. He couldn't figure out how the origin space had become one of the Six Direction Societies. Why was it like this? The Grand Empyrean clearly hated the origin space, and deity Xiao Yin had been scheming against it. He was just doing what he needed and was basically following the Grand Empyrean's wishes. But the result was like this. This feeling was like helping someone else fight, but they made up in the end and he was kicked out. Pieces of information appeared in front of Luo Xian's eyes. Although he had only been missing for a short time, too many things had happened during this time. His roar spread in all directions and caused the stars to shatter. Luo Xian clenched his fists and stared at the screen with bloodshot eyes. Star-Lord and Qinlu had betrayed him and joined the Above Heaven sect in the origin space? It was Lu Yin again. Everything was related to him. It was all him. Why was it like this? He had asked himself this question too many times, but no one could give him an answer. Why was Lu Yin able to instigate Star Lord and Chun Lu? How did he do it? All of this was a mystery to Luo Shan. Not only Luo Shan, but when Bodhi Sage received this information, he also felt that it was absurd. How could Lu Yin instigate Star Lord and Chun Lu? How could he bring the origin space to the height of the Six Direction Societies? No one had suggested to the Grand Empyrean that the three monarchs spacetime would not be abolished, and the origin space would not be nominated. Would the Six Direction Societies help him? However, the three monarchs spacetime was abolished because of Luo Shan's disappearance, and it was because of Ultra's suggestion. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Ultra was taking revenge on Luo Shan, and it had nothing to do with Lu Yin. As for the suggestion that the origin space become one of the Six Direction Societies, it was more for the sake of the origin space's powerhouses. If someone had helped the origin space, how could the Grand Empyrean turn a blind eye? He hated the origin space. Everything was a mystery, and it covered Lu Yin with a veil of mystery. At this moment, Lu Yin made the Six Direction Societies unable to see through him. However, no matter what, the truth had already happened and Luo Shan could only accept it. He didn't immediately return to the three monarchs spacetime. There might be an expert like the Forgotten Ruins god waiting there, and going there would be equivalent to walking into a trap. The three monarchs spacetime would soon merge into the endless battlefield and he wouldn't have to leave. Luo Shan's eyes were bloodshot. He had to make this person pay the price. Not only him but also Dimensional Lord and Divinity Xiaoyin. If it weren't for Divinity Xiaoyin, he wouldn't have gotten involved in the battle with Dimensional Lord. These people wouldn't be able to escape and he wouldn't let them have an easy time. After losing the three monarchs spacetime, he had nothing left to lose. He might as well not have any scruples. Whether it was Dimensional Lord, Divinity Xiaoyin, or even the Grand Empyrean, he wouldn't let them have an easy time. In the reincarnation spacetime, the head of the Six Direction Societies, those who entered the Heaven's Gate could see the Grand Empyrean. The person who brought Lu Yin to the reincarnation spacetime was an emissary. After bringing Lu Yin to the Heaven's Gate, she retreated and looked on curiously. Lu Yin raised his head and looked at the Heaven's Gate that towered into the sky. Was this the Grand Empyrean's gate? Inside the Heaven's Gate, in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, outside the Heaven's Gate in the vast sky, countless cultivators knelt and begged to enter the Heaven's Gate and see the Grand Empyrean. From then on, they would be able to reach the top of the Six Direction Societies in a single step. In the reincarnation spacetime, the 3 venerables and 9 sages could be bestowed. As long as someone could enter the Heaven's Gate and obtain the recognition of the Grand Empyrean, they would instantly become as famous as those great characters whose names resounded like thunder. There might not be the 3 venerables, but there might be a place in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Chapter 2786. It wasn't easy to enter the Elysium unless one was summoned by the great Heavenly Lord or had the status to enter the Elysium at any time. If others wanted to enter the Elysium, a guardian would appear in front of them. If they wanted to enter, they would have to push the guardian aside to step into the Elysium and face the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The guardian would appear according to each person's cultivation. The only similarity was that it couldn't be shaken. Lu Yin had already learned about it before he came. Now that he saw the Elysium, he was still amazed. The Elysium separated 2 worlds. Entering the Elysium was like reaching the heavens in a single step. Outside the Elysium, one would be like an ant. There were people trying to enter the Elysium all the time. At this moment, there were people trying to push the golden armored figure under the Elysium. This person was like a divine general guarding the Elysium. He was as immovable as a mountain. No matter how hard the cultivators tried to push him, he wouldn't budge at all. The recoil even injured the cultivators. Since ancient times, there was no lack of people being killed by their own strength. Behind that cultivator there was a large group of cultivators waiting to try. These cultivators were no longer ordinary cultivators. They had already stood out from countless cultivators, but they were still the same. Many people in the Elysium laughed at this scene. They might be the descendants of the 3 sovereigns and 9 saints, or they might have special identities. In their opinion, these people struggling to enter the Elysium was laughable. Look at that person. I've seen him before when I was traveling through time and space. It's said that he was born with an anomaly. His eyes are like torches and he has the eyes of the divine fire. I think he has hope, someone in the Elysium said. Someone immediately retorted, there are too many geniuses like him. Those with natural talents are everywhere. Who can enter the Elysium? The last person who pushed a divine general to enter the Elysium was Lingmu. She's now a 6th transformation ascendant immortal, the disciple of Lord Lotus. The next one was the disciple of the Food Saint. It's said that his strength is only below the Little Food Saint. He often arm wrestles. I know that one. He's one of the few who can compete with the Little Food Saint in strength. But recently the Little Food Saint stopped competing with him. He said he found a new target. Xianxia. I heard about it too. Xianxia tied with him in strength in the Lost Clan's upper 3 segments. The Little Food Saint is watching him now. I wonder if Xianxia can push a divine general. It's possible. It's said that he's as talented as the perfect young master. He's an absolute genius. Shut up. With a stern shout, a young girl walked over from not far away, followed by several maids. They were all submissive and their faces were pale. The people who were discussing hurriedly shut their mouths and smiled embarrassedly. Junior Sister Ro, why are you here? I heard that Lord Lotus Venerable is imparting his teachings. Won't Junior Sister Ro go? The girl's face was beautiful but cold as ice. Her eyes were long and narrow, making everyone nervous. You dare to compare that Xianxia with Brother Chujian? That's too much. You're all blind. Does he deserve to be compared with Brother Chujian? The people around him hurriedly agreed and said something to please him. Everyone knew that Junior Sister Ro loved the perfect Xiaozun the most. She was also Lotus Lord's disciple and had a very high status. No one wanted to offend her. A woman came over and said, Junior Sister Ro, I heard that Lord Lotus Venerable didn't come here just to impart the technique, but also for someone. Junior Sister Ro was curious. I don't know. Who is it for? Who can pique my master's interest? The woman said in a low voice, Primordial Space Heavenly Sex Tao Master Lu Yin. Junior Sister Ro's eyes widened and then she raged. Lu Yin? Was this the Lu Yin that her brother didn't like? Where is he? I want to teach him a lesson. The people around looked at each other. We don't know either. I heard that someone went to pick him up. That Lu Yin should be here soon. He doesn't deserve to live after making Brother Chujian unhappy. I'm going to report to Master to punish him, Junior Sister Ro said angrily, her face red. Yes. This person doesn't deserve to live. Junior Sister Ro, you should find Lotus Lord as soon as possible. Don't let Lord Xiaozun be annoyed. Yes, Junior Sister Ro. This person is coming soon. I heard that he's here to see the great Heavenly Venerable. Perhaps he can enter the Heaven Gate directly. Junior Sister Ro snorted. Enter the Heaven Gate. In his dreams. I'm going to find Master now. With that she left. After she left, the people around laughed. This girl was too brainless. Lu Yin was a ruthless person in the origin space, and it was said that he had even scolded the Shao Yin divinity. How could she deal with him? Ridiculous. Lu Yin? Where's Lu Yin? Is he here? The Little Food Saint walked over and stared at the crowd. He had also heard about it. The news that Lu Yin was coming to see the great Heavenly Venerable had spread throughout the reincarnation spacetime. They were also here to watch the show. I heard that he's coming but I don't know where, someone replied. The Little Food Saint was disdainful. I don't know how strong that guy is. If he can't push a divine general, he's not qualified to enter the Heaven Gate. He's the great Heavenly Venerable. If he wants to see the great Heavenly Venerable, he might be able to enter the Heaven Gate directly, just like us. The Little Food Saint took out a long pole and tied a piece of cloth to it. He began to write, Enter the Heaven Gate without arm wrestling, coward. With that, he stood inside the Heaven Gate with the wooden pole and faced the outside. Outside the Heaven Gate, many cultivators stared blankly. What was the meaning of this? It was already impossible to push a divine general to enter the Heaven Gate. Why was there another person blocking the way? Lu Yin saw it and was speechless. This Little Food Saint was looking for people to arm wrestle wherever he went. He was not in a hurry to go in. There were so many people in front and it was not good to cut the line. Moreover, Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He wondered how great Elder Shangu was doing. He was most worried about the Shao Yin divinity. Once he met the Shao Yin divinity, Xianxi's identity could not be hidden. Other than the Shao Yin divinity, he was not afraid of anyone, even Su Wuwei. Su Master was there to suppress him. The longer he waited, the less likely it was that the Xiao divinity would come. Yuan Qiunan came. As a disciple of a Yuan sage, she wanted to see with her own eyes whether Lu Yin could become the master of the origin space and obtain the recognition of the great heavenly venerables. Gong Yu came. Lu Yin's name was accompanied by a legendary experience. This person was worth seeing. Zhang Xiaodao also came. He was very excited and followed beside Xiaoyan to please her. One by one, the elites gathered inside the Heaven Gate. Outside the Heaven Gate, many cultivators felt that something was wrong. Why were there so many big shots in the Heaven Gate? Usually it was difficult to see these people such as Gong Yu and Yuan Qiunan. But now all of them had appeared. What was going on? The moment the food saint appeared, everyone outside the Heaven Gate was speechless. The 9 sages had appeared? Greetings, Lord Food Saint. Greetings, Lord Food Saint. Countless people bowed. The food saint stared at the little food saint. The little food saint rolled his eyes and ignored him. Put away the pole. The food saint shouted. The little food saint reluctantly put away the pole. You still have the face to talk about your son? Didn't you do the same in the past? The Bao Saint came. Although many people from the Six-Party Association were fighting against the eternal race, and many elites had gathered in the endless battlefield, there were still a few of the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages who stayed in the reincarnation spacetime. In particular, the 4 cardinal scales and Luo Shan and Yuan Sage had entered the endless battlefield, had freed some people to come and take a look. The time-space of the 3 sovereigns had been destroyed and replaced by the origin space. This was a big deal. If it was not handled well, they would have to deal with Lu Yin in the future. It was said that Lu Yin was not easy to deal with. Dad, you've done this before? The little food saint's eyes widened. The food saint glared at the Bao Saint. Don't listen to his nonsense. He's brainless. The Bao Saint laughed. Who was the one who blocked Shaoyin God's door and challenged him in strength? In the end, his hand was corroded. Look, there are still scars on his hand. Everyone looked at him subconsciously. The food saint crossed his arms in front of his chest, blocking his hand. Nonsense. The little food saint stared at him. The food saint was unhappy and punched his head. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen me before? The little food saint was aggrieved. He could do nothing but stare at the others. Zhang Xiaodao laughed. You deserve it. Ah. The food saint stared at him. Zhang Xiaodao quickly shut his mouth and took 2 steps back to hide behind Little Lian. Little Lian smiled. Senior food saint, don't be angry. Little food saint didn't mean it. This is called being forthright. The food saint was pleased. You're really good with words. The little food saint glanced at Little Lian in disdain. The food saint was angry. He pulled him over and threw him beside Little Lian. Get closer to her. She might be your woman in the future. Everyone was stunned. Little Lian was Lotus Venerable's favorite disciple. She really dared to say anything. Little Lian's face was red. No one knew if it was due to anger or embarrassment. Brainless, the Bao Saint said. Void Master came. It's very lively. The Bao Saint and the Food Saint were surprised. Senior Void Master? Why are you here? Void Master was indeed a senior to them. Void Master smiled. It was my idea to make the origin space one of the 6 factions. Of course I have to come. Why are all of you here? The Bao Saint's eyes flashed. We want to meet the legendary sect Master Lu in advance. He's the successor of the Lu family. We might have to deal with him in the future. The Food Saint grinned. I wonder if he's a real man. He better not be a coward, the little Food Saint said. Void Master was puzzled. Are you all curious about him? The Bao Saint looked at Void Master. Senior, you proposed to make the origin space one of the 6 factions. Do you know anything about Sect Master Lu? Void Master smiled. I don't know much about him. I just want to borrow the power of the origin space to deal with the Eternals. Don't forget there are no less than 10 supreme experts in the origin space. Everyone was speechless. No less than 10? Zhang Xiaodao was shocked. Yuan Qiunan frowned. That many? Most of them should be from the 4 directions scale. Wouldn't it be a pity if we don't use them to deal with the Eternals? Void Master said. At this moment, lotus flowers bloomed on the ground. Everyone looked solemn. The 9th grade Venerable Lotus had arrived. Void Master looked in a direction. There a woman walked over. She was wearing a veil and her face could not be seen clearly. Her aura was graceful and noble, making people unable to look at her directly. As she walked, ripples appeared in the void. They were like blooming green lotuses that took root in the void. It was as if they had always been there and had never disappeared. It gave people a strange and contradictory feeling. Greetings, Lord Lotus. Greetings, Lord Lotus. A group of disciples followed behind Lord Lotus, including junior sister Ro. Void Master is here too. Lord Lotus spoke. Her voice was clear like the spring water on a cold mountain. It was bone-chilling yet extremely pure. Void Master greeted, "We meet again." Chapter 2787. Venerable Lotus said faintly, "I heard that it was you who suggested making the origin space one of the 6 direction associations to fight against the eternal race?" "That's right," the Void Master said. Venerable Lotus looked outside the heaven gate with a cold gaze. The countless cultivators outside the gate knelt down one by one. "I agreed with Xiaoyin's suggestion to make the origin space one of the endless battlefields. The effect would be the same. Why didn't you agree?" Everyone looked at the Void Master. Bao Saint was also curious. He wanted to ask. The Void Master said casually, "Counterproductive." This answer was obviously not satisfactory, but Venerable Lotus did not ask further. Instead he looked outside the heaven gate. Everyone looked over as well. The cultivators outside the divine gate all knelt down, leaving only one person standing. He stood out like a crane among chickens, and one could tell at a glance that it was Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not expect to be forced out in this way. Kneeling? Impossible. It was impossible even for a great heavenly venerable, let alone a 9th grade venerable Lotus. Inside and outside the heaven gate, everyone focused on Lu Yin. Lu Yin exhaled and walked towards the divine gate under everyone's gazes. "He's here." The Void Master raised his eyebrows. Venerable Lotus's eyes flickered. "He's the son of the Lu family?" Bao Saint, Food Saint and the others stared at Lu Yin outside the heaven gate. Had this person arrived long ago? They did not sense the aura of a strong cultivator. This person was quite good at hiding his aura. Lu Yin walked toward the heaven gate step by step. Inside the heaven gate, behind Venerable Lotus, junior sister Ro shouted in disgust, "Why aren't you kneeling? How dare you be disrespectful to the 9th grade Venerable Lotus?" Food Saint frowned. This girl was a bit noisy. Dissatisfaction flashed in the Void Master's eyes. Since when was it her turn to speak? Venerable Lotus said coldly, instigating words. "Slap her." Junior sister Ro did not expect Venerable Lotus to say that. That person was just trash in the origin space. Even the reincarnation space hated the origin space. Why would Venerable Lotus help him? Venerable Lotus asked you to slap her. You should. Not far away, a beautiful figure walked over with a white sword in her hand and a dragon turtle on her shoulder. It was Jiang Qingyue. At the same time, a beautiful figure walked out from the opposite side. She was as beautiful as a painting, like a fairy. It was Bai Xian'er. Jiang Qingyue and Bai Xian'er walked out from different directions at the same time. Compared to them, junior sister Ro was like a weed. Even the 9th grade Lotus Venerable was surprised by the two women. Jiang Qingyue didn't have Bai Xian'er's beauty, but she had an indescribable natural aura. When she appeared, it was as if she was the center of the universe. Everyone should be looking at her. Bai Xian'er was like a goddess, pure and untainted. One look at her would make people feel ashamed of their inferiority. Even Venerable Lotus's grace and elegance could not suppress the two women. As of this moment, there were 3 women in the heaven gate, each with their own unique temperaments. None of them could suppress the other, and it had nothing to do with their cultivation bases. Jiang Qingyue was surprised by Bai Xian'er's celestial aura, and Bai Xian'er was also surprised by Jiang Qingyue's naturalness. It seemed that their encounter shouldn't have happened. Slap. Junior sister Rose slapped herself. She did not dare to disobey Senior Lotus. This slap woke everyone up. Everyone's attention was once again focused on Lu Yin as he walked towards the heaven's gate. Outside the heaven gate, the kneeling figures raised their heads and looked at Lu Yin. They watched as he walked from the front to the side until all they could see was his back. These people were fine even if they just accompanied him for a few days. The elders who came here to enter the heaven gate were at most at the half-ancestor level, and they could not give Lu Yin any pressure. Only within the heaven gate, the progenitors all stared at him with mountain-like gazes. The culinary saint's eyes widened, and an invisible force trembled through the void as it pressed down on Lu Yin. The Bao Saint's gaze was like an arrow, causing Lu Yin to feel uneasy. He felt a chill in his heart, head and even his limbs. It was the chill of being stared at. It was as if as long as the Bao Saint was willing, his body would be riddled with holes. The one who pressured him the most was the 9th grade Venerable Lotus. This woman was called Venerable Lotus, but her temperament was not like a lotus at all. Instead, she was more like the Emperor of Flowers. Lu Yin saw a green lotus swaying in the wind. It grew bigger and bigger until it was taller than the sky. In front of that green lotus, he was just an ant that needed to be looked up at. The world he lived in was just the petals and leaves of the green lotus. Each flower was a world. The green lotus in front of him replaced the heaven gate, the 9 heavens and the 10 earths. It replaced everything that Lu Yin could see. Lu Yin slowed down as he stared at Venerable Lotus. His gaze gradually became sluggish, and his pupils moved upwards as he bowed to the heavens. Junior Sister Ro was excited as she licked her lips. This was it. No one could be impudent in front of Master. Not kneeling? How could that be? You're just a near celestial cultivator? The Culinary Saint and the Bao Saint both looked at Venerable Lotus with solemn expressions. The 3 Venerables and 9 Sages. This was a clear ranking, and the 3 Venerables were above the 9 Sages. They had cultivated to the progenitor realm, and which one of them was not proud and arrogant? Which one of them had not killed their way to the top? Why would they be willing to submit to this ranking after becoming a supreme hero? It was not because of the great celestial venerables, but because the 3 venerables had that kind of power. The 9th grade Venerable Lotus seemed weak, but her disciples were all over the 6 Directions Society and no one could bully her. She was not inferior even to the Void Master, who was a master of a parallel universe. In the eyes of others, she was like the heavens that could replace everything. That green lotus was aloof and proud of the world. That green lotus was the heavens. Lu Yin stopped and faced Venerate Lotus, but he raised his head and looked up into the empty sky. It was as if he had seen something. Anyone who understood Venerate Lotus knew that he had been replaced, and that he could only see the green lotus. The Void Master's eyes flashed. The appearance of the 9th grade Venerable Lotus gave him a bad premonition. The great celestial venerables hated the Origin Space, and it was not easy for the Origin Space to become one of the 6 Directions Societies. How could they let a descendant of the Lu family become the master of the Origin Space so easily? The appearance of the 9th grade Venerable Lotus was a signal. Once Lu Yin knelt, he would no longer have the face to become the master of the Origin Space. In the Origin Space, the 4 cardinal scales were only a top family of a continent. They could not enter the eyes of the great celestial venerables. However, the Lu family was different. They were the family of a Tao master, and their hatred of the Origin Space was equivalent to their hatred of the Lu family and Lu Yin. Although the great celestial venerables did not make a move, the 9th grade Venerable Lotus attack was also extraordinary. She wanted Lu Yin to kneel. One had to know that even in the 3 monarchs spacetime, Luo Shan did not kneel when facing the 9th grade Venerable Lotus for the first time. This was the dignity of the spacetime master. Lu Yin was only at the near celestial realm, not even the immortal transformation realm. It was normal for him to kneel in front of Venerable Lotus. However, once he knelt, he would never be able to raise his head in front of Venerable Lotus. In the reincarnation spacetime, it was impossible for him to raise his head in front of all these geniuses. Even they had to kneel in front of Venerable Lotus. This was identity. Lu Yin wanted to use his current cultivation to obtain an identity that did not belong to this level. He had to be able to bear the consequences. Would he kneel? Lu Yin slowly bent his waist and leaned forward. Everyone watched closely. Jiang Qingyue frowned. She did not understand what was wrong with Lu Yin. She did not understand the 9th grade Venerable Lotus, and neither did the dragon turtle. Bai Xianer was calm. No one knew what she was thinking. Lu Yin bent his legs and bent his waist even more. He raised his hand. Just when everyone thought that he was going to kneel and the Void Master was about to intervene, Lu Yin suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Inside and outside the divine gate, everyone stared blankly. Was he sneezing? Here. Outside the sacred heavenly gate in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, sneezing in front of a great heavenly master? It was unimaginable. Those kneeling outside the heavenly gate were stunned. Throughout the countless years of history of the reincarnation spacetime, such a thing had never happened. Even the most lawless great heavenly master who dared to challenge a great heavenly master had never done such a thing. Wasn't he a cultivator? How could he not control it? He did it on purpose. He definitely did it on purpose. The little food saint Jiang Xiaodao Gong Yu Yuan Chunan and the others were stunned. The food saint Bao Saint and the others were stunned. The void master blinked and laughed. The 9th grade Venerable Lotus's face was covered with a veil, so no one could see her expression. Behind her, junior sister Rose's face was ashen. She was stunned and could not believe it. Where did this person get his courage from? She knew that it was a competition between her master and this person. What he did was equivalent to slapping her master's face. Jiang Qingyue's lips curled up. Little master, this kid really deserves it. The dragon turtle grinned. On the opposite side, Bai Xianer smiled. Unfortunately, no one saw it as they were all staring at Lu Yin. Lu Yin rubbed his nose. Sorry, this is my first time here. I'm not used to it yet. Wait a moment. As he spoke, he sneezed again and exhaled comfortably. Feels good. The heavenly gate was silent as everyone looked at him. Lu Yin blinked and looked around. Finally, he looked at the man closest to the heavenly gate. Brother, are you going in? The man reacted. What? I'm asking you if you want to go in. Lu Yin repeated. The man looked at the heavenly gate and then at Lu Yin. You first. He retreated to the side. Even an idiot would know that this guy was a ruthless character. Those big shots in the heavenly gate were probably here for him. Lu Yin smiled. Thank you. With that, he walked into the heavenly gate. He was getting closer and closer to Venerable Lotus, the food saint, and the others. They were less than 100 meters apart. Lu Yin didn't know if he could enter the heavenly gate. He might have been able to, but after what Venerable Lotus did, he felt that it wouldn't be so easy. Everyone knew that the Grand Empyrean hated the primordial space. The reason the Lu family was exiled was because Venerable Xiaoyin suggested that the Lu family bear the sins of the above heavenly gate. However, the Grand Empyrean was behind all of this. If the Grand Empyrean didn't hate the Lu family as well, he wouldn't have allowed this to happen. The Lu family was a powerful force against the Eternals. The Grand Empyrean was willing to abandon the Lu family to settle his dissatisfaction with the above heavenly gate. There must be a reason for this. The Grand Empyrean might have instructed Venerable Lotus to act. In that case, he had already broken through Venerable Lotus' barrier. Next, Lu Yin took a step forward. As long as he succeeded, he could enter the heavenly gate. Everyone watched. Would the Grand Empyrean agree? The Void Master couldn't see through the Grand Empyrean's thoughts and could only watch. Lu Yin met with resistance. A figure appeared and blocked his path. The heavenly gate is an important place. No one is allowed to enter. Inside and outside the heavenly gate, no one knew whether to relax or gloat. Lu Yin had indeed met with resistance. But then everyone was shocked. The person blocking Lu Yin was one of the 9 saints, the one who was in charge of guarding the heavenly gate, Evergreen Saint. Chapter 2788. The 3 venerables and 9 sages each had their own responsibilities. Venerable Victor specialized in killing in the endless battlefield. Venerable Lotus wandered between the 6 Direction Society and the endless battlefield. He was considered a free man. Venerable Xiaoyin specialized in helping the Grand Empyreans solve their problems. The 9 sages were the same. Bodhi Saint was in charge of Limitless and commanded the endless battlefield. Evergreen Saint was in charge of Heaven's Gate. Those who were not allowed to enter Heaven's Gate would encounter obstacles. Depending on their cultivation, the obstacles would be different, but Evergreen Saint rarely stopped them directly. Evergreen Saint's obstruction was equivalent to telling those who entered that this path was blocked because no one had ever passed through Heaven's Gate. This included no less than 5 extreme powerhouses. Evergreen Saint was not human but an evergreen tree. He had been enlightened by a Grand Empyrean and was rooted in the myriad worlds. No one knew how strong he was. He never left Heaven's Gate, and no one had ever been able to kill their way to Heaven's Gate. However, no one had ever been able to push him away. Never. Devourer Saint's eyes burned. Evergreen Saint was the opponent he wanted to test the most. No one could push him away. That was because they did not have enough strength. Unfortunately, he could enter and exit Heaven's Gate at will. Evergreen Saint never met him. Bao Saint raised his eyebrows. Evergreen Saint had personally walked out. Did this mean that no one besides Evergreen Saint could stop Lu Yin? Or did he want to break Lu Yin's heart? Void Master narrowed his eyes. The Grand Empyreans really did not like the Lu family. One after another they came one after another. Lotus Venerable 9 was fine as it was just a test. Chu Jian was able to protect his heart under Lotus Venerable 9's might. This was also the reason why junior sister Ro worshipped Chu Jian so much. However, Evergreen Saint was blocking Heaven's Gate. Most of the extreme powerhouses could not push him away. It was not that Evergreen Saint was strong, but that he was originally a tree rooted in the reincarnation spacetime. With the land as his foundation, how much strength was needed to push him away? Only an extreme powerhouse like him could do it. In the entire Six Direction Society, there were not many who could push Evergreen Saint away. This definitely did not include Lu Yin, who was only at the Immortal realm. Even if he reached the Immortal realm or even an extreme powerhouse, he might not be able to push him away. Lu Yin and Evergreen Saint were half a meter apart. It was the kind of distance that could cross Heaven's Gate with a single step, but this step seemed very difficult. In many people's eyes, it was impossible. The person in front of him was an ancestor. The Grand Empyrean, Lu Yin said. Saint Evergreen didn't say anything and just stood there, blocking Lu Yin's path. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. This person's aura was completely concealed, so Lu Yin really couldn't tell how strong he was. Do I have to push this person aside to enter? As he thought about it, Lu Yin opened his celestial eye and stared at Saint Evergreen. Using his heaven's eye, he saw a tree towering in front of him. It looked very ordinary, but its roots extended into the boundless earth. What is this? Tree? You're a tree. Saint Evergreen's gaze turned cold as he met Lu Yin's gaze, but he still did not answer. Lu Yin frowned and looked down at the bottom of his feet. The roots were boundless and had taken root on the ground, even inside the Heaven's Gate. How deep were the roots? Did he have to push the tree aside to get in? Do I have to push you aside to enter? Lu Yin asked. Saint Evergreen still didn't say anything. He calmly looked ahead and blocked the Heavenly Gate alone. Lu Yin raised his hand and slowly placed it on Evergreen Saint's shoulder. Under the celestial eye, it was as if he had placed his palm on a tree. Saint Evergreen did not move and allowed Lu Yin to exert force. The Lu family's strength was famous in the celestial sect. Like the Mavis clan, they could conquer the world with their strength. Among everyone present, Bai Xianer knew the Lu family the best. However, since someone was blocking it and it was an ancestor, the great heavenly venerate must have considered the strength of the Lu family. This person would not be pushed aside so easily. One hand. He wants to push Saint Evergreen away with one hand? Ridiculous. The little food saint was disdainful. The little food saint slapped him on the forehead. At that level, is there a difference between one hand and two hands? The little food saint felt wronged and muttered, Then why did you ask me to arm wrestle? What I mean is that I can't push it aside anyway, the little food saint said. The little food saint was stunned and felt that something was wrong. Outside the Heaven's Gate, a group of kneeling cultivators trembled and the void rippled. With the hand Lu Yin placed on Saint Evergreen's shoulder as the center, it spread in an arc outside the Heaven's Gate. With the Heaven's Gate as a barrier, the people inside the Heaven's Gate would not feel it. However, from the reaction of those outside the Heaven's Gate, it could be seen that the force was not small. The little food saint's eyes widened. Power manifestation. This kid's strength is not small. The little food saint licked his lips. I really want to compete. Although they were impressed, the current power did not make the little food saint father and son pay much attention to it. Many cultivators could materialize their power and the little food saint could do it. However, Saint Evergreen did not move at all. Lu Yin looked down again. Saint Evergreen's roots that were rooted to the ground only shook a little. He had used all the power that he could normally use. In that case he would do it again. Behind him, the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant roared out, and its power increased sharply. Immediately after, the dark purple substance continued to spread and wrapped around Lu Yin's arm. With the palm of indestructible state, the power increased layer by layer. Saint Evergreen's roots continued to shatter and break off from the ground one by one. The earth shook, the void swayed, and everyone's vision was blurred. The little food saint's gaze changed. What great strength! The little food saint also saw it because those cultivators outside the Heaven's Gate were forced to retreat. Even the immortal level cultivators felt the pressure, which was something he could not do. When Lu Yin wrestled with the little food saint, he only used his own strength. He did not visualize or use the palm of indestructible state. Now Lu Yin had used all the power that he could usually use. This power had fought against the Corpse King Ancestor Realm Corpse King at the Rainbow Wall. Although it was not a match in the end, it was an Ancestor Realm Corpse King that had used the Corpse King transformation. In terms of physical strength, almost no human could compare. Saint Evergreen's gaze focused on Lu Yin's face. He did not expect that this junior who had not even reached the immortal level would keep pulling out his roots. He was rooted to the ground and was nourished by the Samsara continent's land. If the land did not move, he would not move. However, this was only in theory. Once all his roots were pulled out, he would leave the land. But how many years had it been? Who could pull out his roots? No less than 5 extremely strong cultivators had tried, but they all failed. The little food saint was famous for his strength. He had always wanted to try to move him, but he knew very well that the little food saint could not move him. It was not just a matter of strength. This junior in front of him was quite amazing. Unfortunately, if this was all he had, he still could not move him. Inside the Elysium, the little food saint squatted down and pressed his palms on the ground with a solemn expression. Jiang Qingyue frowned. Her cultivation was not high, but she could feel that Saint Evergreen was not affected too much by her momentum. Lu Yin's strength did not work? Lu Yin's arm began to dry up. When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. If there was a pushing force, there would be a reacting force. When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. His dry arm absorbed Saint Evergreen's reacting force, but it did not affect his pushing force. There was a soft explosion in the void. Saint Evergreen's shoulder shook and his expression changed. There was still strength. No, his strength had been offset. What was going on? Venerable Lotus stepped forward and looked at Lu Yin's arm. Lu Yin's dry arm. What was this? When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. This was the first time Lu Yin had used it in front of so many big shots of the Six Directions sect. This was a magical power that came from Ancestor Withered. However, it was not the first time the Six Directions sect had seen it. Void Master exclaimed, "It's that combat technique." Venerable Lotus said solemnly, "There are always some magical people in the origin space. I thought this combat technique had disappeared with that person, but it has reappeared." It seems that Venerable Lotus had sent someone to look for it. Void Master laughed. Venerable Lotus said, "Has Void Master not looked for it? How many people would not be tempted by such a stunning combat technique?" Void Master smiled and did not say anything. He looked at Lu Yin with admiration. The little food saint and the little Bao saint could not understand their conversation. They did not know, and Lu Yin did not hear it either. He had used, when things reach an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction, to offset Saint Evergreen's reacting force. Unfortunately, although Saint Evergreen's roots kept shattering, they still could not move him. More than half of his roots were still rooted in the ground. However, it was rare to be able to make him move. This sway was something that even several extremely powerful experts couldn't accomplish. However, it ended here. In the eyes of the Void Master and the others, this was the end of the world. Where did the power to surpass the limit come from? It's over. The little food saint stood up. His strength has decreased and there is no follow-up force to maintain it. The little Bao saint said, "To be able to do this is rare. Even I might not be able to make Saint Evergreen move." Definitely not. The little food saint was not polite. The little Bao saint did not refute. Junior sister Ro heaved a sigh of relief. This was good. He was just a shameless person in the origin space. How could he be more outstanding than Brother Chujian? Little Yen was disappointed. What a pity. Jiang Xiaodao heaved a sigh of relief. It's abnormal for a near celestial to be able to move Saint Evergreen. Fortunately, it was not pushed away. I wonder if Xiaozun can do it. I can't, the little food saint said directly. Junior sister Ro glared at him. She wanted to refute, but after thinking about it, she did not. Brother Chujian should not be able to push it away. Lu Yin slowly put down his hand as if giving up. Everyone relaxed. It was really over. Bai Xianer looked at Jiang Qingyue with a faint smile. I've never seen you before. May I ask who your master is? Jiang Qingyue and Bai Xianer looked at each other. I'm not from the Six Direction gang. Bai Xianer was surprised. So you're from outside. The dragon turtle whispered in Jiang Qingyue's ear, Little master, ignore her. This woman is not to be trifled with. The old master said that the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she is. Bai Xianer did not mind. He had heard it. Jiang Qingyue looked at Lu Yin. If he mastered the force, he might be able to push it away. The dragon turtle was helpless. That's a shortcut unique to our time and space. Little master, don't tell anyone else. The void master sighed. Lu Yin could not enter the heaven gate and meet the great heavenly venerables. He was destined to have no fate with the Lord of the Origin Space. There was nothing he could do. As long as the great heavenly venerables were unwilling, it would be difficult for him to meet them. Although Lu Yin's performance was stunning, he could not enter the heaven gate. Just as he was about to say something, a figure suddenly descended outside the heaven gate. A tyrannical aura swept across, causing the cultivators who were kneeling outside to cough up blood and lie down in shock. Lord Lotus and the others looked over. It was him. The Void Master also looked into the distance and frowned. This person was so tyrannical. If he guessed correctly, he should be the new Great Stone Saint, the one who was called a lunatic. Chapter 2789. The death of the Great Stone Saint should have been filled in by someone from the reincarnation time and space, but the Great Empyrean suddenly decided to choose the Great Stone Saint. That person was very unfamiliar and very few people knew him, including him. The outside world didn't understand, but he received news that this new Great Stone Saint was a madman, full of tyrannical energy. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, it was indeed so. Food Saint and Bao Saint looked into the distance with fear in their eyes. This guy was not to be trifled with. Lu Yin slowly turned around and looked into the distance, meeting a pair of eyes. It was Madman Lu. The person who came was Madman Lu, the new Great Stone Saint. Lu Yin was not surprised by Madman Lu's arrival. This person had been hiding in the reincarnation spacetime, and it would have been strange if he had not appeared at this juncture. However, Lu Yin had not expected Madman Lu to only appear now. Madman Lu's tyranny made countless people breathless. He looked at Lu Yin and grinned. Then, as if he had gone mad, he walked forward step by step. Get out of my way. I want to enter the heavenly gate. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. This was forcing his hand. He couldn't push Saint Evergreen away, so it was normal for him to retreat. At worst, he wouldn't be able to see the Grand Empyrean and lose his position as the ruler of the origin space. However, Madman Lu had appeared at this moment and forced him to retreat. Him retreating and Madman Lu retreating were two completely different concepts. How ruthless. They must have a grudge against each other. The Food Saint was astonished. Madman Lu was slowly approaching Lu Yin, and if Lu Yin did not give way, Madman Lu would push him away. It was as if Lu Yin was afraid of Madman Lu and the timing was just right. Lu Yin could not push Saint Evergreen away at all. The Bao Saint frowned. That's a bit despicable. The Void Master looked at Madman Lu. Although Madman Lu was one of the 9 saints, Madman Lu actually made him feel some fear. Madman Lu must have some terrifying power and was completely different from the ordinary 9 saints. Lotus Lord, do you know the origin of this Great Stone Saint? Could it be from the origin space? Since Madman Lu was forcing Lu Yin, it was obvious that there was a grudge between them, and it was highly likely that he came from the primordial space. Venerable Lotus spoke slowly. This person's surname is Lu. Everyone was astonished and in disbelief. Another one with the surname Lu. Suzhu thought of something. I heard that there was a traitor in the Lu family. Is it him? Venerable Lotus didn't say anything, but her meaning was obvious. Everyone's expression changed. It was another member of the Lu clan. None of the members of the Lu clan were simple. It was as if the master of the Lu clan had met a traitor. Madman Lu approached Lu Yin step by step. Either go in or get out of my way. Don't block the way. Lu Yin looked at Madman Lu approaching. It seems that you have a good life in samsara. Madman Lu grinned. If you betray the origin space, you can do the same as me. Lu Yin's expression was cold. Was it the 4-way Libra or the Shaoyin divinity who led you to betray the Lu family? Is there a difference? Maybe he's a Yuan sage? He's not qualified. Inside the heaven gate, Yuan Chunan's expression was ugly. How dare they insult their master like this? Madman Lu laughed maniacally. He indeed doesn't have the qualifications. After leaving the Lu family and receiving guidance from the Grand Empyrean, I took another step forward. Little brat, do you want to join forces with your senior brother to scheme against me again? This time I can kill you all. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Another step? Madman Lu also came from the era of the Lu family. Logically speaking, his strength shouldn't be below old monster Mo's. However, he had been locked up in the Lu family for many years and had been experimented on by ancient Dao master, causing his strength to stagnate. Now that he had received guidance from a Grand Empyrean, could he have also taken that step? If that was the case, it would be troublesome. Lu Yin knew all too well how difficult it was to deal with old monster Mo. If Madman Lu could control the power of the sequence particle like old monster Mo, then he would only be stronger than old monster Mo, not weaker. Lu Yin didn't even dare to imagine how powerful a powerhouse from the Lu family who had touched the power of spacetime laws would be. However, the sequence particle wasn't that easy to control. Lung Qing was the leader of the Heaven Gate and had broken through to the progenitor realm, so it wouldn't be that easy for her to control the sequence particle. As for Madman Lu, it was hard to say. After all, he had lived for so long. Madman Lu was getting closer and closer. He could take a step forward and appear directly in front of Lu Yin, but why? He wanted to torture this little brat step by step. This was what the Lu family owed him. The Six-Way Alliance will exile the Lu family to atone for the arrogance of the above Heaven Gate. Do you agree? The Lu family should be destroyed. Exile is too easy. Lu Yin stared into Madman Lu's eyes. What's your status here? Great Stone Sage, Madman Lu replied. And what's your status in the eternal race? Lu Yin shouted. Madman Lu laughed. Little brat, there's no other way. You want to drive a wedge between me and the reincarnation spacetime? You're still too inexperienced. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. At this moment, Madman Lu was only a few meters away from him. He only needed one step to get behind him. If Madman Lu wanted to enter the Heaven Gate, Saint Evergreen would have to get out of the way. Lu Yin would have to get out of the way even more. He wanted to crash into Madman Lu. This little brat wouldn't be able to escape so easily. Void Master wanted to walk out of the Heaven Gate to stop Madman Lu. Lotus Lord spoke up. Void Master, let us handle the matters of the reincarnation spacetime. Void Master frowned. Hey, what's that Lu Yin doing? The little food saint exclaimed. Everyone saw Lu Yin raise his hand again and place it on Saint Evergreen's shoulder. Madman Lu raised his head. Saint Evergreen was also surprised and looked at Lu Yin. This brat still wanted to try? Lu Yin looked at Saint Evergreen. Senior, I'm sorry to offend you. As soon as his voice fell, the gray color of deadwood circulated in his heart. It imprisoned time, imprisoned himself, and imprisoned power. The Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant roared, and the purple-black substance spread. Lu Yin's gaze suddenly oppressed Saint Evergreen, but his power was imprisoned in his palm. It was just a moment, but for Lu Yin it was the time to release dozens of forces. These forces were locked under his palm and erupted in an instant. With a bang, the earth shook and countless roots broke. Saint Evergreen was caught off guard and was pushed away by Lu Yin. Everyone was stunned and couldn't believe what they saw. Lotus Lord's expression changed. It was impossible. Void Master was shocked. How did this brat do it? His strength shouldn't be enough to push Saint Evergreen away. Madman Lu's expression was gloomy, but he wasn't too surprised. The Lu family was good at creating miracles. Lu Yin stepped out and entered the Heaven Gate under the incredulous gazes of countless people. At this moment, this figure brought an unimaginable shock to everyone. As one of the 3 venerables and 9 saints, Saint Evergreen was guarding the Heaven Gate, but he was pushed away by Lu Yin. What did this mean? Everyone found it hard to accept. This meant that Saint Evergreen's strongest side was broken by Lu Yin. Lu Yin, with his imminent celestial cultivation, might be able to suppress Saint Evergreen. This was a power that made Lotus Lord's expression change. It wasn't that Lu Yin could threaten Lotus Lord, but he was already so monstrous at the imminent celestial realm. Once he reached the immortal transformation realm or even the extreme realm, how terrifying would he be? The little food saint Gong Yu Jiang Xiaodao and the others were completely stunned. They looked at Lu Yin as if they were looking at a god. The food saint's eyes were filled with splendor. This kind of power, how much power did he have? Compete, I must compete with him. Dad, I suddenly want to find a master, the little food saint murmured. Jiang Xiaodao licked his lips and looked at Lu Yin with admiration. This was a ruthless person. Xiaoyan cheered. Gong Yu's eyes widened with respect. Even junior sister Ro, who hated Lu Yin, blushed at this moment. With brother Chujian, he definitely couldn't push Saint Evergreen away. So powerful, so powerful. Jiang Qingyue smiled. The dragon turtle praised, "This is worthy of you, little master." Bai Xian'er was in a daze. How did he do it just now? No one understood Lu Yin's power. Who would have thought that someone could use time imprisonment to confine power in one direction and then release it at the same time? If they saw Chu Yuan's time realm, they might be able to figure it out. Madman Lu stopped in place and clenched his fists. At that moment he actually felt uneasy. He seemed to have grasped an incredible power. This little brat was even more terrifying than Lu Tianyi. Lu Yin stepped through the heaven gate and faced Lotus Lord and the others. At this moment, a stairway to heaven appeared in Jutian City and descended vertically. This stairway to heaven was almost the same as the one in the above heaven sect. Lu Yin was wondering what was the difference between this stairway and the one in the above heaven sect. Lotus Lord's voice rang out, "If you want to see the grand heavenly venerate, climb the stairway to heaven." Lu Yin laughed. Is there an end to this? He took a step and climbed the stairway to heaven. Unexpectedly, there was no resistance. At this moment, the Grand Empyrean was close by. No one dared to speak carelessly. Everyone looked solemn as they waited for the Grand Empyrean to appear. Even Madman Lu retracted his tyrannical aura and entered the heaven gate. He looked up and saw Lu Yin climbing the stairway. The stairway connected Jutian City and Lu Yin didn't encounter any obstacles from beginning to end. He climbed to the end of the stairway and saw a platform. The platform was surrounded by clouds with birds and beasts flying around. It was filled with a holy aura. The Void Master took a step forward and came not far from Lu Yin. Lotus Lord, the Food Saint, the Bao Saint and Madman Lu all appeared one by one. However, the Little Food Saint and the others didn't come. They weren't qualified. Bai Xian'er appeared and so did Jiang Qingyue. This was the difference. Some people could come here while others couldn't. Only standing here was qualified to meet the Grand Empyrean. You climbed the stairway very quickly. Have you trained before? The Food Saint looked at Lu Yin in surprise. Lu Yin didn't understand. Is there resistance? The Food Saint said, of course. I used a lot of energy to climb the stairway. The Bao Saint said, me too. You didn't encounter any resistance? The Food Saint was surprised. Lu Yin smiled. The above heaven sect also has a stairway. Maybe I'm used to it. What a perfunctory answer. Everyone was speechless. However, this kid really didn't encounter any resistance. What did the Grand Empyrean mean? Lu Yin saw Bai Xian'er but ignored her. He looked at Jiang Qingyue and greeted her with a smile. Jiang Qingyue nodded and smiled faintly. The dragon turtle waved its tail. This is the second time we've met. The old master admires you. The Lightning Lord? Lu Yin nodded. Thank you. He knew that the dragon turtle and Jiang Qingyue must have praised him in front of the Lightning Lord. The Void Master looked at Jiang Qingyue. How is the Lightning Lord? Jiang Qingyue bowed to the Void Master. Thank you for your concern. Father is well. He asked me to send his regards to you. The Void Master laughed. I'll look for him when I have time. Right, do you know this Lu Yin? Everyone looked over curiously. The Lightning Lord was a powerhouse from the outer realm. He was on the same level as the Void Master and could directly face the Grand Empyrean. Even the Six Direction Society wouldn't provoke such a person. Jiang Qingyue was the Lightning Lord's daughter, and everyone who knew her was polite. We met by chance, Jiang Qingyue replied. The dragon turtle said, my old master admires this kid and wants to betroth the young mistress to him. Please take care of her. Chapter 2790. After hearing the dragon turtle's words, Lotus Venerable looked at Jiang Qingyue. Jiang Qingyue shouted, shut up. Bai Xian'er smiled. Congratulations, brother Zhou Xian. Lu Yin knew that the dragon turtle was helping him. When he heard Bai Xian'er's words, his eyes turned cold. You have been in the reincarnation space-time all this time? Yes. Bai Xian'er smiled. You broke through to the half-ancestor realm here? Lu Yin asked. Bai Xian'er's eyes lit up and her smile became even wider. Yes. Lu Yin took a deep look at her. This wasn't simple. This woman must be extremely powerful. Otherwise, how could she absorb the reincarnation spacetime astral source? How could she survive the half-ancestor origin tribulation in the reincarnation spacetime? This shouldn't be the case. Of course, there was another possibility. She was given power by the Grand Heavenly Venerate and abandoned the power of the origin space. Lu Yin hoped that it was the latter as it would be easier to deal with. However, he knew that it should be the former. Bai Xian'er was the only one who could ignore the power in his heart. She was the only one who could. Hey hey hey. Kid, look here, look here. Your wife is here. The dragon turtle shouted. Lu Yin was speechless. Jiang Qingyue glared at the dragon turtle. If you talk nonsense again, I won't bring you out in the future. The dragon turtle smiled. A majestic power descended. Lu Yin's expression changed. The grand heavenly venerate had arrived. Everyone looked in the same direction with solemn expressions. Even the Void Master was solemn. The grand heavenly venerate was the most senior existence in the human race. Their cultivation was unfathomable and no one could compare to them. The Master of the Six Directions sect was also known as the Master of the human race. Lu Yin slowly clenched his fists. Was he finally going to meet the grand heavenly venerate? This person who could send Luo Shan to the endless battlefield and decide the life and death of the above heaven sect. This person who was of the same generation as the primogenitor, was finally going to appear. He had long wanted to meet this grand heavenly venerate. Greetings, grand heavenly venerate. Everyone bowed. The Void Master said solemnly, Greetings, senior grand heavenly venerate. You're Lu Yin? Lu Yuan's descendant? The voice came from all directions. It was impossible to tell where it was coming from, and it was even impossible to tell if it was a man or a woman. And this voice belonged to the grand heavenly venerate. Lu Yin slowly bowed. Junior Lu Yin greets Grand Empyrean. Lu Yuan was the oldest patriarch of the Lu clan, the Dao Lord of the Fifth Mainland, one of the 6 Daos of the 3 realms. They look alike. Lu Yin maintained his salutation and listened quietly. You look 70% similar to Lu Yuan, but I hope you two don't have the same temperament. He was quite disrespectful to me. Lu Yin's face twitched. Was this a reminder or a threat? I was the one who agreed to the banishment of the Lu clan. I was also the one who blocked Lu Yuan's senses from the outside world. Do you hate me? Everyone subconsciously looked at Lu Yin. Jiang Qingyue frowned. The Grand Empyrean's every word was targeted at Lu Yin. What was he trying to do? Void Master was calm. He had already done what he had to do. He couldn't change the Grand Empyrean's attitude. Lu Yin did not reply. Junior of the Lu clan, I'm asking you, do you hate me? Lu Yin maintained his saluting posture and did not say anything. The food saint raised his eyebrows. This brat was ruthless enough to not answer a Grand Empyrean's question. Lotus Lord scolded, Son of the Lu family, answer. Lu Yin didn't say a word. Madman Lu's eyes widened, and his tyrannical aura swept over Lu Yin. Void Master glanced at him and used Void God's power to block Lu Yin's side. Madman Lu and the Void Master stared at each other, their gazes ferocious and threatening. Void Master frowned. This person was indeed a madman. He then looked at Lu Yin. Not answering was too disrespectful to the Grand Empyrean. Senior Grand Empyrean, my father sent his regards, Jiang Qingyue suddenly said and bowed. Sure enough, the Lu clan's temperament is the same. Son of the Lu clan, you disgust me. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and slowly straightened up. He stopped saluting and didn't reply. He just listened. In terms of seniority, the Grand Empyrean was even more senior than the Patriarch. In terms of cultivation, Lu Yin had no confidence. If not for Mr. Mu, he wouldn't have the qualifications to maintain his dignity in front of the Grand Empyrean. His current dignity had been given to him by Mr. Mu, and he wouldn't rely on it to say ridiculous provocative words. When the day came when he could stand upright in front of the Grand Empyrean with his own abilities, his attitude would be completely different. That day would come. Lotus Reverend bowed. Master, please let me teach this arrogant son of the Lu clan a lesson. Lotus Reverend, if the Grand Empyrean wanted to teach him a lesson, you wouldn't have to do it. You can change the rules of the universe with just one word. This son of the Lu clan is just an ant and is not in your eyes. If you attack him, you will be bullying him. It won't be good if word gets out, the Void Master said. Bai Xian'er looked up. Master, maybe he was scared silly by your power. Lu Yin's expression changed. Bai Xian'er called the Grand Empyrean Master her master? She's the Grand Empyrean's disciple? Son of the Lu clan, you want to become the master of the origin space? Lu Yin finally said, yes. Madman Lu stepped forward. How can a mere near celestial be worthy of being the master of the origin space? I have a more suitable candidate. Lu Yin looked at Madman Lu coldly. Who? Madman Lu replied, By Wang Yuan of the Origin Space, Cold Immortal Sect. By Wang Yuan is the sect master of the Cold Immortal Sect in the Origin Space and one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. It is reasonable for him to become the master of the Origin Space. Zhou Xian, you don't have any objections to letting Bai Wang Yuan be the master of the Origin Space, right? He's your senior. Even your father Lu Qi has to call him senior. Lu Yin said lightly, is there something wrong with your brain? He is the enemy of the Lu clan. How can he not have any objections? Madman Lu sneered. But he is far more suitable than you to be the master of the Origin Space. Senior doesn't hate him when he sees him. If you have any objections, you can fight with him and see who is more suitable. The master of a time and space should be the strongest, just like the Grand Empyreans and the Void Master. No one could refute this. If the master of a time and space wasn't the strongest, how could they convince others? I have never seen such a shameless person, a cold voice said. Everyone slowly turned their heads and looked at the person who spoke. It was Jiang Qingyue. Madman Lu's eyes were red. What did you say? Dragon Turtle Yang stood up. I said you. So what? Jiang Qingyue looked into Madman Lu's eyes and frowned. This person's aura made her very uncomfortable. In her sure, this person was the synonym of destruction and destruction. I said you are shameless. Madman Lu stepped out and a terrifying power swept towards Jiang Qingyue. The Void Master shouted, stop. Then he blocked Madman Lu's power. Dragon Turtle stretched its neck. You dare to attack the Thunder Master's daughter? Are you tired of living? Jiang Qingyue pressed down on the Dragon Turtle and looked at Madman Lu. She did not back down. That Bai Wang Yuan you mentioned is from the 9 mountains and 8 seas of the primordial space. His seniority is even higher than Lu Yin's father's generation. Aren't you too shameless? Madman Lu snorted. Then give up the position of the master of the Origin Space. How can a little brat be the master? Lu Yin said, where is Bai Wang Yuan? Madman Lu was stunned. He was also waiting for Bai Wang Yuan to appear. But where was Bai Wang Yuan? Great Stone Saint, where is Bai Wang Yuan? Grand Heavenly Venerate asked. The Void Master laughed. To become the master of the Origin Space, one must be recognized by a Grand Heavenly Venerate Senior. Bai Wang Yuan did not appear. Either he does not want to become the master of the Origin Space, or he does not care about a Grand Heavenly Venerate Senior. Madman Lu said, how can Bai Wang Yuan not respect a Grand Heavenly Venerate? Then why didn't he come? Lu Yin shouted. At this moment the starry sky tree upper realm was filled with endless flames of war. Below the Wang family's continent, arrows shot into the sky, shooting towards the palm-sized continent. Wang Zheng's scalp went numb. Progenitor, it's the progenitor. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Qin Lu was wrapped in a black robe. He raised his hand and shot an arrow. This was what Lu Yin had asked him to do. At this moment he was going to attack the Wang family. Above the Wang family's continent, a ball of light circulated. The arrows carried the might of a progenitor and could pierce through the entire continent, but they were swept away by the light and shot down. Qin Li's expression changed as he looked at the ball of light in fear. What kind of power was that? A figure descended. How dare you attack my Wang family? You're courting death. The newcomer was an old man who looked much older than Wang Fan. However, he was a junior and was also the progenitor of the Wang family who had always been overseeing the sovereign realm, Wang Jian. Previously, when Lu Yin had moved the 3 sovereigns, ancestor Gui Yuan, Bai Xing and Xia Zhen had all returned to the starry sky tree upper realm. However, on the second day they had gone to the 6 Direction Society. The Grand Heavenly Venerate had ordered the primordial space to transfer half of the progenitors to assist in the defense, and this could not be changed. They had to leave. At this moment, only Wang Fan and Wang Jian were left in the Wang family. Qin Lu attacked and Wang Jian walked out of the sovereign realm. He raised his head and instantly disappeared. Qin Lu could not see him for a moment and a sense of danger rose in his heart. He hurriedly dodged. The spot where he stood was torn apart by Skyblade. Skyblade, one of the Wang family's 4 ultimates. Who are you? How dare you attack my Wang family? Wang Jian struck out with his palm. Qin Lu stared ahead, his mind blank. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? At the critical moment, a huge mountain blocked in front of him, forcibly blocking Wang Jian's palm. Only then did Qin Lu react. He retreated step by step and looked ahead in fear. This was the progenitor of the primal space. Why did it feel so strange and terrifying? Behind him, Master Shan also walked out in a black robe. Be careful. The progenitor of the Wang family is very difficult to deal with. Even Wang Fan did not appear. Qinlu took a deep breath. Understood. In another direction, the Xinwu sky was also attacked. Lu Yun did not use Lu Yun's power or the Thousand Streams Dao break as he was afraid of being recognized. Fortunately, he had learned some primal space battle techniques in the Above Heaven sect. At this moment he was using the Taishan Saber Will, a saber technique that Zhang Dingtian had obtained from the Taishan dojo. Lu Yun was an expert in saber techniques, and the Taishan Saber Will was easy to use. The expert who had created the Taishan Saber Will did not expect that one day an progenitor would learn it. That person himself was far from reaching this level. In Lu Yun's hand, the Taishan Saber Will burst forth with another kind of power. When the saber entered his hand, it was too mysterious and unpredictable, forcing Xianxia to use his divine saber region. However, the gap between Lu Yun and Xianxia was too big, and the Taishan Saber Will was far from being able to resist the divine saber region. The outcome was decided in a few moves. Where did this progenitor come from? How dare you attack my Xinwu sky? Xianxia's saber fell. Lu Yun was shocked. The progenitor of this spacetime was too strong. He did not have the strength to resist at all. Chapter 2791. At this moment, a sharp light flashed past, and a long saber slashed out from Lu Yun's side, blocking Xianxia's saber. Countless sharp lights shot towards the ground, tearing Xinwu sky apart. Everyone in Xinwu sky fled in all directions, unable to withstand the shockwaves from the battle between progenitors. Leng Qing walked out and looked at Xianxia with a burning gaze. This person's saber techniques were extremely high. Xianxia's expression turned grave. Lu Yun and Leng Qing were not his opponents individually, but together they could stall him. More importantly, both of them wore black robes. You are from the sect Above Heaven, right? Xianxia asked. Leng Qing's lips curled up. I've heard so much about you. Let's see how far you are from that Xiachan, Xianxia shouted. You are from the sect Above Heaven era. You are Leng Qing. Leng Qing did not waste any words and slashed out. Lu Yun attacked at the same time, but Leng Qing stopped him. He wanted to test Xianxia first. In the cold Immortal sect, Wuxia had his hands behind his back, also wearing a black robe. In front of him was Bai Wangyuan. Wuxia, why hide? I know it's you. Bai Wangyuan's expression sank. He should have gone to the reincarnation spacetime, but Wuxia suddenly attacked. No, it should be said that the sect Above Heaven suddenly attacked. The entire top realm was in chaos. Not only progenitors, but even the half-progenitors of the sect Above Heaven started fighting against the Four Directions scales. The sudden battle stunned the Four Directions scales, and it also showed them how powerful the sect Above Heaven was. In the past, Lu Yun had to use all sorts of methods to fight against the Four Directions scales, even involving the Lu clan's ancestor, the Agriculture clan's ancestor, and the Fog ancestor. But now the sect Above Heaven dared to start a war and even had the upper hand. How long had it been? Where did Lu Yun get so many progenitors? As far as they knew, there should not be so many progenitors in the sect Above Heaven. Wuxia said indifferently, the 9 mountains and 8 seas is just a name. Your 9 mountains and 8 seas have their own divide. Senior Lu Tianyi is the most powerful and he dares to face the only true God. Bai Wangyuan, I've wanted to see your strength for a long time. Bai Wangyuan narrowed his eyes. Lu Xiaoxian is your junior brother, but your lifelong ambition is to get rid of spies. Why do you want to start a civil war? Doing so will only benefit the Eternals. Wuxia said, balance, whoever destroys it is the enemy. Even my junior brother can't destroy the balance. But now the balance is already broken. Junior brother has to become the master of the primordial space and join the Six Direction Association to protect the dignity of the primordial space. You can't do that, no one else can. Only you can. Don't even think about going anywhere today. Bai Wangyuan's eyes widened. I knew it was because of this. Alright, I'll get rid of you once and for all. The top realm shook as more than 10 progenitor realm experts fought. This was the first chapter in the history of the Starry Sky of Trees. There had never been so many progenitor realm experts fighting in the Starry Sky of Trees. Even if there had been, it had been in the Sovereign Realm in the backside battlefield. Above the Dragon Mountain, the great elder Anai Huang stood high up in the sky. The heavenly sect had attacked the three parties but not the white dragon race. At this moment, the white dragon race was no longer worth wasting any progenitor realm experts. He didn't know if he should feel lucky or sad. The white dragon clan had to return to the top. In the reincarnation spacetime, Madman Lu bowed. Senior, let me make a trip to the origin space. Ridiculous. You want everyone to wait here? Jiang Qingyue was disdainful. She was a cold person and she was not used to provoking others time and time again. The dragon turtle did not care. So many people know that the kid is coming today. You know that Bai Wang Yuan has no reason to not know. You should have told him about the Dao. Even so, he still hasn't shown up. This is interesting. He's not giving you any face at all. He's not giving the great heavenly venerate any face. Madman Lu faced forward. Senior, let me make a trip to the origin space. I'll definitely bring Bai Wang Yuan here. Venerable Lotus stepped forward. Bai Wang Yuan is not disrespecting Master by not coming. He should be held back by something in the origin space. She looked at Lu Yin. Actually, as long as Master assigns it, Bai Wang Yuan can be the master of the origin space. It doesn't matter if he comes or not. That's right. Only Bai Wang Yuan is qualified to be the master of the origin space. When he's done with the origin space, he'll definitely come and pay respects to great heavenly venerate. If he doesn't come, Senior can forget about it, Madman Lu said. Lu Yin was disdainful. My fifth mainland will not acknowledge Bai Wang Yuan. Venerable Lotus was indifferent. It's fine as long as Master acknowledges it. The fifth mainland must listen to Master's orders. Just like Luo Shan, Master can decide whether he stays or goes. I'm not Luo Shan, Lu Yin shouted. His shout stunned Venerable Lotus and everyone else. The food saint looked at him with admiration. What a big tone. The Bao saint's eyes flashed. This was no longer silence. Madman Lu raised his head. Venerable Lotus' expression turned cold. What did you say? Lu Yin stared at Venerable Lotus. Do you not understand what I said? I said I'm not Luo Shan. You're courting death. A green lotus swayed behind Venerable Lotus. Madman Lu sneered. You can die for disrespecting the great heavenly venerate. Lu Yin looked at them indifferently. Back then, the origin space was not one of the 6 direction associations. I could listen to the great heavenly venerate's orders and go to the endless battlefield. Now, the origin space is one of the 6 direction associations. Do you think you can attack my origin space? He looked into the distance at the empty void. Can the great heavenly venerate attack the origin space? His voice reverberated, spreading out, echoing continuously. Enough. The great heavenly venerate spoke. His indescribable power made everyone's heart tremble, including Lu Yin. He did not know where this power came from. Everyone bowed deeply. Lu Yin did not. He just looked into the distance. He was afraid that the 6 direction associations would attack the above heaven sect. Since the origin space was one of the 6 direction associations, they had no reason to attack. Otherwise, what would the void god spacetime think? What would the Mu spacetime think? What would the ultra spacetime think? Actually, Lu Yin's misgivings were not considered by others. What they were really worried about was whether the great heavenly venerate would attack. As long as the great heavenly venerate attacked, a thought could destroy Lu Yin. No, the origin space did not say that they could not attack Lu Yin. Moreover, Lu Yin had disrespected the great heavenly venerate first. First, he did not answer the great heavenly venerate. Now he asked the great heavenly venerate. If the great heavenly venerate wanted to attack, even the Void Master could not stop him. The Void Master did not expect Lu Yin to be so impulsive. It was fine if he did not answer earlier. After all, the great heavenly venerate had indeed exiled the Lu family. It was normal for Lu Yin to have resentment, but what was he doing now? If Bai Wang Yuan did not come, the great heavenly venerate would not let Bai Wang Yuan become the master of the origin space. There was no need to fight. He was too young and impulsive. They were worried about whether the great heavenly venerate would attack Lu Yin, but this was exactly what Lu Yin was not worried about. What he wanted was to draw the great heavenly venerate's dissatisfaction to himself. With Mr. Mu taking the blame, he believed that the great heavenly venerate would not attack. Lu family's son, you make me hate you as much as Lu Yuan. Moreover, I hate you more and more. Lu Yin was calm, neither servile nor overbearing. Even the holy retainer was shocked. He sighed and looked at Lu Yin with admiration. Bai Wangyuan is not coming. Since you want the position of Master of the Origin Space so much, you can have it. The Great Heavenly Venerate said casually. Lu Yin sighed. Thank you, Senior Great Heavenly Venerate. Don't be happy too early. Since you are the Master of the Origin Space, you should bear the corresponding responsibility. You just said that the Origin Space's fifth continent will not recognize Bai Wangyuan. Then will Bai Wangyuan and the others recognize you? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. As long as Senior Great Heavenly Venerate recognizes me. Everyone looked at Lu Yin with strange gazes. The same words had been reversed. Even the Void Master laughed. This brat was quite shameless. Make Bai Wangyuan come here and personally recognize you, Lu Yin, as the Master of the Origin Space. If you can do this, you will be the true Master of the Origin Space. Otherwise, I will personally remove your title of Master of the Origin Space. The Great Heavenly Venerate was cold. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. This was the method of a Great Heavenly Venerate. There was no need to help Bai Wangyuan or specifically target him. As long as he couldn't make the four-way scales submit, he wasn't worthy of being the Master of the Origin Space. In his current position, if Bai Wangyuan became the Master of the Origin Space, the Great Heavenly Venerate or Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin would help the four-way scales deal with the above heaven sect. However, if he became the Master of the Origin Space, these people would not help him and the Great Heavenly Venerate would not help him. This was Lu Yin's position in the reincarnation space-time. Here he was isolated and helpless. This was also the reason why he had taken the initiative to obtain the Master of the Origin Space. Once Bai Wangyuan reacted and took the initiative to fight for it, it would be too late. With the support of the Great Heavenly Venerate, Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin could brazenly attack the above heaven sect. Although the Great Heavenly Venerate wouldn't help him and only supported him verbally, it was fine as long as he didn't help the four-way scales. It was time for the above heaven sect and the four-way scales to come to an end. In the upper realm of the Astral Tree Galaxy, after Lu Yin returned to the above heaven sect, all the progenitors had retreated. The war had started suddenly and ended abruptly. And this war had caused Bai Wangyuan to lose the chance to become the Master of the Origin Space. He suppressed his gloomy gaze and watched Wuxia leave. This person had been hiding all this time. He knew that he could completely suppress this person with the strength of 9 mountains and 8 seas, but this person's strength was endless. Even if he could win, he couldn't kill or severely injure him. This person had hidden too deeply. No wonder he dared to block him alone. Brother Bai, the above heaven sect's progenitors have retreated. Do you know what happened? Also, where did the above heaven sect get so many progenitors? Xiaxinji's voice entered Bai Wangyuan's ears. Bai Wangyuan's expression darkened. Madman Lu told me that that little bastard met the Great Heavenly Venerate today and wanted to become the Master of the Origin Space. What? The above heaven sect declared war on us? That's right. It's to prevent us from destroying it. You should have told us earlier. Wang Fan's voice sounded rather angry. Bai Wangyuan's eyes flashed. Tell them earlier. Then he might not be the Master of the Origin Space. Everyone had their own selfish motives. Madman Lu had told him and not Wang Fan and Xiaxinji because he didn't want any accidents to happen. He wanted to let Bai Wangyuan become the Master of the Origin Space first. Otherwise, once Wang Fan and Xiaxinji fought over it, it would be even more troublesome than Lu Yin. But they had a plan and Lu Yin had a way to deal with it. Lu Yin went to meet the Great Heavenly Venerate, and the four-way scales suffered an unprecedented attack. Bai Wangyuan couldn't leave, or the cold Immortal sect would be gone. Once the cold Immortal sect was destroyed by the above heaven sect, how could he become the Master of the Origin Space? Chapter 2792. Not only that, but once they left, there would only be 3 progenitors in the top world. How could they fight against so many progenitors? In the end, not only the cold Immortal sect, but also the Divine Martial Sky and the Wang family would be in trouble. The four-way scales had already lost the White Dragon clan. They couldn't afford to lose any more. Otherwise, what was the difference between them and the 3 monarchs' universes? This little bastard dares to start a war with the four-way scales for the sake of becoming the Master of the Beginning Space. We can't let him go. Xiaxinji was furious. Wang Fan stood on the continent of the Wang family and looked in the direction of the cold Immortal sect. He knew that Bai Wangyuan had always been afraid of him. He didn't care about the past, but this time he really got himself into trouble. He had said it earlier. Wang Fan clenched his fists. Even if Zhou Xian could stop Bai Wangyuan, how could he stop him? He didn't even do anything just now. The Above Heaven sect couldn't stop the power of 29 mountains and 8 seas. How hateful. The Above Heaven sect retreated. It seems that Zhou Xian has succeeded, Wang Fan said in a low voice. Bai Ran said, the news from the Six-Way Society will come soon. No matter what, even if he becomes the master of the beginning space, it has nothing to do with the four-way scales. The little bastard can't defeat us. At the same time, in the cold Immortal sect, singing and dancing came from a rather luxurious old house. It was a strong contrast to the battle just now. Outside the old house, the land of the cold Immortal sect was cracked. Many people were busy repairing it, but the old house was full of singing and dancing. A cultivator from the reincarnation universe lived here. The cold Immortal sect relied on this cultivator to travel to and from the reincarnation universe. Madman Lu relied on this cultivator to bring the news to Bai Wangyuan. Although this cultivator was only an emissary, his status in the cold Immortal sect was very high. The joyful singing and dancing spread around the old house with laughter. Many disciples of the cold Immortal sect were envious and jealous. However, the scene inside the old house was different. Beautiful singers danced seductively, bringing ambiguity and extravagance. Not far away, the emissary cultivator from the reincarnation universe was smiling, but it was very forced. There were even beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. An enchanting woman leaned in his arms. Who are you? Do you know who I am? The emissary cultivator forced a smile. The woman smiled and changed her posture, bringing with her a burst of fragrance. Reincarnation space-time? The emissary cultivator's eyelids twitched. You know, and you still dare to attack me? You're the one I'm looking for. Don't act rashly and don't ask for help. Otherwise, even if you manage to escape from me, you won't be able to escape from this strong poison. The emissary cultivator's expression was ugly. I'll keep smiling. Don't let anyone see through you, the woman whispered into the emissary's ear. The emissary cultivator gritted his teeth and his smile was ugly. What do you want? Let me go and I'll take you to the reincarnation spacetime. I'm a subordinate of Supreme God Xiaoyin, and I can help you reach the heavens in one step. Enjoy to your heart's content. You don't have to do anything. I'll accompany you. The woman tempted. The emissary cultivator was confused. He didn't know what this woman was trying to do. However, one thing was for sure. This woman was controlling him. The same thing happened in the Divine Martial Sky, the Wang family and the White Dragon clan. Each of the 4 directions scales had cultivators from the 6 directions guild. Their purpose was to bring them to the 6 directions guild. Bai Xianxia and the others used these people to defend against the 6 directions guild. Bai Wangyuan also had to go through these people if he wanted to communicate with Madman Lu and obtain information about the 6 directions guild. At this moment, all of these people were being controlled. In the above heaven, Wangwen was playing with a chessboard. Come, let's play a game. It's been a long time since we last played. He was very excited. It had been a long time since he played a game with Lu Yin. He enjoyed the thrill of crushing Lu Yin in a game of chess. Lu Yin laughed. Is it fun? I'm not your opponent. Ah, of course it's fun. The above heavens Dao Master, no, it should be the master of the primordial space now. Ask anyone else who can experience this, haha. Wangwen was excited. Lu Yin shook his head and placed a piece. This time Bai Wangyuan is going to explode. He wanted to steal your game, but you did it instead. How laughable. Wangwen was excited. He looked at the chessboard and thought about how to completely crush Lu Yin. Lu Yin said, I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. The 4 sides are also scheming against each other. I told you before that it would go smoothly. Wang Fan and Xianxia definitely didn't know that Bai Wangyuan was going to become the master of the primordial space. Otherwise, Wang Fan would have jumped up a long time ago. However, I underestimated the Grand Emperor's hatred for the Lu family. If you weren't strong enough, even if Bai Wangyuan couldn't become the master of the primordial space, you wouldn't be able to become it either. At this point, Wang Wen grasped a piece and looked at Lu Yin with an inexplicable smile. Your Highness, your opponent is very troublesome. Lu Yin met Wang Wen's gaze. The more troublesome, the more it suits you. Wang Wen smiled. You know me best. Lu Yin laughed. Back then you said that you would help me unify the outer verse. If you succeed, then the inner verse, the entire fifth mainland, and the next step is the astral tree. Once you complete your goal, will you feel bored? Wang Wen placed a piece and said, "It's not boring anymore. With a giant like the six sides and the Eternals, the game is getting bigger and bigger. Your Highness, you have to work hard to give me more pieces. Otherwise, I won't be able to set it up." "Don't worry, there will be many pieces," Lu Yin said. The second Night King reported, "Dao Lord, the control is successful." Wang Wen clapped. "The timing is just right. Your Dao Lord has also been crushed by me." The second Night King's expression did not change. In the Above the Sky sect, Wang Wen was an anomaly, and his attitude towards Lu Yin had not changed at all. Lu Yin stood up and sighed. "I'm not playing anymore. I'm always crushed by you. I'll just look at little sapling." With that he left. After Lu Yin left, Wang Wen looked at the chessboard and muttered to himself, "Your Highness' ability to set things up seems to have improved." Lu Yin walked to the bottom of the staircase and touched the cauldron. Little sapling peeked out. It liked this place very much. If he wanted to find it, then this was the right place. Not far away, he ran arrogantly, glanced at Lu Yin from time to time before looking away. Lu Yin ignored her and played with little sapling for a while before leaving. Several days later, in the top realm Shenwu Plain, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes and took a step forward, leaving Shenwu Plain with a terrifying smile on his face. He had finally found it, and it had actually been hiding in the lower realm. He had to thank those traitors. If not for them, he would never have been able to find it. Bai Wang Yuan wanted to become the master of the primordial space, but the one he truly feared was Wang Fan. Xianxia was very clear on this point. Although he was confident that he could stand shoulder to shoulder with 9 mountains and 8 seas, he was still lacking when compared to Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan. This was also the reason why he had not been willing to kill that clone for so many years. Now that everyone knew about the clone's existence, as long as he could find it, he would fuse with it. He would return to his peak strength. Soon. In the 5th district of the lower realm, a conversation could be heard from a simple straw hut. "I've received news that the Above Sky sect will send people to pick us up soon. Ancestor, do you want to leave with us?" "No, this is the safest place." "Alright, how about this? I'll leave 2 disciples to serve you. It'll be easier for you to communicate." After the conversation ended, a man walked out of the straw hut. Light shone through the leaves onto the man's face. He was Xiao Luo. Back when Xianxia had been exiled, Lu Yin had thought of a way to deal with Xiao Zhen. He had let Xiao Luo and Xiaxing control Shenwu Plain together, using the main branch and the subsidiary branches to help Xiao Zhen vent his anger. At that time, Xiao Luo had indeed become half the master of Shenwu Plain. With Xiao Zhen's support, even Xiaxing did not dare to do anything to him. However, after Xiaxing's return, the Above Sky sect had notified Xiao Luo to leave. Xiao Luo had led the subsidiary branches out of Shenwu Plain first, and they had been together with Xiaxing's clone. All of this had been arranged by the Above Sky sect. Xiao Luo left the straw hut and walked into the distance. After he left, Xiaxing suddenly appeared. Within the straw hut, Xiaxing's clone's expression changed. Xiaxing glared, and the straw hut shattered, revealing Xiaxing's clone. The 2 identical people looked at each other. Xiaxing sneered. "Found you." Xiao Luo heard the voice and turned around. When he saw Xiaxing, his face went pale. "Ancestor?" Xiaxing glanced at Xiao Luo. "Once I fuse with this clone, I'll capture all of you traitors. You dare to betray Shenwu Plain? You're courting death." Xiaxing's clone did not even think about fleeing, but at this moment he was so close to Xiaxing, so how could he escape? Xiaxing took a single step forward and blocked the clone's path, grabbing out with a hand. The clone was shocked. "If you dare to attack, I'll kill myself. Do you have that ability?" Xiaxing barked. He watched as the clone's palm slammed towards his forehead, but just as the palm was about to land, it suddenly retracted. This was the Xia family's secret technique, reverse. Xiaxing grabbed the clone by the neck and lifted him up. "I really have to thank those trash from the subsidiary branches. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have been able to find you." The clone stared at Xiaxing and suddenly pulled out a card from his cosmic ring. An irresistible suction force appeared and sucked both him and Xiaxing inside. The 2 appeared in a space of absolute darkness. This was eternal darkness. Eternal Darkness was a 7-star archaic card, which corresponded to Elder Shan Gu and the Void Master. Otherwise, with Xianxia's strength, ordinary archaic cards would not have been able to suck him in. The moment he entered Eternal Darkness, Xianxia knew that he had fallen into a trap. He attacked wildly, and his divine martial sword domain connected heaven and earth. He wanted to break Eternal Darkness as soon as possible. This was the power of the Lost Clans card. How could such a card appear in the top world? Absolute darkness swallowed the light, wrapping around the divine martial sword domain and suppressing it. Without anyone controlling it, Eternal Darkness power was just darkness. It was similar to Old Monster Mo, but it was not as strong. However, this was just the power of Eternal Darkness. If it was controlled by someone like Shan Gu, the power of darkness would be unimaginable. The divine martial sword domain's crazy attacks made Eternal Darkness unstable. Without anyone controlling it, Eternal Darkness could not suppress Xianxia at all. Even ordinary powerhouses could not do so. At this moment, a small path suddenly appeared. Xianxia saw it and barked, "Chan, it's you." Chapter 2793. Xianxia avoided the path which appeared beneath his clone's feet and dragged him away. Xianxia wanted to escape from the Eternal Darkness, but he also wanted to capture his clone. He was caught in a dilemma. It was at this moment that Lu Yin appeared and walked above the divine martial sword domain. He seemed to be able to see the trajectory of the sword domain, and he opened his celestial eye and stared at Xianxia. He raised a hand and punched out. Xianxia looked up and roared, "You little bastard, I'll kill you." The sword domain furiously extended towards Lu Yin, but Lu Yin's body suddenly vanished. His palm was just a feint and the real attacker was Elder Chan. In the distance, Elder Chan had already transformed into Lu Tianyi, and the Xidagarba needle stabbed towards Xianxia. Xianxia had dominated the astral tree domain and fought against the Eternals for countless years, so he would not fall for a trap so easily. He turned around and used a sealing technique to stabilize the Xidagarba needle in the void. "Do you really think that you can deal with me just by transforming into Lu Tianyi? How much of Lu Tianyi's power can you even compare to?" Xianxia slashed out with his right hand, and the divine martial sword domain descended towards Elder Chan. Elder Chan's eyes went wide, and his pupils became bloodshot. The Xidagarba needle that had been frozen by the sealing technique suddenly shook and broke free from the technique to stab at Xianxia. Lu Yin appeared above Xianxia's head and slammed down with his slipper. Xianxia's gaze was calm and he did not dodge at all. Lu Yin knew that things were not good, and just as he was about to retreat, he suddenly froze. The Xidagarba needle also froze. One was above Xianxia's head, while the other was beside him. This was his time battle technique scale, which used time as a lock to stabilize the void. This was Xianxia's pride, and he believed that this technique was enough to deal with 9 mountains and 8 seas. Lu Yin's celestial eye saw that Xianxia had not yet grasped the power of the sequence particles, and he was far from being comparable to Old Monster Mo. However, the power of time was still difficult to deal with. "Headmaster!" Elder Chan shouted. Lu Yin turned around and his divine martial sword domain descended. Using his celestial eye, he saw that it had replaced the sky of Eternal Darkness. It was impossible for him to block this attack alone. At the critical moment, one figure after another walked out of the divine seal catalog. Lu Yun's Thousand Streams Tao Breaker, Mu Jun's Divine Diagram, and Nong Yi's Planting. 3 progenitors all attacked at the same time, shattering the divine martial sword domain. Xianxia hadn't expected Lu Yin to have sealed 3 progenitors. "Wait, what's that?" "Mu Jun." Xianxia was aghast. "Mu Jun was actually taken away by you? Lu Xiaoxian, what is your identity in the 6 Paths Society?" Lu Yin swung his slipper horizontally, shattering the time scale. He didn't say a word as he charged towards Xianxia. Xianxia laughed coldly. "Do you really think that you can kill me after exposing everything? I'll definitely find the identity you're hiding in 6 Directions Society." He didn't know much about the Perpetual Darkness card, or else he would have recognized it at a glance. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. "If you find out, will you still be able to leave?" Xianxia's boiling divine martial righteous chi was ignited inch by inch, spreading to the entire divine martial sword region. "I'll show you what it means to be comparable to the power of the 9 mountains and 8 seas." He unleashed an unprecedented amount of progenitor realm power, and even used his divine martial aura to ignite the entire eternal darkness, suppressing the absolute darkness. The divine martial broadsword region was filled with celestial blades. At this moment, every blade was burning with divine martial qi twisting the void. I've already tasted the power of a Dao Lord. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lu Yin could feel how terrifying Xianxia's power was, but it was still somewhat weaker than old Monster Mo's. That was the power of a sequence particle which was on another level. Even so, Xianxia's power was not something that Lu Yin could face head-on. He could only exhaust it as much as he could. Xianxia had always claimed to be comparable to the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Now the power he displayed had indeed reached a certain level. Lu Yun, Chen Lu and the others couldn't block any of his attacks, and each of them could kill an ordinary progenitor. At a glance there were countless attacks. It was very difficult for someone of the same level to deal with Xianxia. Only someone who surpassed a certain limit could do so. Lu Yin gripped the slipper tightly. Elder Chan's eyes were bloodshot. It was time to go all out. Senior Tianyi, this junior will try to see if I can recreate your power. Xianxia's eyes went wide as he stared at Lu Yin. He did not believe that the slipper could block all the attacks. As he waved his arm, more and more blades slashed out. Suddenly Xianxia coughed up a mouthful of blood and his face paled. He turned his head and glared at Lu Yin. Do you want to die? He wants to kill us. Xianxia's clone lowered his hand and panted heavily. He was harming himself. When he saw Xianxia's furious roar, the clone lowered his hand and smiled bitterly. Killing you is not killing me. If I die you will die as well. Xianxia was enraged and he regretted killing this clone. However, it was too late for regrets. His burning divine martial astral energy was constantly being burned away and his strength was waning. He could not stay here. He looked up and unleashed his divine martial sword domain in all directions. He wanted to escape as it was impossible to catch this clone now. If he wanted to escape, no one would be able to stop him. The divine martial sword domain slashed towards eternal darkness, and the time scale locked down the area. Xianxia looked at Lu Yin. You're dead, you bastard. Hexapath won't let you off. Lu Yin had a mocking expression. Look behind you. Xianxia suddenly turned around and saw a needle. It was the Xidagarba needle that had been locked down by the time scale. At some point in time the needle had broken through the time scale and the needle had pierced through it. There was still another time scale in front of Xianxia. Bang! The sound of glass shattering could be heard. The Xidagarba needle pierced through Xianxia's body with a power that he could not comprehend, leaving behind a trail of blood. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. At the same time, Elder Chan also spat out a mouthful of blood and his face paled. Senior Tianyi's power could not be used as he wished and he had almost died. Lu Yin took advantage of this opportunity to land a palm on Xianxia's back. 30 palms of power from Lu Yin's divine martial sword domain shattered, and Xianxia's bones were shattered. Master Lu, please have mercy. Xianxia's clone shouted weakly. Lu Yin waved his hand and Xianxia's clone rushed over. Yours. Xianxia spat out another mouthful of blood, and his mangled vision looked up at the sky. Another attack descended from Lu Yin's spiritual force, and with Xianxia's current state, there was no way he could block it. His vision was gradually replaced by darkness. Xianxia's clone impatiently rushed down. Elder Chan arrived at Lu Yin's side, his face pale. He looked worse than if he had been heavily injured and he was on the verge of death. Lu Yin looked at him with concern. Senior, are you all right? Elder Chan smiled bitterly. Senior Tianyi's power is too strong. Even with the 3 suns' ancestral qi I can't fully manifest it. Forcefully using it will only harm me. I can't handle it. Lu Yin knew that Lu Bujing had said that his manifestation of destiny was sometimes ineffective. This was because his strength was too far from destiny, and forcefully manifesting it would only harm him. Is Forefather Tianyi that much stronger than Senior? Lu Yin was curious and he wanted to learn more about Lu Tianyi's power from Elder Chan. Elder Chan muttered, not knowing how big the gap is the most terrifying part. If I knew, then I wouldn't be so worried. Because I don't know, if I use the 3 suns' ancestral qi too much I might end up killing myself. Lu Yin was now certain that Forefather Tianyi had grasped the power of the sequence particles. Otherwise, Elder Chan would not have been so far behind him. If Elder Chan had transformed into Xianxia, he would have been able to do so easily. This was the difference. Aren't you worried about the clone fusing with the main body? Or the clone might be ambitious and become another Xianxia. Elder Chan was worried. He coughed and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Actually, there's no need to overuse Forefather Tiany's strength. He's already heavily injured and we can deal with him. I also want to try. I've never experienced Forefather Tiany's strength and I'm just itching to try. I didn't expect him to be so miserable. Elder Chan felt helpless. Lu Yin answered the previous question. I will ascend to godhood and only those who are willing can do so. If I can't, then I'll appoint a general. Elder Chan gave Lu Yin a strange look. This was the Lu family, tyrannical and shameless. The living could ascend to godhood and the dead could appoint generals. Was there anything they could not use? He finally understood how the four-way scales felt. No one would want to live under such a family. Not only that, but I also want to ask senior brother to plant an evil Sarira in him to prevent his mentality from changing. Lu Yin continued, looking down with a strange expression. The 9 clones technique was indeed wondrous. Elder Chan nodded. This was good. From today onwards, Xianxia would no longer be Xianxia, but he would still be Xianxia. The first was Xianxia, so who would be next? After a long time, Lu Yin and Elder Chan looked down. It was over. Cough. Xianxia coughed violently as he clutched the wound that had been pierced by the Xidagarba needle. He stood up with difficulty and said bitterly, Master Lu, you were too heavy-handed. Lu Yin and Elder Chan descended. The two did not believe that the person in front of them was a clone. The difference between Xianxia's main body and his clone was too great. Even if his main body was heavily injured and on the verge of death, forcefully fusing with his clone was not impossible. Lu Yin had only given the clone a chance. Of course, this chance was rather risky, but it had been forced upon him by the clone. It was also a condition that Lu Yin had agreed to before. The riskiest thing was that once Xianxia fused with the clone, then even if Lu Yin could kill Xianxia, he would not be able to find any clues about the Lu family's location. Only the clone would be able to find the Lu family's location. If possible, Lu Yin naturally wanted to control the clone completely. However, attacking Xianxia was inevitable. Once Xianxia's main body died, according to this clone, Lu Yin would die as well. The main body could affect the clone, but the clone could not affect the main body. This was what the clone had said. Even though Lu Yin controlled Xianxia's clone's life and death, there were still some things that he could not be sure of. Below, Xianxia's broken body sat paralyzed on the ground. He looked at his arms from time to time, then looked in front of him and then moved his arms. His entire body was numb. The most serious injuries were the Xidagarba needle and the palm strike on his back. Although the clone was only a half-ancestor, his experience originated from Xianxia, and he knew how terrifying Xianxia's main body was. The clone had not expected that Lu Yin would be able to beat this body to such a state with a single palm strike. He had thought that this would be a joint attack. Lu Yin and Elder Chan descended and examined the clone. Chapter 2794. Xianxia grimaced. Dao Master Lu, I succeeded, but this body has been beaten to such a state and it will take some time for it to recover. I can't help you. Lu Yin squatted down and approached Xianxia. Elder Chan reminded him, be careful. Xianxia's face was pale and a small path was faintly discernible beneath his feet. If Xianxia attacked Lu Yin, this small path would be enough for Lu Yin to dodge. This was his ancestral world, and it had been created to help Lu Yin deal with Madman Lu. Lu Yin and Xianxia exchanged glances for a moment before standing up. I believe you. Not only Elder Chan but even Xianxia was shocked. Dao Master Lu, you believe that I succeeded? Lu Yin's lips curled up. The real Xianxia will not avoid my gaze. Xianxia sighed and nodded. Fresh blood dripped from his body. The damage caused by the Xidagarba needle had been too severe, and he could not even contain his injuries. Can you help me? I'm afraid that I'll just die like this. Xianxia was helpless. Lu Yin looked at Elder Chan. Elder Chan shook his head. No one can help you with the injuries caused by Senior Tiany. Xianxia, since you've successfully fused, you should have the memories of your original body. You should know that Senior Tiany's strength is unsolvable. Xianxia's expression turned ugly, and he looked at Elder Chan in disbelief. You can actually use Lu Tiany's strength? That's right. During the Daoist Sex era, the 9 mountains and 8 seas appeared, and it was a grand and prosperous era. The most dazzling was Progenitor Qin, the most low-key was Progenitor Ku, and the most unsolvable was Lu Tiany. This injury was caused by him and no one can save you. Elder Chan continued, but you won't die. After all, it was just a single strike. Xianxia isn't that weak. Xianxia grimaced, but he did not refute. Consider me unlucky. Lu Yin was curious. Why is forefather Tiany unsolvable? Xianxia raised his pale face and looked at Lu Yin. The injuries caused by Lu Tiany's attack cannot be healed through external means, and they can only recover by themselves. If they cannot recover, then only death. That's why his strength is unsolvable. That's just an explanation. Old Chan continued with a longing look in his eyes. Unsolvable. Not only does it represent the nature of Senior Tiany's power, but it also represents his own strength. In the Lu family, a single person is a country and a single person can be revered. This saying has been displayed to the extreme by Senior Tiany. Summoning the ancestors on the stage, conferring deities to the 9 mountains and 8 seas. It can be said that Senior Tiany alone can wield the power of about 10 progenitors, and most of these 10 progenitors are from the 9 mountains and 8 seas. I can imagine how powerful Senior Tiany was at his peak. Xianxia coughed. He turned his back to the mother tree and fought the only true god. That's Lu Tiany. He was able to fight against the 7 gods on his own. In that era, as long as the Lu family's patriarch didn't appear, Lu Tiany was invincible. However, that was only in theory. People like Wuxia and Xiaoxiang could break through at any time and reach a level of transformation including... He paused and looked at Wang Fan. Lu Yin raised his brows. Wang Fan. Xianxia said in a low voice. Although Huiwen is known as the smartest person in the 9 mountains and 8 seas in the entire primordial space or even the entire human race, Wang Fan can be called the most sinister person, the most profound, and the one who hides the deepest. Although there's no evidence, after many years of secret investigations in Shenwu Heaven, we discovered that Wang Xi instigated the 4 cardinal scales to deal with the Lu family. It's very likely that Wang Fan was the one behind it. Lu Yin's expression changed. What did you say? Xianxia said, after fusing with the main body's memories, I learned some secrets, and one of them was related to the king. There's one thing that left a deep impression on the main body. Back then Wang Xi was sealed in ice by her mother, Wang Yi. After the seal was released, her memories were in a mess. Originally, Wang Yi had instilled in her the hatred for the Lu family, but after a while her memories were restored. Furthermore, they were incomparably clear. She could clearly remember every word, every expression, and even every breath that Wang Yi had said. And the one behind all of this should be Wang Fan. It was Wang Fan who recovered Wang Xi's memories. Wang Xi's hatred for the Lu family reached the heavens. Using her special status, half of the Xia family's bloodline, and various other methods, she finally instigated the 4 cardinal scales to banish the Lu family. Behind all of this, there seems to be Wang Fan's shadow. Lu Yin frowned and did not understand. The Lu family's banishment was suggested by the Shaoyin divinity to the Grand Empyrean, and the Lu family had to bear the sins of the above heaven era. In the end, the Grand Empyrean sealed the Lu ancestor senses, and the 4 cardinal scales used the White Dragon overturn and prison lock to banish the Lu family. The Shaoyin divinity should be behind all of this. Xianxia shook his head. Wang Fan is also involved. Otherwise, even if the 6 Direction Society wanted to banish the Lu family, how could the Lu family of that era be so easily exiled? To put it bluntly, Lu Tiany alone was enough to make the 6 Direction Society speechless. Even in the face of the 6th Mainland's war, even if Xiaoxiang, Wuxia, and the others were either dead or missing, Lu Tiany alone was not someone the 6 Direction Society could easily deal with. With the everlasting race around, the 6 Direction Society would not dare to openly attack the Lu family. If the 4 cardinal scales did not agree, it would be equivalent to the Lu family waging war against the 6 Direction Society. The calamity it would bring would be enough to destroy the entire human race. The 4 cardinal scales were the only ones willing to cooperate with them in banishing the Lu family. The 4 cardinal scales might have acted because of Wang Fan and Wang Fan. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Wang Fan is connected to the Shaoyin divinity. Xianxia said, if our guess is correct, then that is indeed the case. The Shaoyin divinity is a member of the Six Direction Society, so how could he have the ability to bewitch the entire four cardinal scales? Wang Si is even more of an ant and she was just a bait. The true mastermind is someone else. Lu Yin's gaze turned deep. Wang Fan and the Shaoyin divinity had worked together. One had bewitched the four cardinal scales, while the other had catered to the Grand Empyrean and banished the Lu family. Why would they target the Lu family? Why would Wang Fan target the Lu family? Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had touched upon something very bad. The everlasting race was a powerful force that had destroyed the above heaven sect's continents. How had they managed to do this during the above heaven sect's golden age? How had they acted against the primordial space in the Six Direction Society? He desperately wanted to understand this part of history. Only by understanding history would he be able to avoid repeating the same mistakes. Only by understanding history would he be able to change the future. Lu Yin suddenly thought of the big-faced tree. Is what you said true? Elder Chan asked. He had not expected the Lu family's banishment to be so complicated. Xianxia stood up with difficulty. It might not be true. Wang Si's matter seems insignificant, but even the main body could not investigate it. The Wang family covered it up, so the main body believes that it is true. However, there is no evidence. Lu Yin rubbed his head. Evidence? There was no need for that. Since Xianxia had already been dealt with, the next target would either be by Wang Yuan or Wang Fan. Wang Fan was indeed not easy to deal with. Putting aside whether or not he was related to the Shaoyin divinity, he had the Ghost Abyss ancestor's shadow on the surface. If Lu Yin had not exposed him, who knew how long he would have continued to hide? The Ghost Abyss ancestor was not weak and he was definitely a trump card. If Wang Fan could hide one trump card, then he could hide a second and then a third. It was no wonder that Xianxia and the others thought that Wang Fan was the most sinister. In comparison, Xianxia was simply too pure and unlucky. His clone had clearly been imprisoned, but Lu Xiaoga had released it. This was fate. Let's not talk about anything else. Since you've successfully fused, then according to our agreement, you can ascend to godhood, Lu Yin said. Xianxia was weak. Now. Lu Yin looked at him with a faint smile. If you don't ascend to godhood, then you choose. Elder Chan once again felt that the Lu family was tyrannical. Xianxia felt the same way. His main body's memories had shown that he was rather dissatisfied with the Lu family's attitude. A living person would ascend to godhood and a dead person would appoint generals. This was too abnormal. Facing Lu Yin, he had no right to refuse. Let me rest for a day, Xianxia said. Lu Yin did not care. 2 days is fine. I hope you can successfully ascend to godhood. Otherwise it will be difficult for me. He was referring to the Lu family's location. Only a clone could find the location of the Lu family's exile. If Xianxia could not ascend to godhood, it would be difficult for him to deal with him. Xianxia clutched his chest. Don't worry. I really am a clone. However, it will be difficult for me to accept godhood. Elder Chan smiled. Xianxia, it's not like you haven't been godhood before. Xianxia smiled bitterly. His main body had been deified by Lu Tianyi and now he had been deified by Lu Xiaoxian. In the end, he could not escape the fate of being deified by the Lu family. Why had the four-way Libra exiled the Lu family? Not to mention Wang Fan, everyone else had the same thought. The Lu family's strength was too heaven-defying. If they had not been exiled, they would never have had the chance to resist. The Lu family's ancestors were constantly being deified. Who else could stand it? Who could fight against the Lu family? Perhaps the Six-Way Society felt threatened by the Lu family, which was why they had exiled them. Senior, you should rest as well, Lu Yin said to Elder Chan. Elder Chan waved a hand. This is a backlash and it won't be easy to recover from it. However, it won't affect me. He glanced at Xianxia. If I go all out, I can still use Senior Tianyi's strength, which should be enough to help you eliminate some people. Lu Yin was grateful. Thank you. Although cultivators were cruel and merciless, they were bound to meet people who could help them. Lu Yin had many family and friends, including Wendy Yushan, Ku Wei Zhui Day Night, Wen Sansi the Ghost Monkey and the others. The same was true for the Blood Ancestor and Elder Chan. He was not lonely and he did not walk a lonely path. He just did not know if he would be lonely in the end. Lu Yin thought back to the scene he had seen in his destiny divination. Would he really attack them? Such a day really came. What would he do? The next day Xianxia took a deep breath. Master Lu, I'm ready. The Divine Seal catalog appeared above Lu Yin's head, its golden light illuminating the eternal darkness and illuminating Xianxia. A shadow appeared behind him. Lu Yin's voice was majestic and sacred. Xianxia, are you willing to be deified? Xianxia looked up at the Divine Seal catalog and abandoned all distracting thoughts. He had been preparing for this for an entire day, just like Mu Jun. No one was willing to be deified even if it did not affect them personally. However, it would increase the strength of an ascendant. Being deified was equivalent to having another ancestor, which was terrifying. However, he had no other choice. I am willing. Xianxia's voice was steady. As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow behind him moved towards the Divine Seal catalog.